Hey there, night owl. Maybe you're lying in bed after a long day. Maybe you've tried soft jazz, rain sounds, even meditating upside down, and yet sleep still plays hard to get. Or maybe you're just someone who enjoys drifting into dreams with a cozy history lesson whispered in your ear. Either way, you're in the right place. Tonight, we travel not to dusty battlefields or echoing Roman arenas, but to a dining hall. A warm, golden room inside a royal palace in ancient Korea. Welcome to the Joseon Dynasty. Here, a single dinner for the king could take 4 hours. Not because he was slow, not because the food was cold, but because court dinners were never just meals, they were rituals. Every bite, every sip, every moment was steeped in etiquette, symbolism, and power. At first glance, the palace dining experience seems serene: silent servers, immaculate table settings, elegant gestures. But look closer, and you'll see drama unfolding in the quiet. The wrong dish served? A servant could be demoted. An ingredient missing? It might signal disrespect, or even treason. Royal meals weren't just prepared. They were choreographed. From the fermentation of kimchi weeks in advance, to the exact angle at which a silver spoon must rest beside the bowl, nothing was left to chance. And let's not forget the menu. We're talking dozens of dishes. From sea cucumber porridge to pine nut pancakes, lotus root salad to dry persimmons soaked in honeyed wine. Served not all at once, but in elegant, deliberate waves. Each course had a purpose. Each ingredient a meaning. Each flavor a whisper of tradition, medicine, and myth. Over the next few hours, you and I will explore the smoky kitchens where palace cooks rose before dawn. We'll tiptoe behind silk screens where concubines and queens watched each other's every move. And we'll even peer into the secret journals of royal food inspectors, the people who decided whether a dinner honored heaven or insulted the throne. But before we begin this long, delicious walk through history, let me ask you something simple. Where in the world are you listening to my story from tonight? And what time is it right now where you are? Because I know, no matter who you are, or where you're listening from, we all have the same quiet craving. A soft voice, a slower pace, and a story to fall asleep to. Let's begin, not at the table itself, but several hours before the first tray is carried through the red lacquered halls. Because a 4-hour dinner at court doesn't start with an appetite. It starts with anticipation. And noise. Well, not the kind of noise you're used to. There's no clatter. No shouting. Just the rhythmic scrape of ladles across clay pots. The hiss of rice water bubbling in a wide brass cauldron. And the creak of wooden doors opening to let in the first cold light of dawn. This is the royal kitchen. But calling it a kitchen feels a little humble. We're talking dozens of interconnected rooms. Some for steaming. Some for slicing. Some for fermenting pickles that won't be served until the next monarch ascends the throne. The heart of it all. A place called Surasang Bang, literally. The kitchen for the king's table. And in this kitchen, the sun never truly sets. Because someone is always preparing for tomorrow's dinner, today. The clockwork of taste. In the Joseon court, nothing was done quickly. And nothing was done without a reason. Let's say the king is to dine at 6 in the evening. Preparations begin, around 4 in the morning. That's 14 hours of prep for 4 hours of eating. The rice? It must be washed exactly 7 times. The water discarded after each rinse, until it runs perfectly clear, like mountain snow. The fish? It must arrive freshly caught before sunrise, still shimmering. Scaled by a gloved artisan. Inspected by 2 officials. Blessed by a small prayer. The pickles? Well, those were started months ago. Some even years. There's baek kimchi, the white kind, cool and elegant. There's naba kimchi, which sits in light, rosy brine. And of course, the deeper, earthier kinds, aged in clay jars buried waist deep in the palace garden. They wait, fermenting through monsoons and winter winds. Until, finally, the royal menu calls their name. Scribes in the kitchen. Now here's a little twist. Even the royal kitchen had a record keeper. Imagine someone with a scroll and inkstone, sitting at the back of a steamy room while carrots eye duly end into threads fine as silk. That's the sixth one, the food inspector. His job? To write down every single thing the king might eat that day. Not just what it is, but how it was made, which stove was used, which servant touched it, where the ingredients came from, and yes, what time it left the kitchen. Why so detailed? Because food in the court wasn't just food. It was health. It was power. It was proof that the heavens approved of your reign. If the king fell ill, you'd better believe someone would go back to the scroll and trace his dinner bite by bite. A bit of spoiled bean paste could end a career. A misplaced scallion could spark suspicion. So the kitchen ran not on recipes, but on protocol. Heavenly ingredients for a mortal man. What did they cook, you ask? Ah, now we get to the flavors. A royal court dinner wasn't meant to delight. It was meant to balance. To harmonize the five flavors. Sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and pungent. It had to align with yin and yang. To reflect the five elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, water. And to support the organs of the body, as described in traditional Korean medicine. Imagine eating not just to fill your belly, but to calm your heart, cool your liver, or strengthen your lungs. That's what royal chefs were trained to do. A dish of abalone porridge, slow simmered with ginseng and juju. A single steamed pear, cored and filled with honey to soothe the cough. Tiny anchovies stir-fried in sesame oil for kidney energy. Cold mung bean jelly, slippery and translucent, to ease summer heat. And always, everything served in odd numbers. Why? Because odd numbers were considered dynamic, alive, blessed by heaven. Even the number of dishes, 3, 5, 7, 9, or the full 12 for surasang, followed this sacred rule. To serve the king an even number of plates would be like giving him a dinner shaped like death. The shoes of the silent workers. Let's take a quiet moment here. Picture the kitchen servants. All women. Moving in padded socks across polished floors. Carrying brass bowls warm from the fire. They spoke in hushed tones. Walked in straight lines. Breathed in the scent of pine needles and charcoal. Their job was not to be noticed. Their job was to make dinner appear, like magic. Some were daughters of fallen nobles. Others orphans. All chosen for their steadiness, obedience, and memory. Because once you enter the king's kitchen, you never leave it in a hurry. To be continued. We've only just stepped inside the palace gates. We've smelled the broth. Heard the scratching of ink on scrolls. Watched the steam rise from a 1,000-year-old cauldron. But next, we'll inch a little closer to the table itself. What does it take to set a royal table? Who gets to sit near it? And how do you taste something without tasting it? So, the dishes are almost ready. In the depths of the palace kitchen, soups have simmered, broths have been skimmed, vegetables carved into flower petals. But where does it all go? Let's follow the tray. Not just any tray. These are lacquered wooden platforms, polished so smooth you could mistake them for still water. They carry more than food, they carry silence, order, and the weight of royal dignity. Each tray holds a perfectly arranged assortment of small brass bowls. Each bowl with its own lid. Each lid lined with a paper-thin sheet of silk to preserve the rising aroma. And now, the journey begins. From the kitchen to the surgan, the royal dining chamber. A path so well traveled, the wooden floors between the two shine like mirrors. But you won't hear footsteps. Because those carrying the trays walk barefoot, soft as shadows. A room divided by protocol. Now let's enter the dining hall itself. But slowly. Because even the air in here seems to hold its breath. It's not a grand banquet hall. No chandeliers. No clinking goblets. Instead, it's a low, dim room with warm wooden beams, painted doors, and floor cushions placed with geometric perfection. At the center, the king. But here's what might surprise you. The king does not sit at the head of a long table. He sits alone, at his own lacquer table called a saying. 12 bowls arranged in a semicircle before him. 1 bowl of perfectly steamed rice. 1 bowl of clear, medicinal soup. The remaining dishes, steamed, pickled, grilled, fermented, raw, dried, simmered, each with a different taste, texture, and temperature. And nearby? Court officials, physicians, taste testers, sometimes queens, sometimes no one at all. Because even when the king is not alone, he eats alone. Silence is the main course. No one talks during a royal meal. You may think that's exaggerated, but imagine this. A soft clink of brass chopsticks, a faint slurp, and then nothing. Just the sound of rice being gently chewed behind a fan, the creak of a serving tray being replaced, a cough stifled in a sleeve. This is not an accident. This is design. Speech during the royal meal was considered improper, a distraction, an insult to the dignity of the monarch. Even the clatter of a spoon against the table might draw disapproval. That's why servers were trained not just in cooking, but in choreography. How to approach, when to kneel, which hand to use, how to retreat without turning their back on the sovereign. It was a dance, silent, precise, and rehearsed every day of their working lives. Who tastes the king's food first? Now comes a question you might be wondering. Who dares to test the king's food before he lifts his spoon? Meet the chimbang, the royal food taster. His role? To take a small bite of each dish before it reaches the king. It was not always about poison. More often, it was about temperature, balance, and presentation. A soup too hot could cause offense. A sour pickle out of season could be a sign of poor planning, or worse, an omen. So the chimbang did not eat for enjoyment. He chewed for diplomacy. And sometimes, if something wasn't quite right, the dish disappeared. Silently, without question, replaced in minutes with an alternate. No explanation given. No one reprimanded, not then anyway. Dining as a performance of virtue. But why all this effort? Why the silence, the taste testers, the astronomical attention to detail? Because in Joseon Korea, the king was not just a man, he was a symbol. His eating habits were a reflection of his morality, his balance, his ability to rule. A greedy king was a dangerous king. A careless king was an unlucky one. So the meal became a metaphor. To eat slowly was to be wise. To eat modestly was to be humble. To reject certain dishes was to signal restraint. Even the number of chews per bite, yes, they counted, had meaning. Too fast? You were rash. Too slow? You were weak. Just right? The court scribes noticed. Because yes, there were scribes here too. Sitting silently behind screens, recording what the king ate, how much, and in what order. Dinner, it turns out, was a state affair. The weight of the empty bowl. At the end of the meal, one more ritual remained. A bowl of warm barley tea. Simple, calming, meant to cleanse the palate and the spirit. The king would sip, set it down. Then, and only then, would the servers approach, collect the dishes, bow, and vanish. But they didn't just return the bowls to the kitchen. First, they were weighed. Yes, each bowl, weighed before and after the meal. Why? Because the difference in weight revealed how much the king had eaten. Too little could be a sign of illness. Too much could be a sign of indulgence. Even his appetite was a message, to his subjects, to his enemies, and to history. To be continued. We've now sat beside the saying. We've watched the king lift a spoon, and silence. We've seen the meal as ritual, restraint, and royal performance. But we haven't yet met the people behind the scenes. The women who prepared these meals in secret. The queens who used food as a silent weapon. And the long, winding passageways between palace politics and pickled radish. By now, we've heard the clink of polished brass. We've seen the king seated alone with his 1,000-year meal. And we've felt the strange, ceremonial hush of dining in the presence of power. But if we were to peel back the walls of the royal dining room, Step softly through narrow corridors and descend into the hidden quarters of the palace. We find a second world, a quieter world, one made not of crowns and scrolls, but of calloused hands, embroidered sleeves, and lives bound together by steam and duty. Because behind every royal dinner, there was a network of women, not just servants, the inner court maids. They were called sangam, court ladies, women of the inner palace. But don't let the delicate title fool you. They were not passive decorations. They were professionals, specialists, survivors. Some cooked, some cleaned, some guarded royal secrets with more precision than any sword. The Nengung Sangam were assigned to the kitchen quarters. But even within that, there were ranks. There was the Jejo Sangun, the head of the kitchen. She managed ingredients like a general oversees troops. She knew where every grain of rice came from, who fermented which batch of soy sauce, and which assistant was trustworthy enough to handle the king's teacup. And below her, a web of younger ladies, all with specific tasks. Some stewed, some chopped, some arranged food into lotus flowers made of radish and carrot. They might never see the king, but their work would enter his body. Their seasoning would touch his tongue, and they knew. Every gesture mattered. A life behind screens. Most of these women entered the palace young, some as early as 9 or 10. They were taught to bow, to kneel, to keep their voices below a whisper. They learned how to tie ribbons with ceremonial grace, how to fold napkins with symbolic precision, how to balance a boiling pot with one hand while checking the temperature of broth with the other. And they lived behind walls. Most never left the palace. Not for holidays. Not for funerals. Not even if they fell ill. Their lives became part of the architecture. As constant as the painted beams. As unrecorded as the wind through the pine trees. The silent language of food. But they had a language. Not of words, but of meals. A steamed dumpling could carry a message. A garnish could express longing. A soup made too bland, too bitter, or too spicy might not be an accident. Because food was also politics. Queens vied for favor with delicacies. Concubines offered rare ingredients from their family regions. The kitchen became a battlefield. Only the weapons were chopsticks and sauces. One story tells of a queen who, during a period of political exile within the palace, used a secret blend of tea to signal her loyalty. She brewed it every morning, sent it quietly through the hands of trusted maids. The king never acknowledged it in public, but she was reinstated within the year. Recipes without paper. Now you may ask, where are the cookbooks? Surely these complex rituals were written down. And the answer is, rarely. Most recipes were passed down orally. From one sangun to her apprentice. Whispers in the kitchen. A tap on the wrist to say, "That's enough salt." A knowing glance to say, "Not yet. Let it boil longer." This was knowledge encoded in muscle memory. Because writing things down was risky. If the king disliked a dish, no one wanted the recipe preserved. If he loved a dish, sometimes it was best kept secret. That's why much of Korean royal cuisine vanished after the monarchy faded. It was never truly written. It was lived. What did they eat themselves? And now for a quiet moment of human curiosity. What did the kitchen women eat? Not the royal platters, of course. But not scraps either. They had their own meals, simple, nourishing, humble. Steamed barley. Kimchi. Broths made from leftover bones and roots. Occasionally, a taste of the dish they had spent hours preparing, if permitted. But they never ate first. And they never, ever ate in sight of the king. Some say they ate in shifts, hunched quietly over their own bowls. Barely speaking. Listening for the bell that signaled the next course must leave the kitchen. To be continued. We've wandered behind the lacquered doors. We've met the hands that carved lotus roots into lace. We've stood in the warmth of a room full of quiet strength. But we haven't yet looked beyond the palace itself. What about the farmers who grew the royal rice? The fishermen who caught the abalone before dawn? Or the traders who carried dried pears on horseback across mountains? Let's leave the palace for a moment. Step outside the thick walls, past the guards, past the rooftops curved like crescent moons, and follow the road. It's early morning. The mist has not yet lifted from the fields, and the dew still clings to the tips of barley and pine. Because even though royal court dinners feel far away, clean, silent, untouched, they begin here. In the soil. In the rivers. On the backs of horses and shoulders of men. Every dish on the king's table had to travel. And every journey told a story. The rice that bowed to heaven. We begin with rice. Not just any rice, this was jinmi, a rare, short-grain variety grown in select paddies blessed by both sunlight and court tradition. These rice fields were often overseen by royal appointees. The farmers who tended them? Chosen for their experience, their discipline, and sometimes, their family history. Before planting, a ritual would be performed. Prayers whispered. The first seed scattered with both hands, palms open, facing skyward. And when harvest season came, each bundle was cut with care, dried, hulled, and stored separately from all other grains. Transport was its own ceremony. The rice was wrapped in silk-lined pouches, stacked inside wooden crates, sealed with wax, and delivered by horse cart, guarded, escorted, and inspected every few miles. Upon arrival, the kitchen would bow over the grains, wash them 7 times, and begin the transformation into a bowl of perfectly glistening white rice. All of that, for one bowl. One moment on the king's table. Ginseng in the snow. Next, we journey north, to the cool, shaded mountains of Gangwon province, where the air is thin, and the soil is laced with centuries of root wisdom. Here grows ginseng, known in Korea as insam. Not the kind you find in stores today, but wild ginseng, the kind that takes 6 years to mature. Each root twisted like a story, each tendril holding secrets. Ginseng gatherers were part herbalist, part monk, part myth. They rose before dawn, climbed in silence, and bowed before uprooting anything. Some even offered a few drops of water or soju to the earth as thanks. Once found, the root was brushed, wrapped, and sent by courier. But it wasn't used casually. A thin slice might be steamed and served in royal broth, or crushed and folded into honey to soothe the king's throat before a meeting. Sometimes it was steeped in a gold-trimmed teacup, sipped before bed to clear the mind and nourish the spirit. To eat ginseng was to eat time. Years of waiting, growing, and devotion, reduced to a single, warming sip. Fish on ice before ice. Now we look southward, to the seas that kissed the edge of Jeolla province, where fishermen once left shore long before sunrise. Nets heavy with prayer and the hope of silver scales. The palace loved fresh fish. But Korea, back then, had no freezers. So how did they get it from ocean to plate, unspoiled? They used ice cellars. Deep stone pits, shaded by trees, filled with layers of winter ice harvested in January and kept all year under straw and charcoal ash. Fish intended for the court were gutted immediately, cleaned with seawater, and laid between slabs of this precious ice. Then, bundled in crates, they began their race inland. Couriers rode day and night, switching horses, stopping only to swap the ice. If a fish arrived too warm, it never made it past the palace gate. But if it passed the test, it might appear in the king's soup that very evening, poached gently, garnished with scallions and radish. Its journey, complete. Pear from the mountains, pickled with thyme. Let's finish this chapter with something sweet. A pear. Not a dessert. Not yet. First, this pear is picked from the highlands of Gyeonggi. Its skin golden, its flesh crisp, its scent clean like the first day of spring. But to reach the royal meal, it must change. It's peeled, cored, and simmered in cinnamon water, then soaked in honey, aged in clay, sometimes stuffed with pine nuts, sometimes chilled in snow, served to soothe the royal digestion after a heavy meal. It's not just a fruit. It's a memory of sunshine, reimagined as medicine. To be continued. We've traveled with rice from the fields, with ginseng from the mountain roots, with fish packed in ancient ice, and pears transformed by patience. But next, we return to the palace, because there's something we haven't talked about yet. What happened when a dish failed? Who was blamed? And how did the kitchen recover? We've seen the care, the precision, the grace with which every grain of rice is rinsed, every root peeled, every tray delivered. But let's be honest, perfection is a dream, and even in the most sacred kitchens, things go wrong. The royal table of the Joseon dynasty may have sparkled with symmetry and intention, but beneath the surface, just out of sight, there was anxiety, pressure, and consequences. Because one wrong bite could change everything. The mistake no one saw, but everyone felt. Let's paint a scene. It's a crisp autumn evening. The court has gathered for the seasonal banquet, celebrating the harvest moon. The king is seated. Dishes are lined before him like offerings at a shrine. A special rice cake, made with newly harvested rice and ground chestnut, is among them. He lifts his spoon, takes a bite, pauses, and then, with no expression, he sets the spoon down. Silence fills the hall. No words, no scolding, no drama. But within minutes, back in the kitchen, a ripple of fear has already begun. Because if the king does not eat, someone will have to explain why. The chain of blame. In a modern kitchen, a mistake might cost a dish. In a palace kitchen, it might cost a future. First, the Jejo Sangun, the head kitchen lady, is summoned. She bows. She waits. She does not speak unless asked. Then comes the report. What was in the rice cake? Who ground the chestnuts? Where were the ingredients sourced? Was the well fresh? Was the pan clean? If anything seems uncertain, if anything sounds like assumption instead of record, the blame rolls downhill. A junior cook may be reassigned. A sangun might be transferred to another division. Sometimes, quietly, they leave the palace. It doesn't take a scandal. Just a spoon placed back on the table. Poison paranoia and the royal physicians. Now, here's where it gets complicated. Because not every mistake was an accident. Sometimes, it was feared to be a message. Or worse, a threat. Enter the wigwam, the royal medical officers. If the king felt unwell after a meal, his physicians would inspect every bowl, not just for spoiled food, but for signs of tampering. Royal meals were often prepared under observation, served only after a taste test. Even chopsticks were checked, because they were made of silver, believed to turn black upon contact with certain poisons. But still, suspicion lingered. One bitter herb too many. One unusually strong flavor. One stomachache the next morning. And suddenly, the dinner tray was evidence in an invisible trial. The redemption dish. But the palace kitchen was also a place of resilience. If a dish failed, the chefs didn't disappear in shame. They adjusted. They innovated, within the tight constraints of royal custom. There are stories of sangun who, after a disappointing soup, stayed up all night crafting a gentle ginger porridge the next morning. They infused it with dried juju, crushed pine nuts, and a dash of warm pear nectar. The king tried it. And not only did he finish the bowl, he asked for the name. The sangun humbly called it Ojinjuk, a restorative porridge. It became part of the winter rotation for years afterward. Sometimes grace returned. In quiet ways. Whispers and warnings. And then there were the rumors. Whispers of kitchen workers sent away not for mistakes, but for knowing too much. Because food was also a window into the inner workings of the palace. A late-night snack ordered too often? It might mean the king was restless. A queen declining soup every morning? It might suggest illness, or pregnancy. The sangun knew. They always knew. Which is why their silence mattered. Their job was not just to cook. It was to disappear behind the dishes. To offer no opinion. To protect the sacred mystery of appetite. To be continued. In tonight's quiet, we've watched a single spoon ruin a week of effort. We've seen how the weight of a mistake, small, silent, perhaps unnoticeable, could ripple across lives. But we've also seen redemption. The humility of cooking not for applause, but to restore. Next time, we return to the king's table, but from a new angle. Because while the king dined under candlelight, the palace hosted another kind of eater. The foreign envoy, the honored guest, the outsider trying to survive a 4-hour ritual of etiquette, chopsticks, and confusion. Imagine for a moment, you are not a king, not a court lady, not a servant carrying lacquered trays. You are a guest, a diplomat from a far-off land, maybe China, maybe Japan, maybe the Ryukyu kingdom, or a shipwrecked Dutchman brought inland under guard. You've been summoned to the royal court of Joseon, Korea, dressed in ceremonial robes you've never worn, taught to bow at just the right angle, instructed not to speak unless spoken to. And now, you are being invited to dinner, a royal dinner. But here's the catch. You don't know the rules. You don't recognize the food. You don't speak the language. And you're not just being fed. You're being observed. The welcome that isn't casual. It begins with fanfare. Not loud. Korean court customs were famously restrained. But formal. Deliberate. You're led into a quiet hall. There are silk screens painted with mountains and cranes. A low table sits before you, already filled with bowls. You're not sure whether to sit. No one tells you directly. But when the master of ceremonies gestures, you lower yourself onto the floor. And there it is. 12 bowls. Chopsticks of silver. A spoon the size of your palm. Steam rising from something unfamiliar. And suddenly you feel very hungry. And very unqualified. What do you eat first? This is where the trouble begins. Because in your country, perhaps the salty dishes come first. Or perhaps it's polite to start with soup. Or maybe you're used to meat being the centerpiece. But here, the order of eating is its own language. Touch the wrong bowl first, and you risk appearing impatient. Or arrogant. Or worst of all, ungrateful. So you wait. You glance sideways. Perhaps another court official gives you the slightest nod. You lift your spoon. Choose a clear soup. It tastes of seaweed, radish, and something else, something earthy. You choose slowly. Count to 5 before swallowing. Try not to glance around too much. Using chopsticks with the wrong hand. Then, you make a mistake. You pick up your chopsticks with your left hand. In your homeland, that might be normal. But in Joseon, Korea, the left hand was considered improper for eating. Not evil, just informal. And in the presence of royalty, informal meant disrespect. No one scolds you. No one gasps. But the room tightens. A tiny pause in conversation. A servant's eye lingers for half a second too long. You gently place the chopsticks down, switch hands, and carry on. But you'll think about that moment for years. The strange and beautiful dishes. Now let's talk about what's in front of you. Pickled garlic stems, neatly coiled like jade bangles. A steamed fish with its head intact, eyes looking right at you. Rice that is somehow soft, sticky, and yet weightless. A fried dish made of lotus root slices sandwiching crushed chestnut and sesame. Each bite is new. Some flavors are delicate, floral. Others are sharp, fermented. There is sweetness where you expect salt, and silence where you expect conversation. But you don't speak, because everyone else is eating in stillness. Only the occasional soft sip of broth breaks the quiet. It is less like dining, and more like being inside a painting. Gestures as diplomacy. You wonder, why were you invited? It's not just hospitality. In the Joseon court, food was diplomacy. To share a meal with a foreign envoy was a gesture of peace. A subtle message of superiority wrapped in ceremony. You were shown the wealth of the kingdom. Not in gold, but in side dishes. In fish that had traveled farther than you. in bowls of mountain greens harvested from slopes you'll never see. And how you respond matters. Finish every bite? You're overeager. Leave food behind? You're wasteful. But if you eat, slowly, quietly, with gratitude, you become part of the ritual. For one evening, you're not an outsider. You're a guest. After the meal, a poem. Sometimes after the dishes were cleared. A court scholar would recite a poem. Not loudly. Not theatrically. Just a few lines soft as drifting ink on parchment. About the harvest. The moon. The fleeting nature of flavor and favor. And you would listen. Not understanding every word. But understanding enough. That this meal was more than food. It was an introduction. A dance. A whisper that said, "We see you. We feed you. We will remember you." To be continued. Tonight, we sat in the guest seat. We tasted unfamiliar flavors, fumbled with foreign etiquette, and discovered that even silence can be a kind of welcome. But next time, we go deeper into the past. Not the palace of kings, but the ancient rituals that shaped Korean food long before Joseon. Folk beliefs, seasonal rhythms, the way ancestors are honored with steam and spice. Before the palace, before the silver chopsticks, before even the word Joseon whispered through history, there was a fire, and a circle of people around it, and a meal made not to impress, but to remember. Tonight we step back even further, into the misty beginnings of Korean food culture, into the rituals that shaped a nation's palate long before kings dined behind screens. Because to understand why royal court dinners took 4 hours, we must first understand how ancient Koreans viewed food, not just as nourishment, but as a bridge between the living and the dead, the seasons and the spirit, the land and the heavens, a table for the ancestors. In villages nestled between rice paddies and pine-covered hills, families gather not just to eat, but to invite their ancestors to the table. This ritual is known as Jesa. Even today, you'll find Korean families preparing Jesa tables on holidays, memorial days, or the anniversary of an elder's passing. But in ancient times, it was a sacred event. Food was not merely served, it was offered. Each item placed in a specific order. Rice to the north, soup to the right, meat, fruit, and side dishes carefully aligned. Chopsticks laid horizontally, inviting the spirits to join. No one ate until the ritual was complete. The ancestors, it was believed, dined first, in silence. Only then did the living lift their spoons. This reverence for food as a connector between generations echoed all the way up to the royal court, where every meal, no matter how grand, began with a bow to history. Seasonal eating as sacred rhythm. The ancient Korean calendar wasn't just divided by months. It followed 24 solar terms, marking every subtle shift in season, and with each one came a change in food. Not just because certain crops were available, but because it was believed that your body needed different nourishment depending on the time of year. In the cold, you needed warming roots and fermented spice. In the heat, you needed cooling broths and juicy fruits. Ancient farmers didn't consult nutritionists. They looked at the clouds, felt the soil, listened to the wind, and the food that came to the palace centuries later. Those perfectly stacked pickles, those seasonal dumplings, they were echoes of this older wisdom. Meals were calendars. Bites were blessings. Fermentation as philosophy. If there is one practice that defines Korean cuisine, then and now, it is fermentation. Kimchi, of course, but also soy sauce, doenjang, soybean paste, gochujang, red pepper paste, and countless others. Why? Because fermentation was more than preservation. It was transformation. To watch vegetables soften in brine. To see beans break down over months. To smell the sour-sweet alchemy of time. This was, in a way, a kind of prayer. You gave your food to nature. You waited. You trusted. It's no wonder that monks and mountain dwellers saw fermented foods as spiritual companions, not flashy, not fast, but honest. And the palace chefs, trained to impress, never forgot this foundation. Every royal pickle owed its depth to a quiet jar tucked away in a hillside hut, long before the palace had walls, shamans and sacred stews. In Korea's earliest days, when mist still walked among people, food was also medicine and mystery. Shamans, known as madam, prepared meals not just for the body, but to appease spirits. A certain soup might be boiled to calm a restless ancestor. Rice cakes colored with mugwort might be used in a cleansing ritual. Boiled chicken could become part of a spell for protection. These dishes weren't written down. They were whispered, practiced, remembered, and some of them found their way, in tamed forms, into the royal kitchen centuries later. That chicken stew served to a sick king? It might trace its lineage back to a village ritual. The sweet rice cakes on the prince's birthday once used to honor the moon. In Korean food, even the fanciest meal carries the scent of earth, of old beliefs, of something older than recipes. To be continued. Tonight, we stepped outside the palace gates, beyond the polished trays and whispered etiquette, into fields, into kitchens, into sacred fires lit in silence. And we've seen how even the most luxurious court dinner stands on the shoulders of nameless cooks, of mothers, of monks, of mountain winds and fermented jars. But next time, we return to the royal palace, to witness a meal prepared not for nourishment, but for love. By now, we've wandered through kitchens, walked beside silent servers, sat across from foreign guests, and stepped into Korea's ancient culinary soul. But tonight we come closer, not to the food, but to the feeling behind it. Because even in a palace bound by protocol, where every spoonful was calculated and recorded, there were still secrets. There were dishes that weren't on the official menu, flavors not assigned to seasonal calendars, meals not meant for show. They were the king's favorites. And they told stories, quiet ones, about love, memory, longing, and the ache of being human, even on a throne. The dish that no one could replicate. Every monarch had one. A dish that reminded him of childhood, or of someone he missed, or of a moment when he wasn't wearing a crown. For one king, it might be steamed white rice with chestnuts, cooked just the way his nursemaid once made it, slightly sticky, faintly sweet. For another, perhaps it was John, thin savory pancakes filled with green onion and beef, cut into neat squares, served not with vinegar, but a whisper of soy and ginger. These weren't elaborate. They weren't meant to impress foreign dignitaries. But if they were made wrong, even just a little off, the king would know. Because these dishes weren't about taste. They were about time. A love letter in soup. There is a story, softly told among the kitchen staff of old, about a queen who knew her king was growing distant. He'd stopped visiting her quarters. His appetite at their shared dinners had dimmed. She could not speak of it openly, not in a palace full of watchers and whisperers. So she asked the Sangun to prepare a soup, not just any soup, but one made from young pumpkin, sliced thin, simmered in beef broth. A dish his mother used to cook for him. It wasn't on the official menu, but it appeared quietly on his table one rainy evening. He ate it, slowly, and the next morning, he sent for her. No letters, no poems, just a bowl of soup, a bridge back across silence, a servant's gift, quietly received. Not all love stories were royal. Some were quieter, riskier. A young kitchen maid, years into her service, noticed that the king, then a boy, refused to eat pickled radish. So one evening, she left a bowl of sweetened pear slices in the outer kitchen, not addressed, not explained. The next day, the bowl returned, empty. Years passed. The pear slices stayed on the winter menu, never officially acknowledged. but always prepared. And when that king grew older and issued a rare edict asking for a dish to ease the winter throat, the Sangun knew what he meant. No name, no recipe, just a memory crystallized in fruit. When favorites became forbidden, but favoritism could also bring danger. A king who favored one dish too often risked appearing indulgent, or worse, under someone's influence. There were times when queens, concubines, even ministers would caution against the food that was too rich, too warm, too damp for the season, but everyone knew what they meant. This dish is from her. This dish reminds you too much. And sometimes the dish disappeared from the menu. No warning, no explanation, just gone. Because in the palace, even flavor could be a scandal. A final taste before farewell. And then there were the last meals. The ones served when a king was ill, when the physicians had whispered their final suggestions, when the halls had grown quieter. In those moments, the kitchen did not serve the most expensive food, nor the most seasonal, nor the most ceremonially correct. They served his favorite, a soft porridge, a simple soup, a dish that reminded him of home, or love, or comfort. It would be brought on a tray, placed gently by his bedside, the bowl warm, the taste familiar. And even if he took only one spoonful, it meant everything. To be continued. Tonight, we did not study etiquette or architecture. We listened for stories written in flavor. We traced memory through ingredients. We felt love, loss, and longing served one bowl at a time. But next, we shift again, from the personal to the political. Because royal meals were not always quiet, especially during festivals. Fireworks outside, music in the courtyards, dozens of dishes prepared for one man, and 1,000 eyes. So far, we've walked through hushed kitchens, listened to whispered rituals, and followed the quiet rhythms of everyday royal meals. But not every dinner in the palace was meant for peace. Some were loud, colorful, public. Not in words or sound, this was Joseon Korea, after all, where decorum ruled. But in symbolism, because every so often, the royal table became a stage, and the king became more than a man eating dinner. He became a symbol of prosperity, virtue, and cosmic alignment. These were the banquets, the festivals, the days when food served not just the stomach, but the state. The royal calendar of feasts. The Joseon court followed a complex lunar calendar, peppered with designated days for royal celebration. There was Seolul, the Lunar New Year, Chuseok, the Harvest Moon Festival, Dano, the spring ritual for cleansing and renewal, and of course, birthdays and anniversaries of the royal family. Each event called for its own menu, its own color palette, its own rhythm of presentation. And while every meal at court was orderly, festival meals were choreographed, like a performance, not just for the king, but for officials, foreign envoys, and history itself. A table that could be seen from the stars. Imagine a table longer than most houses. Dozens of trays, each the size of a small boat. Pyramids of dried persimmons. Towers of rice cakes, green, white, pink, layered like clouds. Bowls of golden broth, still steaming, lined edge to edge across lacquered wood. The arrangement wasn't just aesthetic. It followed the principle called the bangsek, the 5 cardinal colors. Blue, red, yellow, white, and black. Each one representing a direction, a season, an element, an organ of the body. These colors didn't just decorate the food. They balanced the energy of the kingdom. To sit at this table was to sit at the center of the universe, according to Korean cosmology. And the king? He didn't just dine. He became the axis around which all things turned. Food as propaganda, the gentle kind. These banquets were not casual. They were messages. A feast rich in mountain greens? The court was saying, we are in harmony with nature. A banquet heavy in seafood during drought? A sign, the seas favor our rule. Even the size of the dishes mattered. To serve lavish portions during lean years would provoke resentment. To serve modestly during abundant harvests could be read as humility or stinginess. Every bite was political, every ingredient a statement. And the people watching, the ministers, the scholars, the foreign guests, they all understood the code. They read the table the way others read letters. A cast of thousands. The preparation for a royal banquet wasn't just the kitchen's responsibility. Hundreds of workers, sometimes over 1,000, were involved. Farmers delivered rare herds. Fishermen competed for the freshest catch. Carpenters carved serving tables. Weavers embroidered napkins with dragons and cranes. Even poets were summoned to write verses about the food, to craft odes to the ingredients, to recite soft lines under candlelight as the feast unfolded. And when the banquet finally began, musicians played gugak, traditional court music, low flutes, slow drums, soft zither. Dancers in flowing handbocks twirled between courses. Palace ladies moved like rivers between the rows of seated guests. And above it all, on a raised platform, the king ate slowly, deliberately, as if the entire nation's balance depended on the pace of his chewing. And in a way, it did. What happens to the leftovers? This is the part you might wonder about. So much food. So much display. What happened afterward? Unlike casual meals, festival banquets often ended with distribution. Portions of the untouched dishes were carefully wrapped and sent to court officials, foreign guests, and even nearby temples. To share the feast was to share the fortune. To give away food was to say, "The king has enough to spare." Even the kitchen workers received small parcels, wrapped in silk, tied with care. It was the one time a sangam might taste the dish she spent all week preparing. A sweet bite of glutinous rice. A sliver of honey-soaked lotus root. A rare reward for silent excellence. To be continued. Tonight, we attended a different kind of dinner. One where each tray was a message. Each flavor a form of diplomacy. Each bite a balance between tradition and spectacle. But as night falls over the palace and the final fireworks fade, a quieter world returns. Because tomorrow, the kitchen will prepare again. Not for a festival, but for another ordinary day. The feast is over. Candles flicker out one by one. The halls of the palace are finally quiet again. But not completely. Because while the guests sleep, and the king's chambers settle into silence, a faint sound echoes from the far end of the palace compound. It's the sound of water simmering, knives tapping, rice steaming, the sound of midnight work. Because the royal kitchen never sleeps. And the women who kept it running, they were always one step ahead of tomorrow. The return of the quiet chores. Once the trays from dinner were returned, they didn't simply get washed and stored away. They were inspected. Each brass bowl was cleaned with a soft cloth dipped in warm water. Never scrubbed, never scoured. Only polished gently, like sacred objects. Chopsticks were checked for signs of wear. Silver spoons were tested for color change. Every wooden tray examined for cracks that could splinter under pressure. The sangam, tired but steady, noted everything. Because in the palace, even a damaged spoon could trigger a whisper. And a whisper, if left unanswered, could become a scandal. The schedule that ignored sleep. The women of the kitchen kept a schedule not by the sun, but by the rhythm of the king's meals. If breakfast was to be served at dawn, rice had to be washed by 2 a.m. If a special broth was required, bones had to begin simmering the night before. So they worked in shifts. But the truth is, many didn't rest. They stayed, preparing sesame oil by hand, drying kelp over low charcoal flames, sorting chestnuts by size and smoothness, even folding linen napkins over and over, until each one was identical in shape. There was no applause, no reward, only readiness and silence, sleeping where you work. Most of the kitchen workers didn't live outside the palace. They slept inside the kitchen quarters, on straw mats rolled out after midnight, just a few steps from the stoves. Some didn't undress, didn't braid their hair, didn't close their eyes for more than a few minutes at a time, because at any moment, an order could arrive, a change in the menu, a last-minute request from a queen's chamber. So they waited, in the warm smell of rice water and wood smoke, in the rhythm of quiet breathing and careful movements, dreams wrapped in routine. You might wonder, what did they think about? These women who spent their nights preparing food for someone they never truly saw. Some likely dreamed of home, of childhood fields and village wells, of meals they used to eat with their families, simple, joyful, unmeasured. Others stopped dreaming altogether, because life in the palace was about presence, about getting through the next hour, about making each movement right. But every so often, during moments between tasks, a song might rise, soft, wordless, a hum that swirled with the steam, and for that moment, the kitchen became a place of life, not just labor. The night meal that no one talks about. There is an old rumor that sometimes, very late at night, a Sangun would prepare a tiny meal for herself, a single bowl of rice, flavored with the last spoon of broth, a sliver of dried persimmon tucked between bites. She would kneel in the quiet corner of the kitchen, eat slowly, not because she was hungry, but because she needed to remember what food tasted like when it wasn't a duty. These meals weren't recorded, weren't approved, but they happened, in between official trays, in the moments where humanity slipped past the walls of protocol. And perhaps, in that quiet, she felt like herself again. To be continued. Tonight we walk through the soft hum of the after-hours kitchen, where bowls are polished like moonlight, and recipes begin long before the palace wakes. We've met the women who never slept, who lived by the breath of the stove, and who prepared joy, ceremony, and healing while never being seen. But what happens when a king changes? When a new monarch rises? With new tastes, new fears, new rituals? It's a strange kind of silence. Not the soft hush of midnight cooking, not the respectful quiet of the surah, but the heavy, expectant stillness of transition. Because a king has passed, and a new one rises. In the Joseon Dynasty, the change of monarch was more than political. It echoed through every corridor, every chamber, and every kitchen. Because when the throne changes, so does everything. Even dinner, the first meal of a new king. There is a ritual, not always recorded in the history books, but whispered among the kitchen women for generations. The first royal meal of a new king. No feast, no music, just one bowl of rice, one bowl of soup, one pair of silver chopsticks, untouched. It's not about nourishment, it's about symbolism. The rice must be perfect, fluffy, full, but not extravagant. The soup, often a clear broth, must be balanced, either too hot nor too cold. Because how a king eats his first meal sets the tone for his reign. A king who finishes the bowl, he is decisive. One who barely eats, he may be grieving, or cautious, or unsure. The kitchen watches, but says nothing. A new palate, a new policy. With a new king comes new preferences. Some kings were known to love wild greens, bitter, astringent, grounding. Others preferred rich meats, slowly braised in soy and ginger. Still others demanded mountain mushrooms, rare and thin, grown in dark places. The Sangung who once managed menus must now adjust. Delicately, respectfully, because to guess wrong is to offend. But to guess right? That's power. More than once, a new kitchen team rose to prominence because they intuitively matched a new king's taste. A small, private stew. A slice of dried squid, grilled just long enough. A cup of tea, brewed darker than tradition allowed. These weren't just meals. They were messages. I understand you. I serve not just the crown, but the man who wears it. Old dishes quietly retired. Some foods disappeared when a new monarch took the throne. Not banned. Not erased. Just no longer requested. Perhaps it was a dish favored by the old king, and eating it felt like stepping backward. Perhaps it was tied to an advisor no longer welcome at court. Or perhaps the new king simply had no taste for the fermented, the delicate, the ceremonial. So the dishes faded. Bowls once polished daily now stayed stacked on shelves. Recipes once guarded in memory were let go. And in their place, new flavors, new techniques, new rhythms of boiling, slicing, serving. The queen's first request. And then there's her, the queen. She too arrives with quiet power. She does not command the kitchen, not directly. But her preferences are known. Her body is watched. Her health becomes a daily report. A sudden request for jujube tea might mean she's unwell, or expecting, or mourning. Her appetite is studied as closely as the king's. And when she speaks, if she ever does, it is with careful timing. A dish her mother once made, a childhood memory, a soup with mulberries, or a barley rice mixture no longer common. The kitchen listens, and learns, and adjusts. Because pleasing the queen means pleasing the future. The Sangun who knew before anyone else. One final story before the night ends. When a young king ascended the throne, he kept to himself. A quiet man, thoughtful, reserved. The kitchen staff were anxious. What would he eat? What would he reject? Days passed. He touched very little. Sipped teas. Left meals half finished. But one Sangam, older than the others, remembered his childhood. She remembered his fondness for a sweet rice porridge with pumpkin. Something simple, something homey, something soft. She prepared it without being asked. Placed it on the tray behind the official dishes. That evening, for the first time, the bowl returned, empty. The next day, she was promoted. Not because she followed the rules, but because she understood what mattered when the rules changed. To be continued. Tonight, we stood at the edge of a rain. Watched the kitchen shift like a tide. Listened as old dishes faded and new ones arrived like cautious guests. But next time, we step out of the palace walls once more. To the homes of ordinary people. The farmers. The merchants. The villagers whose lives never touched a crown, but whose cooking shaped a nation. Let's step away now. Away from moil halls and lacquered trays. Away from courtiers and ceremonial silence. Let's walk down the hills, past the stone gates of the capital. Until we reach a village. It's evening. A soft, amber dusk is settling over the thatched roofs. Children laugh somewhere off in the distance. Smoke drifts slowly from clay chimneys. And here, in the flickering light of oil lamps and hearth fires, a different kind of dinner is beginning. It's not grand, not recorded, but it is real. Because while kings dined with symbolism, ordinary Koreans dined with what they had, and with quiet gratitude. Rice, but not always white. In the palace, rice was polished white, steamed to perfection, and presented in golden bowls. But for most people, rice was precious, often mixed with barley, millet, or sorghum to stretch the supply. This mixture was called borabap, barley rice. It was nutty, chewy, hearty, sometimes steamed in a stone pot over an open flame, sometimes boiled with sweet potatoes to give it a soft, earthy flavor. In leaner times, grains were replaced by juk, porridge, thinner, lighter, and easier to digest, often flavored with a little salt or sesame oil. For the common family, finishing a bowl of borabap was not just dinner. It was survival. Kimchi on every table. No matter how humble the home. One thing remained consistent. Kimchi. Cabbage in the winter. Radish in the spring. Cucumber in the summer. And sometimes just green onion, lightly salted. When little else was available. It wasn't just a side dish. It was memory. A family recipe passed through generations, adjusted according to what the land offered. Some fermented it deep underground. others in ceramic jars on rooftops. Each home had its own flavor, sour or spicy, bold or gentle. In the palace, kimchi was curated. Here, it was alive. Soup for the soul and stomach. If there was warmth to be found at the end of a long day, it came from soup. The most common? Doenjangguk, soybean paste soup. Earthy, salty, made with vegetables pulled from the garden. Tofu cut by hand. Sometimes a spoonful of leftover kimchi for depth. If meat was added, it was usually anchovy broth or a scrap of dried beef. But often, it was enough without it. This was food that filled. Food that soothed. Food that reminded you that even if you had very little, you still had dinner. Cooking as a family affair. There were no servants in the village homes. No scrolls recording ingredients. No lacquer trays or gold spoons. Instead, dinner was made together. The grandmother stirred the pot. The children rinsed the rice. The father might bring in herbs gathered on the mountain. The mother would season by taste, not by measurement. It was slow, messy, unwritten, but it was real. And when the food was ready, they would gather around a low wooden table. No chairs, just straw mats, bowing slightly before eating, not from ritual, but from respect. The humble treats that meant celebration. In wealthier homes, or on festival days, a sweet might appear. Yaksik, a sticky rice cake with jujube, chestnut, and honey. Howdawaja, walnut-shaped pastries with red bean inside. Or simply roasted sweet potatoes, warm and fragrant, peeled slowly and shared in quarters. Children would savor every bite, not because of the sugar, but because sweetness was rare, a signal of celebration. For weddings, births, harvests, these treats were symbols of joy. Not everyday food, but food worth remembering. Night comes gently. As the meal ends, bowls are rinsed under well water, left to dry in the night air. The fire dims, voices quiet, and the family drifts into rest. No ceremony, no fireworks, just full bellies and the peace of enough. In these homes, the food might not make the history books, but it nourished the generations who built the roads, grew the rice, and served the kings. Without them, there would be no palace. To be continued. Tonight, we left the royal dining room behind, and we found something just as sacred. A wooden spoon passed from mother to daughter. A jar of kimchi shared between neighbors. A bowl of barley rice steaming in the chill of twilight. But in the next chapter, we return once more to the palace. To a secret meal. One that no one was supposed to see. And yet changed the course of a kingdom. By now, we've watched kings eat in silence. Queens whisper through ingredients. And commoners prepare rice with quiet care. But sometimes, a dish is more than dinner. Sometimes it's a message. A gesture that's louder than words, even if no one dares to speak. And in the hush of the Joseon court, there was one rule that lingered like smoke. You only eat what is permitted. Which means, if a forbidden dish appears, someone somewhere has broken the silence. And tonight that is where we begin. A dish without a name. It was a cool spring morning. A new king had been on the throne for less than 6 months. Yum. Careful. Still watched closely by ministers from every faction. That morning, as the kitchen prepared the usual breakfast, rice, soup, pickles, and grilled fish, an unexpected item appeared on the tray. A small side dish. Shredded radish, stir-fried with sesame oil and honey. Nothing unusual at first glance, but the recipe was distinctive, subtle, familiar. It hadn't been served in the palace in over a decade, not since the previous queen mother died. And yet, here it was. No name, no instruction, just placed gently on the corner of the tray, and sent to the king. The bite that changed everything. The king recognized it immediately. He'd eaten that dish as a boy. His grandmother had loved it. She said the sweetness softened the bitterness of the radish. Just like kindness softened the sharpness of politics. He lifted his chopsticks, took a bite, said nothing, but he finished the entire portion. When the tray was returned, his attendants noticed. He'd left most of the soup untouched, the rice half-eaten, but that small side dish, gone. And in the palace, details like that did not go unnoticed. A whisper in the kitchen. Back in the kitchen quarters, no one claimed responsibility. The Jejo Sangam, head of the royal kitchen, swore she hadn't ordered it. Her assistants, pale with worry, said the recipe wasn't in the week's records. No one stepped forward. But the older Sangam, the one who had served under 3 kings. She smiled slightly. She knew. Because sometimes a recipe is not written. It's remembered. Passed down quietly. Cooked without permission. Sent without a name. Because it carries something deeper than instruction. A feeling. And feelings in the palace were always risky. The queen's unspoken move. Days later, another bowl appeared. This time, pumpkin porridge with pine nuts. Another favorite of the queen mother. Another dish that hadn't been seen in years. And once again, no one claimed it. No one took credit. But now the ministers were watching. They whispered behind screens. They reviewed the queen's correspondence. They asked if she had spoken to the kitchen. She hadn't. At least, not directly. But she had gifted a silken pouch to a certain maid the week before. Inside were dried persimmons. And a note. Soft things bring strength. Was it a message? A memory? Or simply, a mother's wisdom passed forward through flavor? We'll never know for certain. But from that week on, those dishes began to reappear regularly, on specific days. The old favorites. The grandmother's food. And the king? He ate every bite. Why it was forbidden in the first place? You might wonder, why were these dishes ever banned? Not by law, but by silence. Sometimes, when a queen passes away, her customs fade with her. To bring them back could be seen as dwelling on the past, or inviting old loyalties back into the court. In a world built on ceremony, cooking a particular dish could be read like a declaration. A whisper that says, I remember who fed me. I am not alone. In the wrong hands, such whispers could be dangerous. But in the right moment, they can bring clarity. When food speaks where words cannot. That spring, the king began speaking differently. He sat longer at meals, requested dishes from regions once ignored, began visiting the queen more often, listened more, ruled more gently. And while no decree was ever issued, no proclamation carved in stone, the court noticed that the man who once ate quietly now dined with memory and ruled with a deeper calm, all because of one forbidden dish, served by no one, cooked by someone, remembered by a king, to be continued. Tonight, we watched a dish become a gesture, a flavor become a bridge, a memory, once buried, find its way back onto a royal tray. But next time, we turn to the most misunderstood part of the royal table. The desserts. Sweet, delicate, symbolic, yet often overlooked. Dinner in the Joseon court wasn't meant to delight. It was meant to balance, to nourish, to reflect harmony between body, season, and ceremony. But after the rice was eaten, after the soup was gone, after the last piece of dried fish was lifted gently with silver chopsticks, there was still one more moment left. A soft one. Quiet. Delicate. The final bite. A royal dessert. It didn't arrive with fanfare. It wasn't piled high or drowning in syrup. But it always came. And tonight we tasted together. Not sugar, but symbol. Western desserts celebrate indulgence. Layers of cake. Pillars of cream. A final flourish of extravagance. But in the Joseon Dynasty, dessert had a different soul. It wasn't about sweetness alone. It was about reflection. The final bite was meant to calm the senses, to smooth the digestion, to end the meal with clarity, not headiness. You wouldn't find chocolate, of course, or caramel, or frosting, but you'd find slowness and intention. Every royal dessert was crafted like a poem, brief, quiet, and precise. Tiak, the royal rice cake. Let's begin with tiak, a word that simply means rice cake. But within that word, a world of variation. There was bexialgi, steamed white tiak, soft as clouds, often served at royal birthdays. Sompayan, half-moon shaped, filled with sesame or chestnut paste, set atop pine needles to infuse a forest scent. Gialpian, pressed with floral patterns, dyed with natural colors, red from omeja berries, green from mugwort, yellow from gardenia seeds. These cakes weren't overly sweet. They didn't overwhelm. They were served on small plates, often alone, to invite quiet attention. Eating them wasn't just about taste. It was about posture, poise, appreciation for craftsmanship. To eat too quickly would be considered rude. To leave a bite untouched was wasteful. Each bite was a silent bow. Gadgam and gangjam, dry, crisp, and clever. Then came the fruits and confections. Gadgam, dried persimmons, were a favorite. They were peeled in autumn, strung together by their stems, hung in airy windows to slowly dry as winter approached. By New Year's they were chewy, their sweetness concentrated. Served chilled, often paired with pine nuts or pear slices. Then there was gangjal, crispy rice puffs bound with honey, cut into squares, sometimes layered with dried ginger or thinly shaved jujube. Not flashy, but satisfying, like the sound of dried leaves underfoot. Sijyongwa, a cup that told a story. Sometimes the final bite wasn't a bite at all. It was a sip. Sijyongwa, a spiced persimmon punch, was often served in shallow cups, dark red from cinnamon bark, sweetened with brown sugar, floated with slices of dried persimmon. It smelled like firewood, like winter coats, like endings. This drink wasn't about refreshment. It was about closure. It told the body, dinner is done. Now you may rest. Even today, the tradition lingers. A cup of sujyongwa at the end of a Korean holiday meal is like the last sentence of a novel. Sweetness is message. And sometimes, dessert had meaning beyond the plate. A single rice cake, folded in gold paper, could be a quiet gift from a queen to a prince. A sweet pear soaked in honey might carry a subtle apology. A tray of tiak with 5 colors could mark an unspoken wish for harmony, each color representing an element, a direction, a prayer. And those who received these desserts knew how to read them, because in the court, even sweetness spoke in codes. The women who made the final bite. Most royal desserts were prepared not in the main kitchen, but in a quieter room nearby, managed by elder Sangun with decades of experience. These rooms smelled of toasted rice, steamed red beans, and the faint perfume of mountain herbs. The women here worked slowly, carefully, often in silence. They boiled syrup until it pulled like thread, ground chestnuts by hand, pressed patterns into rice cakes with carved stamps passed down for generations. They weren't chefs. They were artisans, and their work wasn't about flavor. It was about feeling. They made endings, to be continued. Tonight we didn't feast. We savored. We closed our eyes and tasted softness. We held the final bite on our tongue a little longer. Not for hunger, but for peace. But next time, we returned to ceremony. To the meals that weren't about food at all, but about heaven, harmony, and the role of the king as cosmic bridge. Not every meal was eaten for hunger, and not every dinner was for people. In the palaces of the Joseon Dynasty, there were meals served not to satisfy the body, but to communicate with the sky. They were called jihyang, or sage, ritual offerings, and they were part of a belief system far older than the palace itself. Meals to honor ancestors, meals to appease spirits, meals to align the court with cosmic rhythms. They were eaten by no one, but they were prepared with greater care than any royal banquet. Tonight, we step into that sacred space, where food was not food, but faith, loyalty, and alignment with heaven. A calendar written in rice and smoke. The Joseon court followed more than just days and months. They followed a celestial calendar, one shaped by solar terms, ancestral anniversaries, and Confucian rites. Each season brought not only agricultural duties, but specific meals to be prepared and placed before altars. Not consumed, not tasted, but offered. The kitchen worked as if for a feast. But no bowls would return empty. They would remain full, cooling in silence, absorbing the gaze of incense and time. The table with no diners. These ritual meals looked familiar at a glance. Rice, soup, kimchi, fish sometimes grilled, sometimes dried, tiak stacked in quiet towers, seasonal fruit arranged with symmetry, and a bottle of cheonju, clear rice wine, uncorked but never poured. But no one touched the food. Instead, it was placed in a hole dedicated to ancestral spirits. The king would bow deeply, 3 times, his head touching the mat. He would hold a cup of wine, raise it to the heavens, and lower it again. Then incense was lit. A bell sounded. A prayer whispered. And then, silence. The spirits, it was believed, would dine unseen, and the palace would wait, while the kitchen still cooked carefully. Even though the food would never be eaten, it was never rushed. The grains of rice still rinsed 7 times. The fish still selected for their clarity of eye. The soup skimmed to crystal clarity. The pickles aged to the perfect balance of sour and sweet. Because even if no human tongue would taste it, heaven would notice. To offer poorly prepared food was not just rude. It was disharmony. And in a Confucian society, disharmony meant danger. A king who angered the heavens through negligence might face floods, droughts, or political unrest. So the kitchen cooked, just as if the king himself would lift the spoon. Symbolism on the plate. Nothing on the ritual table was random. 3 bowls of rice for sky, earth, and man. 2 fish, head to head, balance, eternity. 5 fruits, to represent the 5 elements. Paired side dishes, always in our numbers, to signify life and movement. Even the direction each dish faced mattered. The soup faced north. The rice faced east. The fruits faced south. The entire table was a map of the universe, drawn not in ink, but in steam and scent. The meal after the offering. When the ritual ended, the food wasn't thrown away. It was shared quietly among the court. But not at the king's table. It went to the servants, the cooks, the scribes, sometimes even nearby temples. It was called Jesabat, the meal after worship, considered blessed, eaten with humility. Some believed that eating the rice from the altar could heal a lingering illness or soothe a restless dream, and though no one said it aloud, everyone ate a little slower that day. The king who changed the recipe. One story remains, faint but recorded in a kitchen scroll. A king once changed the ritual rice. He added red beans, a simple gesture from his childhood. He said it made the table look warmer, more welcoming for the spirits. His ministers were furious. It was a break from centuries of tradition. But the king stood by it. And the next spring was unusually abundant. The court never complained again. And red bean rice became a quiet fixture on the altar during his reign. A sign that even heaven accepts sincerity. To be continued. Tonight we witnessed meals not made from mouths, but from memory, meaning, and the unseen. We stood beside a table of silence, watched incense rise, and remembered that in ancient Korea, even emptiness could be filled with devotion. But next time, we walk through time again, to a period of hardship, when work came close to the palace, and the royal dinner table was no longer a place of balance, but of survival. Not every royal dinner was calm. Not every tray arrived on time. Not every bowl was full. There were seasons, times of war, rebellion, failed harvests, when even the palace kitchen felt the emptiness. Tonight, we step into one of those quieter, colder chapters. When the firewood burned lower, when the ingredients grew fewer, when the ceremony remained, but the meal began to disappear. Because even kings get hungry, and sometimes so does the palace. The shadow of war. Let's go back to the late 1500s. The Imjin War had begun. Japanese forces advanced into the Korean peninsula. Cities burned. Villages emptied. Crops were trampled before harvest. And though the royal court fled north to safety, they carried something with them. The expectation of meals. But now, there were no deliveries from distant provinces. No fine rice from the south. No fish from coastal waters. No seasonal fruit packed in straw crates. Just what the royal guards could gather. What the villagers could spare. And what nature still provided. A changed kitchen. The palace kitchen, once buzzing with layers of labor, was quiet. Many Sangung had scattered with their families. Others stayed behind, loyal, hungry, resourceful. Gone were the dozens of side dishes. Now there were 5. Then 3. Then, sometimes only 1. And the king, who once sat before 12 steaming bowls, now sat before a modest tray. Still straight-backed. Still ceremonial. But quieter. Rice mixed with forage greens. Soup thin, stretched with roots. Pickles made from early harvest scraps, fermented quickly. Without the usual months of aging, the food was still served with grace. Still arranged with care. But it was a meal of survival. The king who refused to eat first. During these years, a particular monarch made an unusual decree. He ordered that, before any of his own meals were prepared, food should first be sent to the palace guards, then the scribes, then the women of the kitchen. Only after all others had eaten would his tray be brought. It was symbolic, of course, a gesture, but it was remembered, even as famine spread, and rumors reached the capital of people boiling tree bark. The king continued to eat last, and when he did eat, he often finished every bite, not from hunger alone, but from responsibility. The disappearance of ceremony. During this time, many rituals were paused. No grand festivals. No foreign banquets. No elaborate rice cake towers or decorative fruit. Even ancestral rites were simplified. Where once the spirits had been offered 12 symbolic dishes, now they received 3. Sometimes only 1. But the bowing continued. The incense still burned. And the meals, though humble, were offered with the same reverence. Because even in hardship, ritual kept people whole. Even when the table shrank, the meaning behind it remained. The forgotten recipes of war. Later, when peace returned, and the palace was rebuilt, many recipes were gone. Not lost, but quietly buried. Because during war, the Sangung stopped writing. They relied on memory, on instinct, on herbs gathered from hillsides and grains borrowed from neighboring monks. Some of those flavors never returned. Some were absorbed into temple cuisine. Others faded with the women who had once stirred them at midnight. But a few were remembered, kept in stories, and served now and then on quiet anniversaries no longer marked by the state. A soup with wild mushroom and barley. A porridge made with scorched rice. A pickle that aged too quickly, but saved a season. These were the tastes of endurance. A kitchen that carried on. Even as the palace shrank its meals, the kitchen kept working, stoking low fires, stretching ingredients, inventing new methods to make the old dishes feel familiar. And every evening, no matter how thin the soup or how modest the rice, the tray was delivered with both hands, bowed, balanced, brought with care. Because even when the king had nothing to eat, he still had the loyalty of those who cooked. And that, too, was nourishment. To be continued. Tonight, we walked through a quieter palace, felt the chill of scarcity, heard the echo of bowls that once held plenty, now half-filled, but still offered with dignity. Next time, we step into the kitchen again, but not for dinner, for medicine, because sometimes what the king needed most was not a feast, but a spoonful of healing. Tonight, we put away the ceremonial trays, the grand feasts, the poetry of side dishes arranged like art, because tonight's meal isn't about pleasure, it's about healing. In the Joseon Dynasty, food and medicine were never far apart. To eat was to nourish. To prepare a dish was to restore. To serve a bowl of soup was to offer more than warmth. It was to offer balance. And when the king fell ill, it was not the court physician alone who answered. The kitchen did too. The meal becomes the medicine. In the palace, illness was never just a medical condition. It was a political risk, a spiritual warning, a matter of national concern. The king's health reflected the harmony of the kingdom. And so, the royal kitchen worked closely with the wigwam, court physicians. Together, they planned meals not just for appetite, but for recovery. Ginseng to strengthen, jujube to calm, ginger to warm, pine nuts to soothe, lotus root to purify. Every bowl was tailored, not just to the king's symptoms, but to the season, the time of day, and the energy of his pulse. The king's spoonful of porridge. The most common healing dish? Juk porridge. Soft, simple, gentle, made with white rice soaked overnight, then simmered slowly with herbs, nuts, or lean meat. There was samji juk, infused with ginseng and chicken, a staple after long illness or physical weakness. Yungan juk, lotus root porridge, served to cool the body, especially during fevers. And hayami juk, brown rice porridge, used to ground the body's energy, to ease digestion, to calm restlessness. The porridge arrived warm, with steam curling like incense, served in a quiet bowl, with a single silver spoon, and sometimes the king ate only a few bites. But those bites were watched carefully, because if he finished the bowl, the court breathed easier. The forbidden ingredients. Some foods, though common elsewhere, were forbidden in the royal sick room. Too spicy, too sour, too cold in nature. Even garlic, beloved in daily Korean cooking, was avoided when a king was unwell. Too harsh, said the doctors. Too disruptive to chi. Instead, meals were made neutral. Soothing broths, lightly seasoned teas, soft fruits, peeled and steamed. Everything chosen with the body's natural rhythms in mind. No indulgence, no excess, only balance. The hidden strain in the kitchen. But preparing healing food wasn't easy. Ingredients had to be tested, twice. Boiled in separate pots, lest their essence be changed by contact with other foods. Served within minutes of preparation. Never reheated. The sangun assigned to medicinal meals rarely left the kitchen quarters. They worked through the night, reviewed medical notes, consulted herbal records, and waited, sometimes nervously, for the taste testers to return. If the king's appetite improved, they were relieved. If he frowned or left a bowl unfinished, they revised everything the next morning. Cooking became watchfulness, not art. The role of tea and tonics. Food was only part of healing. Often, the king drank medicinal teas throughout the day, prepared not in the kitchen proper, but in the yakbang, the palace apothecary room. These teas were decoctions, bitter, earthy, and thick. Sangwatang, a restorative tonic of 10 herbs. Bojinikitang, to support fatigue. Daichacha, jujube tea, to calm the mind and support sleep. They were served warm, in small ceramic cups, often accompanied by a soft rice bowl or dried date. The king sipped slowly, sometimes grimaced, but rarely refused. Because medicine, like duty, was endured. The queen's quiet role, though not officially involved in the healing process, The queen often sent small dishes herself. A bowl of steamed pear with honey, gently warmed and filled with pine nuts. A sign of care, a wish for ease. Sometimes a note accompanied it, prepared with sincerity. May this bring lightness. Or simply, I remember your mother made this. In a palace where emotion was rationed, these dishes spoke volumes. And often they were the only thing the king finished completely. To be continued. Tonight, we watch meals become medicine, spooning comfort into bowls once used for display, listening for the quiet hope behind every simmered root and crushed seed. But next time, we return to routine. The everyday menu of a king, not in celebration, not in mourning, not in illness, just ordinary, which in the palace was rare enough to be sacred. Let's take a breath. Because tonight, there is no festival, no visiting envoy, no illness, no prayer, no urgent omen. Tonight the king is well. The weather is mild. The ministers are quiet. And in the palace kitchen, something rare is happening. A normal day. And in the royal court of Joseon, Korea, normal was a kind of luxury. A chance to breathe, to follow rhythm, to serve not for spectacle or healing, but for stability. So let's sit at the table. Let's notice the details. And let's enjoy the quiet comfort of a routine meal. The morning begins gently. At dawn, the palace slowly stirs. The sky turns soft gray. Chimes ring faintly in the inner courtyard, and the kitchen doors creak open. The sangung assigned to the king's breakfast begin without rush. Water is boiled for rice. Jars of soybean paste are opened, the top layer skimmed. Herbs are soaked. Tofu is sliced. Nothing special, but everything precise. Because routine meals require consistency. And in a court where unpredictability was the rule, predictability at the table was peace. The breakfast tray. The king's morning meal was not grand, but never careless. A small bowl of hot rice. A thin soup, perhaps radish, perhaps clear beef broth. 3 side dishes. Steamed spinach with sesame oil. Pickled cucumbers. Slices of grilled tofu, brushed with soy. 1 cup of warm barley tea. 1 silver spoon. A white napkin folded into a square. Served silently. Set before him with a soft bow. No speech. No scrolls. Just the morning and the meal. The palace settles into rhythm. After breakfast, the king meets ministers. The scribes unroll documents. Decisions are made. Names are recorded. But the kitchen is already preparing lunch. By now, the scent of cooking rice fills the rear corridors. Side dishes from yesterday are being evaluated. Were they well received? Too salty? Too bold? Adjustments are quiet, but they are constant. Because even on an ordinary day, no 2 meals are exactly the same. The midday meal. Lunch is the largest meal. 12 bowls arrive, arranged in the standard surasang formation. 1 bowl of rice. 1 bowl of soup. 3 types of kimchi. 3 vegetable side dishes. 1 grilled item. 1 steamed dish. 1 raw or blanched garnish. 1 dessert or fresh fruit. But within that structure, flexibility reigns. If it's spring, there may be butterbur greens. If summer, cool mung bean jelly. In autumn, roasted chestnuts. Winter, radish, boiled soft and slow. Each dish is gentle in flavor. Nothing too strong. No extremes. This is food meant to sustain, not surprise. The king eats slowly, pauses often, perhaps listens to a short poem, recited by a scholar outside the window. The afternoon quiet. After lunch, the palace quiets again. Tea is served in the king's study. Perhaps persimmon punch or chrysanthemum infusion. A few nuts. A sliver of dried pear. Sometimes a book is opened. Sometimes a nap is taken. And in the kitchen, the trays are washed. Notes are made. and dinner begins. The evening meal. Dinner mirrors lunch, but smaller in scale. The same balance of rice, soup, vegetables, and light protein, but fewer dishes, less formality. The mood is calm. No guests, no announcements. Just twilight filtering through painted doors. A flicker of candlelight on brass bowls. And the king, eating in peace. Sometimes he finishes every bite. Sometimes he leaves a little, returns to his writing, and signals that the day is complete. Why routine mattered. In a kingdom of cycles, of season, harvest, ceremony, and succession, routine was the thread that held it all together. Meals reminded everyone, especially the king, that order could exist, that nourishment could be trusted, that not every day required change. In that sense, the kitchen was the quiet anchor of the palace, not dramatic, not exalted, but essential. To be continued. Tonight, we witness stillness, not an action, but rhythm, the comfort of repetition, the elegance of simplicity. But next time, we move away from the table and into the kitchen garden, where royal ingredients began their lives, tended not by chefs, but by quiet hands under the sun. Not all ingredients arrived by horse cart. Not every flavor was shipped in silk-wrapped crates from the provinces. Some of them were grown right there, in the quiet soil behind the palace. Tonight, we walk through that soil. Not grand like the throne room, not sacred like the ancestral altar, but steady, alive, and essential. This is the royal kitchen garden, where food began, not with a recipe, but with a seed. A garden with no sign. It had no name carved in stone, no gates gilded in gold, just a section of earth, carefully bordered by stone paths, hidden behind a row of plum trees. Here, under the care of the Ganjin, palace workers trained in botany and cultivation. Vegetables, herbs, roots, and flowers quietly grew. There were no loud tools, no shouting, just rows of green onion, patches of mugwort, beds of perilla leaf, and neat rows of cabbages waiting to become kimchi. These weren't sprawling farmlands. They were precise, seasonally rotated, and protected from wind and excessive sun, because even the garden had protocol. Farming as ceremony. In the Joseon Dynasty, farming was more than survival. It was a reflection of moral virtue. Even kings were expected to symbolically plow a furrow once a year. A ritual known as Jiangjian. It was a statement. Though I wear silk, I know the value of grain. In the kitchen garden, that principle lived daily. Each herb had a place. Each planting followed the lunar cycle. Seeds were often blessed before sowing. Water drawn from specific wells, believed to carry gentle energy. It was farming with discipline and reverence. The hands behind the harvest. The garden was tended by a small team, mostly older women. Some were once kitchen staff. Others came from nearby temples. They rose with the sun, worked in silence, tended the leaves as if brushing the king's own robe. They knew how long mugwort should steep in soil, when perilla should be picked, how to coax spring onions from dry ground without bruising the roots. And each morning, they sent small bundles to the kitchen, wrapped in mulberry paper, tied with straw string, labeled in gentle calligraphy. Mint, morning harvest, light dew. Chive flower, second bloom, sun facing. Wild sesame leaf, shaded corner. Descriptions not for price, but for flavor, for energy, for harmony. Seasons in the soil. The royal kitchen garden followed no fixed menu. It followed the calendar of nature. Spring. Tender sprouts of radish and lettuce. Chrysanthemum greens. First shoots of mountain garlic. Summer. Cucumbers, swollen from monsoon rains. Perilla leaves, wide and fragrant. Fresh red chilies, small but fierce. Autumn. White radish, growing fatter with cold. Green onion for broth. persimmons beginning to soften, still clinging to branches. Winter. Stored roots. Dried herbs. Cabbage sweetened by frost. Each season's crop dictated the flavor of royal meals. Not the other way around. The flower that wasn't for show. There's one plant in particular. Meiwa, the plum blossom. It wasn't grown for food. But its blossoms were harvested each year. Dried. Steeped into tea. Sometimes used to perfume a special rice dish served at the end of winter. It symbolized resilience. The first flower to bloom after snow. Bitter. Delicate. Necessary. Just like the kitchen garden itself. What wasn't allowed to grow. Not everything was welcome in the royal garden. Certain vegetables, like garlic or leeks, were grown farther away. Too pungent. Too aggressive in nature. The palace garden focused on balance. Herbs that cooled. Greens that cleansed. Roots that grounded. The goal wasn't yield. It was energy. A garden that reflected the king's health. The queen's calm. And the court's harmony. To be continued. Tonight, we dug our hands into the soil. Not for labor, but for connection. We saw how a leaf picked at sunrise might end up on a royal tray by noon. How a garden, quiet and hidden, could feed a kingdom's most sacred table. But next time, we look at something stranger. What happened when the king refused to eat? All through this journey, we've watched the king eat. Gracefully. Silently. In rhythm with the seasons, the court, and the cosmos. But what happens when he doesn't? What happens when the tray's brought, bowed before him, opened with ceremony, and the king simply refuses? Tonight, we explore that moment. Rare, unspoken, and powerful. Because in the palace, not eating was never just about taste. It was about power. The meal that was never touched. One afternoon, during a particularly tense season in court politics, a lunch tray was presented to the king. 12 dishes. Prepared with care. Nothing unusual, yet everything perfect. But the king sat quietly, lifted his spoon, and then set it down. He rose, walked to the window, and said, "Take it away." He said no more. But that single gesture sent ripples across the palace. What it meant to refuse a meal. To outsiders, this might seem small. A matter of appetite, fatigue, mood. But to the court, it was a signal. Because the king's eating habits were tracked. By scribes. By ministers. By political opponents. A skipped meal could mean dissent. A message to the court that something was wrong. Sometimes it was frustration with advisors. Sometimes grief. Sometimes an intentional pause in the palace rhythm. Meant to force everyone else to pay attention. The king didn't need to raise his voice. He only needed to let the soup grow cold. The panic in the kitchen. When the tray returned untouched. The kitchen knew instantly. The Jejo Sangung reviewed every dish. Tasted each one herself. Called for the scrolls, ingredients, times, temperatures. Nothing was out of place. But that wasn't the point. Because this wasn't a rejection of food. It was a statement. And the kitchen could only wait. Would the next meal be accepted? Would another refusal follow? Had they failed, or had someone else? When refusal was protection. Sometimes the king refused food to protect. In times of plague. If there was fear of contamination, the king might fast quietly. Avoid meals prepared outside a trusted circle. Rely only on tea and dried roots for a few days. It was not announced. Not formalized. Just a quiet withdrawal. His silence protected his health. And the dignity of the kitchen. Which was never blamed publicly. When refusal was mourning. In other seasons, refusal came with loss. A queen passed. An elder. A trusted advisor. The tray was still presented, out of duty. But it returned untouched. This wasn't rebellion. It was grief. Expressed not in words, but in the stillness of chopsticks left clean. Sometimes this went on for days, and the court worried, because kings were not supposed to mourn like common men. But of course, they did. And the kitchen, knowing this, still prepared each meal, hoping one morning he might take a bite again. When he finally ate again, there was always a first bite. Sometimes it came quietly, a spoon lifted mid-meeting, a sip of warm tea late in the evening. Sometimes it came with a nod, a request for rice softened with barley, or a soup made with ginseng and wild pear. No celebration, no announcement. But the kitchen knew. The rhythm had returned, the harmony restored. The tray was never just a tray. It held food, yes, but it also held mood, politics, memory, emotion. And on the day the king pushed it away, he didn't just refuse dinner. He changed the conversation, and everyone in the palace listened, in their own way. Closing thoughts of Chapter 1. And now, our tray is empty too. Over these 20 parts, we've walked the polished floors of the palace, felt the steam from ancient pots, stood beside silent servers and unspeaking kings. We've seen how food became ritual, how flavors whispered power, and how even in stillness, a meal could speak. And we've seen why dinner in the Joseon Dynasty could take 4 hours, because it wasn't just dinner. It was poetry, medicine, diplomacy, memory, and sometimes rebellion. Coming soon in Chapter 2. We leave the palace walls and travel through markets, temples, and merchant homes. We follow spice routes, meet wandering scholars, taste forgotten drinks, and discover how the people outside the court shaped the meals within. We spent a long time inside the palace, whispering through painted halls, washing brass spoons in silence, watching the king eat beneath embroidered ceilings. But tonight we take a different turn. We walk through a small wooden gate, down a stone path worn by sandals, through a side street of the city once called Hanyang, the beating heart of the Joseon capital. It's early evening. The sun is falling behind tiled rooftops. Shadows lengthen across the alley, and from the corner of a quiet courtyard, a smell rises: soy sauce, charcoal, and something softly sweet, maybe ginger, maybe rice. We've found it. Not a palace kitchen, not a merchant hall, but a small earthen pot, bubbling over a fire built from leftover roof tiles and dried chestnut bark. This is the other side of Korean food, the city beneath the palace. Hanyang was more than the capital. It was a living map. At the center stood Jangbokgung Palace, the seat of the king, but surrounding it, like layers of time, were the people who made that palace possible. Artisans, scribes, herbalists, fishermen, monks, vendors selling steamed buns from wooden carts, and of course, the cooks. Not the royal sangam, not the trained chefs of high households, but ordinary people, mothers, grandfathers, apprentices, cooking not for harmony, but for hunger. The alley stove. The typical kitchen in Hanyang wasn't much bigger than a closet, a stone floor, a hearth called a gungi, built low to the ground, fed with firewood or dried straw. Above it, an iron pot, sometimes dented, sometimes balanced on 3 stones. In that pot, a lid of rice, maybe barley, a broth made from dried anchovy or radish ends. Sometimes it was doenjangguk, a soup of fermented soybean paste. Sometimes yukajang, spicy beef soup with scallions, if the family was lucky. Often it was simply juk, porridge made from whatever was left. But whatever it was made with attention, because even without gold bowls or scripted etiquette, a meal meant something. The woman who sold breakfast to ministers, in a side alley near Jongnil. There was once a woman known only as a Jimioni Beck. She wasn't noble. She couldn't read. But every morning before the first bell rang from the palace gate, she was already ladling soup into wooden bowls. Mung bean sprout soup, rice cakes and broth, turnip greens with salted anchovy paste. Ministers in plain robes stopped by on their way to early court meetings. Scholars, carpenters, sometimes a palace guard, half awake, asking for something warm before duty. She never spoke much, just nodded, scooped and smiled. But it was said quietly that her soups were more honest than any scroll. One official once told a friend, "I trust her taste more than the king's astrologer." The market kitchen. Then there were the markets. Jiaomio Market, Guangtanggyo, Yogakaro. You could walk through them with your eyes closed and still know exactly what season it was, just by the scent. Spring, garlic chives, cherry blossoms pickled in brine. Summer, stone fruit in baskets, boiled snails with perilla leaf. Autumn, grilled mackerel, rice cakes dusted with powdered beans. Winter, hot fish cakes on skewers, steamed buns filled with red bean. Vendors didn't just sell food, they cooked it on the spot. Children warmed their hands near the steam. Elderly men sat on low stools, sipping broth slowly. Young wives bargained with hawkers while nibbling scallion pancakes. And from all this movement, all this noise, came flavor. Deep, layered, unapologetic. The palace had control. The street had soul. The recipes that traveled without writing. Most home recipes in Hanyang were never written down. They were passed from hand to hand. A spoonful of soy sauce measured by sight. A pinch of salt judged by the way it felt between fingers. The words were simple. Boil it until the smell feels right. Add more garlic when it starts to rain. Don't stir the rice if your thoughts are troubled. No manuals. No ink. Just memory, time, and instinct. And still, some of those recipes outlasted the dynasty itself. To be continued. Tonight, we left the polished floors of the palace and stepped into the soft dust of back alleys. We smelled charcoal and soup, listened to the rattle of street carts, and remembered that history isn't just written by kings, but cooked by grandmothers with chipped clay pots. Next time, we follow one of those recipes, from a market cart, all the way to a royal banquet. Last night, we stood in an alley. We heard the soft bubbling of broth, smelled steam rising from an iron pot, watched everyday people carry bowls to market crowds and quiet courtyards. But tonight, that same broth is making its way through palace gates. Because sometimes, what begins as a street soup ends as a royal dish. Not through fame, not through wealth, but through flavor, sincerity, and a little bit of quiet magic. This is the story of a dish that traveled without a title and found its place at the most sacred table in the land. It begins with anchovies. In a fishing village not far from Hanyang, a widow made soup each morning with dried anchovies. She couldn't afford meat, but she had seaweed, radish, garlic, soy paste fermented in a cracked clay jar. She boiled them together in a blackened pot, served it to her sons before they walked barefoot to school, and she shared it with her neighbors when their harvests came up short. The soup had no name, just a warmth that lingered, and a smell that made the house feel full, even when the cupboards were bare. One day, a boy carries a bowl. That boy, her youngest, grew older, became a palace page, one of the many who swept floors, carried messages, lit lanterns. And one evening, when a court official fell ill, that boy was sent to fetch food from the nearby kitchens. But the palace kitchen was overwhelmed. Dinner was delayed. So he offered something from his satchel. A still warm jar of his mother's anchovy soup, meant to be his own meal. The official took it with hesitation, then surprise, then silence. He drank every drop. And the next morning he asked, "What was that?" The test of the palace kitchen. The official made a quiet request. A note to the kitchen. Could they recreate the soup? They tried. Boiled anchovies. Added radish. But it was too bland. Too thin. They asked the boy to explain. He said, "My mother uses no measurements. She boils it until the house smells like early spring. She stirs with her left hand, never her right." The Sangam blinked, smiled faintly, and said, "We'll try again." The soup arrives on the royal tray. Weeks later, the soup was perfected, simple, but round. Savory without weight. Salty with softness. It made its quiet debut one winter evening. On the king's tray beside a bowl of rice and a small dish of pickled garlic stems. The king was not told what it was. He lifted the spoon, tasted, and paused. He didn't speak, but he finished the bowl. That was enough. From nameless to noted. The dish appeared again 2 weeks later. Then again. Then again. It was added to the seasonal rotation, officially unnamed. Simply listed as clear broth, anchovy base type 3. But the kitchen called it Heimeting, mother soup from the sea. And over the years, variations emerged. Some added mushrooms. Some used kelp. Some dropped in small clams during spring. But the base remained. Anchovy, radish, garlic, care. Always served without ceremony. Always finished quietly. The boy who became a cook. That page boy never rose high in rank. He never wrote a book. Never received medals. But he eventually joined the kitchen staff. And on rainy days, he prepared that soup with his own hands, as close as he could to the way his mother did. When asked why he didn't change it, he answered, "It already comforts. What else should food do?" To be continued. Tonight, we followed a dish from firewood and clay to brass bowls and palace halls. We saw how flavor travels not with titles, but with memory. How the humblest meal can carry the deepest meaning. Next time, we explore another quiet thread. What the palace children ate. Not the king, not the generals, but the little ones, learning to eat, to sit, to grow. All this time, we've followed kings and queens. We've watched ministers bow over rice, and court ladies carry trays through silk-lined halls. But tonight, we look down to the smallest bowls, the lightest footsteps, and the quietest seats at the table. Because even in the strict world of the Joseon dynasty, there were children, princes, princesses, royal nieces and nephews. Young, watchful, sometimes playful, sometimes afraid to spill broth on their robes. And they too were fed, not with indulgence, but with deep care. Because feeding a royal child wasn't just about growth. It was about preparation, a rehearsal for a life of ritual. The first meal. Let's begin where every story starts. With the very first meal. When a royal baby was born, the entire palace shifted. Wet nurses were summoned. Herbal teas brewed around the clock. Soft silks warmed near the hearth. And for the first weeks, the baby tasted only milk, held in arms, rocked gently to the rhythm of court lullabies. But then came a special day. Around the 100th day of life, known as Bekail, a day to celebrate survival, to give thanks, and to introduce food, white rice and jujube soup. The baby's first ceremonial food was often simple. White rice gruel, boiled until it passed through a sieve. A spoonful of jujube broth, lightly sweet and warm. Sometimes steamed pear, mashed smooth. No seasonings. No spice. Just nourishment. These first foods were served not in the great hall, but in the women's quarters. The mother would lift a tiny silver spoon, touch it to the baby's lips, then bow, not to the child, but to the heavens, thanking them for life, for breath, for 100 quiet days, learning to sit at the table. As the child grew, so did the food, slowly. At 2 years old, the meal still resembled porridge, softened rice, clear as soup with crushed tofu, egg yolk scrambled with sesame oil. But by 4 or 5, The child was expected to sit, back straight, feet tucked, hands resting on the table until invited to eat. Tiny brass bowls were arranged in front of them, smaller than the king's, but just as carefully placed. A nurse or attendant would gently whisper instructions. Eat with your right. Thank the kitchen. Choose slowly. It wasn't just eating. It was practice. Meals for young minds. Some dishes were chosen not for flavor, but for lessons. Lotus root, to symbolize clarity of thought. White radish, to teach simplicity. Plain rice with chestnut, to encourage steadiness. And once a week, the child might be allowed a small sweet. Yadwa, honey cookies pressed into flower shapes. Tiak coated in powdered bean flour, but only after the soup was finished. Only after thanks had been given. Only after the tray had been bowed over in silence. Pleasure was earned when a prince refused to eat. There is a quiet story in the royal scrolls. A young prince, barely 8, refused to eat his greens one evening, pushed the tray away, told the servant, "This tastes like dirt." No punishment was given, just a note in the daily court log. His Royal Highness rejected seasoned spinach, suggested to offer steamed egg tomorrow, but the Sangdan knew. This wasn't about taste. It was about testing limits. And so, the next evening, they offered a dish from his mother's region. Turnip leaves, gently boiled and dressed in light oil. The prince ate silently, then asked, "Did my mother eat this as a child?" The Sangong only smiled, and the bowl was finished. The queen's hidden gift. It was common for queens to send food to their children. Not daily, but during turning points. The first snow. The first fever. The first scroll written in calligraphy. A tray would appear with sweet rice with jujube, broth with ginseng, or a bowl of dried persimmon slices, tied with a silken thread. There would be no note, just the food. But the child would know. Mother remembers. And that, more than any lesson, taught the meaning of food. To be continued. Tonight, we knelt beside the smallest trays, heard the whispers of nurses, the soft clink of tiny spoons, and the lessons folded into bowls not much bigger than a teacup. Next time, we turn to something unexpected. The secrets hidden in kitchen architecture. Doors that don't align. Hallways that curve without reason. Spaces where flavors were protected. And sometimes, where messages passed unseen. Not all of the palace was made to be seen. Some corridors didn't lead to grand halls. Some doors weren't visible from the courtyard. And some rooms, though small and plain, held more power than any throne. Tonight, we step into those spaces. Into the hidden parts of the kitchen. Not where soup boiled, but where whispers lingered. Where trays paused just a moment too long. Where footsteps were heard, but names were never spoken. Because in the Joseon court, the royal kitchen wasn't just for cooking. It was for watching, waiting, and sometimes remembering. A door that opened only one way. There was a small door near the back of the palace kitchen, known quietly as the one-step gate. It wasn't part of the official architecture. It wasn't listed on scrolls, but every Sangam knew it. It connected the main kitchen to a narrow garden path, used only in the early hours, mostly by older women, carrying herbs, or a ladder, or nothing at all. It was said that if he used that door more than once a day, someone would notice. But no one would ask why. Because it was a door of discretion, used when a train needed to go somewhere it wasn't scheduled, or when someone important wanted something humble. Quietly, the room with no fire, tucked near the edge of the kitchen complex, was a room where no fires were allowed. It was known simply as High and Bank, the cool room. It stored fermented sauces, rare teas, medicinal roots, but it was also used for something else. Conversation. Too warm, and voices travel. Too open, and ears listen. But in Hyeonbang, the stone walls stayed cool, and the voices stayed inside. Sangun sometimes met there to trade observations. Which dishes were being eaten more slowly? Which side dishes were returning untouched? What herbs the queen requested twice in 1 week? None of it was gossip. It was navigation. Because to serve the court, you had to read the weather before the clouds arrived. A shadowed hall with no name. There was a hallway, long and narrow, that connected the outer kitchen to the east corridor of the women's quarters. But unlike other halls, it had no lights, no wall scrolls, no color, just stone floor, plaster walls, and quiet. Meals passed through here. Not for the king, not for ministers, but for the queens, the concubines, the royal women who often stayed behind curtains, but whose influence shaped entire seasons. And this hallway, it was where power passed unseen. Sometimes a dessert tray, sometimes a letter tucked beneath the bowl, sometimes a folded silk ribbon tied around the napkin. Nothing said, but everything understood. The codes in the napkin fold. Not all messages were written in ink. Sometimes it was how the napkin was folded. Folded flat, everything as expected. Folded into a triangle, a subtle correction. Folded twice, with corners exposed, caution or care. These patterns weren't formalized, but they were taught, quietly, by older Sangun to younger ones. It was their way of communicating without breaking rules. A queen receiving her meal might notice the fold, and choose to speak, or stay silent. Sometimes, a changed fold was the only warning a royal woman had, that something was shifting in the court, and she would adjust accordingly, all because of a napkin. Footsteps you were not supposed to hear. The kitchen was full of footsteps, but not all of them were loud. There were those who knew where the floor creaked, which doors squeaked, which mats rustled, and they avoided them. These were the runners, young pages, quiet maids, who carried trays, letters, sometimes herbs not listed on any menu. They weren't spies. They weren't messengers. They were observers, moving between spaces that didn't officially connect, delivering a hot towel, or a bowl of rice that wasn't ordered, or a memory. Why it all stayed hidden? Because the kitchen wasn't just for food. It was the nervous system of the palace. It felt tension before it appeared in meetings, heard what others said only through their lunch orders, watched who stopped eating, who ate faster, who asked for more soup. And in a world ruled by rank, the kitchen was one of the few places where truth could travel freely. If quietly, not loudly, not proudly, but like a warm broth, passed from hand to hand, to be continued. Tonight, we didn't boil or slice. We listened. We stepped through shadowed halls, folded napkins with care, and heard the stories that stayed behind the steam. Next time, we returned to ceremony. But not for a king, for a wedding. Because when two royal households joined, the feast was more than a meal. It was a map of the future. Not all royal meals were for kings. Not all were for queens. Some were for beginnings, for union, for hope whispered between silk and ceremony. Tonight, we sit at one of those tables. Not in the main dining hall, but in a brightly lit chamber trimmed with embroidered drapes and fresh pine. Because this is a wedding, a royal wedding, where every dish tells a story, and every bite is a promise. In the Joseon Dynasty, a royal marriage was not just about love. It was about lineage, loyalty, legacy. And the table prepared for that union? It had to carry the weight of all three. Before the meal, ritual first, appetite later. Before a single grain of rice was served, the wedding began with bowing. Lots of bowing. The bride, often barely 15, was dressed in layers of ceremonial hanbok, hair adorned with a heavy ceremonial wig. Her steps slow, controlled. The groom, sometimes already a prince, sometimes a newly chosen consort, bowed before ancestral tablets, then before the elders, Then finally, before the bride, and only after the final bow, did they sit, not beside each other, but across, separated by a long table filled with meaning. They didn't dine like lovers. They dined like symbols. Because the meal was not just to feed them, it was to declare a future. The wedding table, map of a dynasty. The wedding meal, or hansik, was built like a landscape. Everything had a place. And every placement meant something. Two whole fish, head to head, harmony, continuity, unity. Stacked tiak, rice cakes, generations, abundance, fertility. Jujube and chestnut bowls, symbols of future children. Kimchi and greens, patience, maturity, adaptation. Lotus root slices, clarity, elegance, openness. Steamed chicken, folded wings, humility and protection. Each item was chosen not for its price, but its promise. The more you understood, the more you could read the marriage through the menu. The sweet that meant forever. Perhaps the most sacred item on the table. Yadwa, honey cookies shaped like flowers. They were made days in advance. Flour kneaded with ginger juice. Then deep fried in oil and soaked in honey for hours. Why honey? Because it never spoiled. Because it lasted. Just like love was supposed to. Just like the marriage was expected to. Some couples barely ate the agua. They were wrapped, taken home, shared with family. A reminder of that sweet moment. And the long road ahead. Eating under watchful eyes. The couple didn't eat freely. Servants stood nearby. Scribes recorded what was touched, what was not. Elders watched carefully, noting posture, pace, even facial expression. To take too much was seen as greed. Too little, disinterest. To eat together slowly in rhythm. This was ideal. It showed unity. Not passion, but partnership. The meal was both a test and a performance. And if done well, it gave the court confidence. This union would hold. The gift dishes from both families. Before the wedding, each family sent food to the other. A kind of edible letter. The bride's side often sent soy marinated beef, plum wine, persimmon dried and sliced in twine. The groom's side replied with a tray of rice cakes in 5 colors, seaweed rolls, chestnut soup in porcelain jars. None of it was eaten immediately. It was displayed, then shared quietly, later. But everyone understood what each flavor meant. To send something bitter was a warning. To send too little was a slight. But to send a balanced set of sweet, savory, and preserved was to say, we wish this to last. After the wedding, a private bowl. Later that night, after the guest had gone, after the laughter quieted, a small tray was brought to the couple's room. Just 2 items. A bowl of hot rice. A soft soup of chicken and pine nuts. No performance. No audience. Just warmth. Just nourishment. Just a beginning. It was the first meal they shared alone. And often, the first where they truly tasted anything. The taste of ceremony faded. And the taste of life began. To be continued. Tonight, we celebrated not with fireworks, but with food folded in meaning. We watched a meal become a message, a tray become a treaty, and a bite become a blessing. Next time, we follow a different path. Into the palace kitchen at night, on the eve of a royal birth. Tonight, the palace doesn't sleep, but it doesn't speak loudly either. There's no music, no bells, no footsteps in the great halls. Only the quiet rustle of robes, the steady glow of paper lanterns, and the soft clinking of bowls being arranged in the outer kitchen. Because tonight, somewhere deep in the women's quarters, a queen is in labor, and by morning there may be a prince, or a princess, or grief, or joy so quiet it can't be spoken, only felt through tea and warmth and prayer. But first, there is preparation. Because in the royal court of Joseon, birth was both mystery and ceremony, and food was part of both. The silent kitchen, The kitchen doesn't boil noisily tonight. No frying pans. No grilled meat. No seasoning stronger than ginger and ginseng. Instead, rice is being steamed in thick clay pots. Ginger sliced into perfect slivers. Chicken bones simmered slowly into broth. Everything must be gentle, light, balancing. Because tonight's meal isn't for a king. It isn't for guests. It's for the moment after. When the queen, trembling and pale, will need something warm placed in her hands. A spoon to her lips. A bowl to remind her. You are still here. You are not alone. The tray for the mother. It's called Sanhusik, post-birth food. A special menu passed through generations of palace women, designed not just to nourish, but to help the body return from the brink. The main dish? Mayakguk seaweed soup, simmered for hours with beef or dried anchovy, seasoned with sesame oil and soy sauce, rich with iron, calcium, and quiet power. Why seaweed? Because it comes from the sea. And giving birth, they say, is like crossing water. You come back different. The soup is thick, savory, comforting. It's eaten not just on the first day, but every day for the next 3 weeks. In modern Korea, children still eat mayakguk on their birthdays, a tribute to the mother's first recovery meal. But here tonight, it waits beside a lantern, still warm, still untouched, waiting for a cry. And then a silence. The room beside the birth chamber. Not everyone can enter the queen's quarters. But just outside, in a room known quietly as GWI Sill, 3 court ladies sit on their knees, preparing things in case of joy. Not jewels. Not scrolls. Food. Small porcelain bowls of sweet rice. Jujube soaked in warm water. A steamed chestnut, split down the middle, offered as a sign of balance. They whisper softly, not to disturb the process, but to honor it, because they've seen both outcomes. And they know how quickly one breath can become memory. What if the baby is born at night? Then the food becomes a ritual of warmth. A pot of barley tea is kept hot. Candles are kept burning. The mother is not to be left alone, even as she sleeps. Sometimes, a piece of dried ginseng is wrapped in silk and tucked beneath the pillow. A folk tradition, meant to guide the spirit as the body regains strength. This soup is brought again in the early hours. Soft rice, sliced pear, nothing spicy, nothing sharp, only flavors that heal. When the child is declared, if the child lives and is strong, the palace wakes in stages. A scribe writes a scroll. Messengers are sent. Musicians begin tuning slow, ceremonial strings. But the kitchen? The kitchen begins preparing a second tray. This time, not for the queen, but for the court. A celebration meal. Small rice cakes colored pink or yellow. Jujube arranged in circles. Sweet drinks made from fermented rice, poured into cups for the ministers to raise, silently, and sip. Because even joy is measured in this place. If the child does not live, then the soup remains. The bowls are removed, but not discarded. They are offered at a side altar, without music, without name. The kitchen staff wear grey for a day, and the queen's quarters stay closed. But food is still prepared, because healing is still needed. And sometimes, the only thing the mother can take is a sip of seaweed broth. In the dark. To be continued. Tonight we stood in the hush before birth, in the glow of quiet kitchens, in the spaces where pain, joy, and hope simmered together in clay pots. Next time we return to the court, but not to the king. We follow the lives of the palace women who cooked these meals, who served without names, but shaped history with their hands. We've heard their footsteps in passing, watched their hands stir broth, fold napkins, carry trays, but we've never really sat with them. The women of the royal kitchen, the ones who fed the kings, who boiled, chopped, steamed, and stirred through seasons, rains, births, and silences. Tonight, we step into their world, not to observe their labor, but to understand their lives. Because without them, no meal would be served, no table set, no history written, and yet, very few of their names remain. But their work, their rhythm, it's still here. Who were the palace women? In Korean, they were called sangam, women appointed to serve within the inner court, especially in the royal kitchens. Some were born to noble families fallen on hard times. Others were daughters of servants, selected at a young age. A few were offered to the court in exchange for protection or debt forgiveness. They entered the palace as girls, trained, tested, and if they proved capable, trusted. They belonged not to a family, but to a system. And their loyalty often outlasted kings, living behind the hearth. The kitchen quarters weren't large. They wrapped around the rear of the palace like quiet veins. Here, sangam lived, worked, and rested. They slept on 4 mats behind the pantry shelves, stored their few personal belongings in wooden chests with worn brass handles, hung hoods to dry over the doorways. There was no decoration, only routine. But within that routine, a kind of dignity bloomed, because the kitchen had no throne, but it had its own hierarchy. The Jejo Sangam led with experience and silence. The younger maids moved with speed and caution, and all knew what was spoken in the kitchen stayed there. A day in their life. They woke before the palace bell, before the king, before the scribes, before the sun. The morning began with fire, coaxing embers back to life, boiling the first pot of water, checking the rice pot for cracks, rinsing the bowls in quiet, cold water. By sunrise, breakfast was already on its way to the royal chamber. By noon, lunch was halfway prepared, and by evening, they were already thinking about tomorrow. They didn't eat with the royal family, but they tasted everything. Salted gently, balanced vinegar, measured heat by touch, not thermometer. Their meals came in the in-between moments. A few spoonfuls of juk, leftover radish from trimming, a piece of pickled garlic wrapped in cabbage leaf, and always quiet. The bonds between them, though they lived under rules. The Sangam formed bonds deeper than protocol. An older woman might quietly share her secret for the perfect steamed pear. A younger one might sneak a piece of tiak into the sleeve of a homesick apprentice. At night, they stitched old scraps into heating pads for the cold months. They celebrated each other's birthdays, with soft rice and laughter that never rose above a whisper. They mourned together when one of their own was reassigned, married off, or rarely dismissed. And when a queen favored a dish, they shared that pride like a quiet victory. Their joy was collective, their sadness shared. The one who never left. One story tells of a Sangam named Shim. She entered the palace at age 9. She lived through 3 kings. She never married, never left the grounds. She was known for her juk, especially her mushroom porridge, lightened with lotus flower broth. On her final day, well into her 70s, she prepared one last tray. For a queen who had once been a girl. A bowl of warm porridge, a side of pickled plum, a single line stitched into the napkin. Be gentle with yourself. She passed quietly in her sleep, and her cooking notes were kept, not in ink, but in the memory of those she trained. Why they stayed. Some Sangam stayed because they had no family. Some because the outside world had forgotten them. Some because they had grown to love the rhythm, the fire, the trays, the way a spoon rests gently on the edge of a bowl. They stayed because a palace, for all its rules and shadows, gave them purpose. They fed the dynasty, quietly, without applause, but with devotion. To be continued. Tonight, we sat beside the hearth, not to command, but to witness. We watched women build legacies with ladles, serve wisdom in warm soup, and pass down tradition in silence. Next time, we open something rare. The scrolls. Not royal decrees, but the handwritten kitchen logs, where meals were recorded like time, and history was traced not through war, but through broth. In most stories of kings, we read about conquests, laws, wars, dates etched into stone, names carved in brush strokes tall as a man. But tonight, we unroll something smaller. A rice scroll. Fragile, faded, quiet, filled not with history as it's usually told, but with what was eaten, when, and how much. Because in the Joseon court, every bite the king took was written down. Every bowl, every tray, every absence, every spoonful. And these scrolls, they told a story no throne ever could. The Sixigwan, the silent recorder. At the edge of the royal kitchen sat a man with a brush and inkstone. He wasn't a cook. He didn't serve. He rarely spoke. He was the Sixigwan, the royal food recorder. His job? To document each meal served to the king. 3 times a day. 7 days a week. Year after year. He sat near the kitchen door. Notebook open on a low table. Eyes watching each tray as it passed. He wrote slowly. Neatly. No flourishes. Just facts. What the scroll contained. A typical entry looked something like this. Morning meal, 6th day of the 9th lunar month. 1 bowl white rice, 92% consumed. 1 bowl beef radish soup, finished. Steamed spinach with sesame, untouched. Soy braised beef, eaten, for small pieces. Kimchi, moderate consumption. Barley tea, refilled once. No commentary. No assumptions. Only observation. But between the lines, so much was felt. If the king left the rice, was he upset? If he asked for more tea, was he tired? And if he skipped his favorite dish for 3 days? The court noticed. Because the scroll was not just a record. It was a mirror. What wasn't written, but understood. Some details never made it onto paper. The side before the spoon was lifted. The pause after the second bite. The way he looked away from a dish prepared by a certain branch of the family. But the Sangdan knew. The scribes understood. And sometimes, the physician was quietly informed. His Majesty is favoring cooler soups this week. Or, he has not touched the pickled garlic since the lunar eclipse. No accusations. No orders. Just patterns. Noted. Observed. Respected. A scroll that survived a dynasty. In an old archive, hidden among military reports and tax ledgers. Historians once found a scroll nearly 5 meters long. It covered just 3 weeks of meals. During a season of illness. Every detail preserved. It read like a heartbeat. First 3 days, mostly porridge. Day 4, small appetite returned. Soup with wild greens accepted. Day 7, new dish introduced. Finished in full. Day 11, skipped entire lunch. Tea only. Day 14, resumed full meal. Added slice of grilled pear. Day 21, same tray as coronation day. Fully consumed. No names. No titles. But you could feel the rhythm of recovery. The return of strength. It was more than data. It was life, in spoonfuls. Who read these scrolls? Mostly? Nobody. They were archived. Sometimes reviewed by the chief physician. Sometimes consulted by the head kitchen official. But rarely studied in full. Still, they were written. Every day. Faithfully. Because the Joseon Dynasty believed. To record a meal was to respect the act of feeding. And to feed the king was to sustain the nation. Even silence was worth writing down. The final entry. One scroll ended with a short note. Added in a different hand. His Majesty took no breakfast this morning. Doctors summoned. Soup was prepared, but tray was never sent. That was the final line. The ink grew fainter. The scroll was rolled, tied with twine, placed on a shelf beside hundreds like it. And the kitchen carried on, preparing the next meal, for the next day, for the next person. Because hunger never ends, and neither does care. To be continued. Tonight we unrolled a scroll, and found not orders, not battles, but meals. We saw how a dynasty watched its ruler, not just in war or wisdom, but in how much rice he left behind. Next time, we explore the one season that changed every dish. Monsoon. When the air grew heavy, the firewood damp, and even the kimchi had to learn patience. Some seasons pass gently. Spring arrives with petals, autumn with crisp air, winter with firewood stacked high. But summer comes wet. And in Korea, summer means monsoon. Jama, weeks of rain that seem to fall sideways, seeping into clay walls, into floorboards, into every breath. The palace didn't flood. Not exactly. But it slowed. Soggy shoes. Lanterns that refused to stay lit. Scrolls curled at the edges from the damp. And the kitchen? It worked harder than ever. Because in a monsoon, the hardest thing to preserve was flavor. The war against moisture. The royal kitchen was built with airflow in mind. High shelves. Raised storage jars. Open beams for hanging dried roots and fish. But when monsoon came, nothing stayed dry. Salt turned clumpy. Beans began to sprout. Even pickled radish grew mold on its edges. The firewood, stacked so neatly behind the kitchen, smoked more than it burned. Rice took twice as long to steam. Broth refused to clarify. And so, the Sanggung adapted. Quietly. Expertly. Because the king still expected lunch. And lunch would arrive on time, even if the sky wept over every dish. What changed on the menu? Certain ingredients vanished from the table during monsoon. Delicate greens? Too soft. Pickles? Fermentation became unpredictable. Fresh seafood? Risky to store for even one night. Instead, the meals grew darker, richer, heavier broths. Grilled meats with ginger to combat dampness. Rice cooked with medicinal roots to keep the belly warm. Even the kimchi changed. The kitchen prepared monsoon kimchi. Lighter on salt. Meant to be eaten quickly. Flavored with perilla seeds and summer herbs. Nothing was stored too long. Everything was watched. Because one bowl turned sour, and the entire kitchen was questioned. Mold, the unseen rival. It crept where no one invited it. On stored rice cakes. Inside ceramic lids. Between cabbage leaves. And it wasn't just unpleasant. It was dangerous. So the kitchen kept vinegar water on hand at all times. Wiped surfaces 3 times a day. Rinsed utensils in boiled water. Burned mugwort in the corners of the room. They even used pine needles, tucked beneath trays, hidden under storage jars, to absorb moisture and repel decay. A war with no swords. Only steam, herbs, and vigilance. The king's craving for something crisp. One king, during a particularly wet summer, grew tired of soft food. He requested something with texture. Something that crackled. The kitchen panicked. Frying in high humidity was difficult. Oil didn't behave. Batter went limp. Nothing stayed crisp. But one Sanggung remembered a trick. She soaked lotus root in cold salt water, dried it between silk towels, then fried it twice, once low, once high. It arrived at the king's table still hot, still crisp, served with a side of plum vinegar. He smiled, and asked for it again the next day. Tia's medicine again. Monsoon didn't only affect food. It affected mood. The palace grew restless. People moved slower. Letters were delayed. So the kitchen offered comfort. Warm barley tea, brewed stronger. Cinnamon and ginger drinks. jujube steeped with angelica root. The king drank these between meetings. The queen, after her afternoon nap. Even the kitchen staff sipped tea while waiting for the fire to hold. It wasn't indulgence. It was defense. Against dampness. Against fatigue. Against the heaviness of wet weeks. One morning, the sun returned. There's a story recorded in a corner of an old kitchen journal. After 23 days of rain, a sliver of sun broke through the clouds. That morning, the cooks moved everything outside. Jars, herbs, even wooden spoons. They laid tiak on straw mats to dry, turned over the pickle jars, burned pine branches to refresh the air. The courtyard was full of steam and sunlight, and laughter, quiet but real. That night, they served grilled peaches with honey, a dish saved for summer's return. The king didn't comment, but the tray came back, completely empty. To be continued. Tonight we cooked under clouds. We fought mold with pine needles. And we tasted the resilience of a kitchen that refused to stop, even when the sky wouldn't. Next time, we walk into something more celebratory. A birthday. Not the king's, but someone just as important. To the kitchen. Most birthdays in the palace pass quietly. A nod. A sweet rice cake, wrapped in silk. Perhaps a new pair of socks, stitched with care. But once a year, in the corner of the royal kitchen, something special happened. The women paused. The trays waited. And a single table, low, wooden, a little wobbly, was set beneath the morning light. Not for the king. Not for the queen. But for her. The old Sangam. The one who had served for over 5 decades. Who never once left the grounds. Who knew every recipe and every secret. And today was her day. The woman they all looked up to. She had no title beyond Sangam. No children of her own. No room with a window. But she carried more respect than most officials. Even ministers stepped lightly when she passed. She remembered kings when they were boys. She remembered queens before they wore crowns. And in the kitchen, she was legend. They said she could smell a spoiled radish before it turned. That she knew how much soy sauce a soup needed without tasting it. That she once tied a napkin so elegantly it made a crying princess smile. And today, they were cooking for her. What the meal looked like. It wasn't elaborate. She wouldn't have wanted that. Just the dishes she loved. Mayakguk seaweed soup, for strength and longevity. Borabat barley rice, the way her mother used to make it. Steamed egg, soft and warm, with just a whisper of anchovy broth. Pickled plum, sliced in, set beside sesame spinach. And one rice cake, bexialgi, white, pure, plain. All arranged with care. On a tray she once carried as a girl. There was no brass. No silver. Just lacquered wood, polished with years. Who sat at the table? Not many. 3 younger Sangdam. Who had learned everything from her. A scribe, who had once been scolded by her for smudging a menu. The oldest firekeeper, who had kept the flame lit on cold mornings so she could make tea. They didn't sing. They didn't clap. They just sat. And ate. Slowly. Gratefully. The queen's quiet gift. Midway through the meal, a servant arrived. He carried a small jar, tied with gold string. Inside, sweet plum wine, aged. From the queen's personal collection, there was no note, just a folded napkin. But the old Sangan smiled. She remembered making this very wine, in a spring long past, when that same queen had been a girl with cold hands and a quiet voice. She poured a small cup, sipped once, and said, "Still too sweet." Everyone laughed, but they knew it meant, "Thank you." Why this meal mattered? Because most of her life had been spent preparing food, and never sitting to enjoy it. Most of her days had been filled with service and silence. But today, she was allowed to receive, to be remembered, not with grand words, but with a warm spoon, a bowl placed just right. A favorite dish made the way only she did it. And when the tray was cleared, she stood, straightened her robe, and walked back toward the kitchen fire. Because lunch for the king still had to be prepared. And she didn't believe in being late. To be continued. Tonight, we celebrated a different kind of royalty. Not born of blood, but of loyalty, memory, and time. We saw that a simple bowl, offered with sincerity, can carry more meaning than any crown. Next time, we return to the table. But for the king's last meal, the one served when the room had grown too quiet, and the tray returned, not empty, but untouched. Some meals are remembered for their flavor, others for the moment they accompanied, and a few for the silence that followed. Tonight, we enter a room with no sound. The fire has gone low. The ministers have stopped speaking, and the palace moves more slowly than usual, as if the very air understands. This is the end of a reign, because the king is fading, and his final tray is being prepared. It may never be touched, but still, it must be perfect. The room where it happened. The king's chamber is warm. Windows shuttered to block the chill. A silk screen surrounds the bed, where the monarch rests beneath layers of cotton. His breast shallow, his eyes barely open. The court physicians whisper. The queen kneels nearby. No one cries. Not yet. And outside, the kitchen begins. Because no matter what happens, a final meal must be offered. What was prepared? The tray was smaller than usual. Not 12 bowls. Not 6. Only 3. A bowl of white rice porridge, juk. Steamed soft, no salt, smooth enough for a tired body. A clear beef bone broth. Boiled since dawn, strained 3 times. Served warm, never hot. A dish of steamed pear. Sliced and soaked in honey and ginger. Meant to soothe the throat. Nothing spicy. Nothing strong. Only calm. Only comfort. The journey to the chamber. The tray was carried by the senior Sangam, the same one who had prepared the king's first meal as a boy. Her hands steady. Her face unreadable. She bowed before entering. Walked in slowly. Placed the tray on the side table near the bed. And then stepped back. No one said a word. The rice porridge steamed gently. The soup shimmered faintly under candlelight. The pear glistened like amber. The king did not stir. Why the meal still mattered? Some might ask. Why prepare a tray the king may never eat? But in the Joseon court, the act of serving mattered as much as the act of eating. The tray said, "You are still honored. You are still our sovereign. You are not alone." It reminded everyone present, from physicians to courtiers to family, that care must continue, even into the final hours. And it gave the kitchen, who had spent decades feeding the body, one last chance to nourish the soul. What the records say. One scroll noted it simply. At 11th hour, tray delivered, white porridge, clear broth, steamed pear. No consumption observed. Returned untouched. No poetry. No flourish. Just facts. But to the kitchen, those facts carried weight. It was their way of saying goodbye. The tray that wasn't washed. When the tray returned, the Sangung did not clean it right away. She set it gently in a side room, covered it with white linen, lit a single stick of incense beside it. For 1 hour, no other trays were prepared. No spoons were washed. No rice measured. The kitchen stood still. Not for mourning, but for honor. Because every life, no matter how powerful, deserves a final offering, even if it's never eaten. To be continued. Tonight, we stood in silence. Felt the weight of a spoon never lifted. Watched steam rise from a bowl that stayed full. And we understood that sometimes the quietest meal speaks the loudest. Next time, we shift softly again to the story of the palace cat who lived among the jars and shadows. and knew every corner of the royal kitchen. There was no official record, no name etched in scrolls, no painting or poem to mark her presence. But she was there, in the warm corners of the royal kitchen, between the firewood stacks, beneath the shelves of fermented paste jars, watching, waiting, always near, but never too close. The palace cat. The cooks never called her a pet, and the court never acknowledged her at all. But in the quiet hours before dawn, when rice was being rinsed, and soup was just beginning to simmer, someone always set out a little dish of broth, or bones, or barley, because in a kitchen that never rested, she was the only one who came and went, as she pleased, where she came from. No one remembered when she first arrived. Some said she was born behind the spice jars. Others whispered she was a gift from a monk, a creature sent to protect against vermin and bad dreams. She was small, grey, with a crooked ear, her tail short and stiff from some old injury, her eyes golden, quiet, ancient. She never meowed, never begged. She simply existed. A shadow, a rhythm, like the sound of soup boiling. Her daily rituals. In the mornings, she would walk the length of the hearth, from the rice cauldron to the ash bucket, tail low, paw silent. She never interrupted, but always observed. And the Sangam? They noticed her patterns. If she stopped near the pickles, they double-checked the fermentation. If she lingered by the soup pot, they adjusted the seasoning. If she curled near the fire, they knew it would be a cold day. They called her, with a kind of fond respect, Hangni, the one who inspects. She knew who was new. Apprentices quickly learned. If the cat ignored you, you still had much to prove. If she sat beside you during prep, you were doing something right. One young kitchen maid once dropped a ladle, startled the whole room. All heads turned, except the cat's. She stayed right where she was, tail curled, eyes half closed. That night, the apprentice found a sweet bean bun on her mat, a quiet reward from someone unseen. The night she disappeared. Then came a monsoon, longer than usual, harder. Everything was wet. The firewood smoked. The rice turned too soft. The mood in the kitchen was low, and the cat was gone. For 3 days, no one saw her. Not a paw print, not a flicker of fur. Even the mice grew bold. Then, on the 4th morning, she returned, carrying, of all things, a plum blossom dry and whole. Where she found it, no one knew, but she placed it near the spice jars, and curled beside it. The pickles from that week? Perfect. The Queen's encounter. Once, during early winter, the Queen herself walked past the outer kitchen. It was rare. She was following a monk. They were speaking of herbs of balance, and the cat trotted past her path. The Queen paused, then smiled, and said, "This one walks like she's been here longer than I have." The monk replied, "She probably has." No one laughed, because in that moment, it felt true. Why the cat was loved. She never asked, never interfered, but she was always there. On nights when the broth boiled too long, on days when a dish failed and had to be started again, on mornings when the king skipped breakfast, she sat beside the disappointment and beside the pride. Without judgment, she didn't serve the court, but the kitchen served with her, as if her presence meant everything would still somehow turn out all right. When she was gone for good, no one saw her go. No one found her. One spring, she was simply not there. Her little dish of broth sat untouched. 4 days. Then weeks. Eventually, they stopped filling it. But they never removed it. And years later, on very quiet nights, some say they saw a shadow pass through the courtyard, tail low, steps silent, checking the hearth, the rice, the fire, just once more. To be continued. Tonight, we walked alongside a creature without a title. No rank. No duties. But whose quiet paws touched every corner of the royal kitchen. Next time, we return to the human world again. To explore the superstitions tied to cooking. What was allowed? What was feared? And which spices could chase away not only illness, but bad dreams. By now, you've seen how carefully the palace prepared its meals. Measured ingredients, steamed rice, balanced flavor. But behind the recipe scrolls and ladles, there was something else. Something older. Something whispered. Superstition. Because in the Joseon Dynasty, the kitchen wasn't just a place of fire and food. It was a boundary between body and spirit, health and harm, harmony and misfortune. And the women who worked within it, they didn't just cook, they protected. With hoods, with gestures, with quiet rituals older than any dynasty. Salt in the corners, at the beginning of each lunar month. Before the first tray was sent to the king, the Sangam would take a small dish of salt. She walked the kitchen perimeter, stopping at each corner, each doorway. She sprinkled the salt softly, just a pinch, whispering not a prayer, but a memory. Because salt wasn't just for soup, it was for cleansing. It absorbed heavy energy, kept wandering spirits away, neutralized the air after a tense week. If a dish had failed, if someone in the kitchen had fallen ill, if the king had grown silent for too many meals, salt returned balance. The red thread on the pantry door, tied around the pantry handle, just once, was a single loop of red silk thread. No knots, no label, just a loop. Most visitors didn't notice, but every Sangdong knew. It was there to keep out what didn't belong. Not people, but misfortune, envy, lingering thoughts that might sour the soy paste. Red was a protective color, the color of health, of blood, of energy. And a red thread on the pantry meant the food inside must not be disturbed, especially during a full moon. Never stir soup counterclockwise. No one wrote it down, but every apprentice was told, always stir clockwise. Why? Because to stir counterclockwise invited reversal, illness, bad luck. Some said it confused the soup. Others said it turned harmony upside down. And if someone accidentally stirred the wrong way, the pot was emptied, the ingredients discarded, the water boiled again, from scratch. Because some things weren't worth risking, even in a kitchen meant for kings. The pot that couldn't be moved. In the corner of the back storage room sat an old crack pot, no longer used, no longer opened, but never thrown away. It once held kimchi, then hoods, then perhaps something else. No one remembered exactly, but they all agreed, don't touch it. Once, a new scribe suggested it be cleared out. The next day, 3 clay lids shattered during cooking. The broth turned cloudy. The king rejected his lunch tray. The pot stayed, wrapped in straw, covered in ash, left to sleep. Night cooking and the whisper rule. If something needed to be prepared after midnight, a rare occasion, no one spoke above a whisper. It wasn't fear, it was respect. Because night belonged to other energies. Cooking at that hour required stillness. Boiling rice was done with lids tightly closed. No knives used. No chopping allowed. Only reheating. Only gentle stirring. And once the dish was finished, a small bowl was left on the stone doorstep. Not for anyone in particular. Just offered. To the shadows. To the stories. To the silence. The spoon that shouldn't fall. If a spoon dropped to the floor, the kitchen paused. Not in fear, but in acknowledgement. The woman who dropped it would pick it up, place it back in water, then tap the edge of the stove 3 times. Once for the dish, once for the guest, once for the unseen. And only then would the kitchen breathe again. Why they believed? Because the kitchen was a womb. It birthed strength. It warmed weakness. It carried love, sorrow, and legacy. And like all sacred spaces, it needed guardians, not soldiers, not scribes, but salt, thread, fire, and belief. To be continued. Tonight we didn't cook a meal. We protected one. With rituals passed through generations of quiet hands. With gestures that asked for safety. Even when no one was watching. Next time we finally leave the palace walls. And follow a traveling food tray. Sent from the king. To a faraway monk. As a gift. A question. And an unspoken apology. It wasn't announced. There was no scroll. No anva. No trumpet at the gate. Just a tray. Carried in a covered box. By a servant on foot. Headed north. Into the mountains. Because sometimes, when a king didn't know how to ask, he sent food instead. Tonight we follow that tray. From the palace kitchen to a remote temple tucked between pines and mists. Where a monk waited. Not for power. Not for praise. But for silence. Why the tray was sent. The king had questions. Not for his ministers. Not for his scholars. But for someone outside the palace walls. A monk who had once lived in court. Long ago. Before walking away. It was said he spoke only when needed. That he spent his mornings sweeping stones. His evenings watching stars. And one day, without warning, the king asked, could we send him food? Not gold. Not gifts. Just a tray. What was placed on the tray? It couldn't be too rich. Too formal. Too heavy with meaning. But it had to say enough. So the kitchen chose carefully. A bowl of warm barley rice, soft, earthy, humble. Mountain vegetable soup, made with dried roots and clear spring water. Pickled fern break, lightly seasoned, gathered in early spring. A single lotus leaf wrap, rice and chestnut folded tightly, a symbol of quiet offering. And for dessert, a small steamed pear, filled with honey and ginger. No meat. No garlic. No ceremony. Just flavors that knew how to bow. The journey through rain and stone. The servant who carried it walked for 2 days. He passed towns that didn't know his name. Crossed stone bridges without railings. Climbed through fog where footsteps echoed longer than they should. He stopped only once. To relight the lantern in his hand. The food stayed wrapped in oiled silk. Warmth preserved not by fire, but by intention. Because it wasn't just a delivery. It was a message. One the king couldn't say aloud. Arrival at the temple. The monk didn't come to greet him. But the gate was open. The courtyard swept. A single mat laid out beside a low pine. The servant placed the tray down, bowed, and left. He didn't wait for thanks. Didn't ask for an answer. That wasn't the point. The tray would speak for itself. What the monk did. He unwrapped the cloth, lifted the lid, and smiled. He recognized the taste before touching it. The rice folded just the way it had been decades ago. When he, too, had stood in that kitchen. Yum. Eager. Hungry in ways he didn't understand yet. He ate quietly, savoring each bite, pausing after the soup, closing his eyes after the steamed pear. Then he folded the cloth, wiped the tray, and placed one item inside. A stone. Flat. Smooth. Warm from the sun. Wrapped it again. And sent it back. What the king understood. When the tray returned. The king opened it himself. Saw the stone. Held it in his palm. No letter. No riddle. Just weight. Warmth. And stillness. And the king understood the kitchen's role in all this. No one in the kitchen asked about the tray, but they noticed the way the rice was steamed more slowly that morning, The way the soup had been stirred with 2 hands. The way the pickles were chosen not for color, but for memory. Because they knew. Sometimes, the most important meal isn't the one served to the king. It's the one the king gives. To be continued. Tonight, we walked a long road with a quiet tray. Crossed mountains. Breathed mist. Listened to silence become speech, through broth and barley. Next time, we return to the palace. For a dish with a different kind of power. Revenge. Because sometimes, even in the most peaceful kitchens, a meal can carry an edge. In most stories, the palace kitchen is a place of care. Rice steamed to comfort. Soup brewed to heal. Pickles aged with patience and reverence. But not always. Because sometimes, even in the quiet corners of the royal kitchen, a dish was made not to please, but to warn. Not to nourish, but to speak. And tonight, we listen to one such dish. Not loud, not dramatic, just bitter enough to be remembered. The tension no one spoke of. It began slowly. The queen and the king's favored concubine had not exchanged words in months. Not openly. But silence, in the palace, always means something. The court noticed the way the queen bowed less deeply. The concubine's letters arrived with fewer formalities. The king said nothing. But one morning, after a restless night, he requested a tray be sent to the concubine's quarters. Not from the main kitchen, but from the queen's kitchen. This was unusual, but not forbidden. So the kitchen prepared a tray, exactly as requested, and just different enough to make a point. What was placed on the tray? Radish greens, blanched and folded neatly. Lotus root, sliced thin, boiled long. Chilled jujube soup, sweetened only slightly. A single bowl of wild mustard leaf porridge. A dish known for its bitterness. All beautifully arranged. All familiar. All carefully chosen. Because the mustard porridge, yolmajok, was an old dish. Rarely served in the palace. And always remembered for its sting. Not painful. Just sharp. Lingering. Impossible to ignore. How the tray was received. The concubine, elegant as ever, opened the lid. She paused. Lifted the spoon. Tasted the porridge. And said softly, "Tell her, it was well prepared." Then left the rest untouched. Except the lotus root. That she finished in silence. And that evening, she sent no tray in return. The message was heard. The queen received no reply. But she didn't need one. The tray came back. Clean, but with the porridge still inside. And that said everything. A conversation without speech. A sentence built from broth. A memory salted with caution. The kitchen's knowledge. The women who prepared the tray said nothing. But they watched. They noticed which ingredients were chosen. How long the roots were boiled. How little sweet rice was offered. And they understood. This was not cruelty. It was clarity. A reminder. I have not forgotten. And I do not forgive. But said politely. Legally. Through food. Why the king did nothing. The king likely knew. Kings always know. But he said nothing. He ate quietly that night. Left most of his own porridge untouched. And requested a different tea before bed. Because in the palace, sometimes letting 2 voices speak through soup was safer than letting them speak through words. The role of bitterness. In Korean cuisine, bitterness isn't avoided. It's embraced. Balanced. Respected. Bitterness cleanses. Reminds. Warrants. And in the hands of a queen, it became a tool. Sharper than scrolls. Quieter than gossip. Just a spoonful. Just enough. And never repeated. To be continued. Tonight, we tasted a different kind of power. Not in what was said, but in what was served. Next time, we shift once more. To joy. To noise. To festival season. When the palace opened its gates. and meals spilled into the courtyards in waves of color, sound, and spice. We spent many nights in quiet corners, peeling herbs, watching steam rise from morning porridge, listening to the unsaid in royal trays. But tonight, the palace is awake, truly awake, because it's festival day. And when the Joseon court celebrated, it did so with food, not quietly, but abundantly, flavors bursting from open doors, trays arriving not in silence, but in procession. Tonight, we light festival fires, not just in the kitchen hearth, but in the spirit of the court. And for once, we don't whisper, we cook loudly. Which festivals sparked feasts? The Joseon calendar was rich with holidays, each tied to the moon, the harvest, the ancestors, or the people. Some of the biggest? Sealal, Lunar New Year. Chuseok, Harvest Moon Festival. Dano, Early Summer Purification and Renewal. Jessa Days, Ancestral Rites, observed in quiet but with careful abundance. And Royal Birthdays, of the King, the Queen, or the Crown Prince. Each came with its own menu, its own rhythm, and its own meaning behind every bite. How the kitchen prepared. Weeks in advance, extra firewood was stacked. Grain deliveries doubled. Fish salted and hum. Pickles checked and turned. Doughs were kneaded and frozen. Roots harvested early from the garden. Herbs dried over pine fires to prepare seasonal teas. The Sangam worked longer hours, but they didn't complain, because festival meals allowed for something rare in court cooking. Color. Radish pickled bright pink. 5-colored tiak layered like flags. Golden pancakes glistening with sesame. Jujubes carved into flowers. Egg sheets folded into butterflies. Even the trays smiled. What was served on the big day? A festival tray might include tekguk, thin-sliced rice cake soup for the new year. Songpyeon, half-moon rice cake steamed with pine needles during Chuseok. Jeon, savory pancakes of fish, meat, and vegetables. Japchae, glass noodles with mushrooms, garlic, and sesame oil. Hwa chai, a punch made of flower petals and honey fruit. Yadwa, honey cookies, crisp and deep-fried. Siki, a sweet rice drink, fermented with malt water. Each tray was arranged in odd numbers, never even. Odd meant life, movement, continuity. And for a single meal, even the king's table overflowed. The courtyard feast. For some festivals, the palace kitchen opened its doors to everyone inside the walls. Guards, gardeners, librarians, scribes. Even kitchen maids were invited to sit and eat together. Long mats were rolled out across the stone courtyard. Brass trays placed in rows. Children laughed. Chopsticks clinked. The scent of grilled meat floated over the roof tiles. This wasn't theater. It was joy. Structured, yes, but real. And for many in the palace, this was their only taste of the food they usually prepared for others. It was enough. When music met meals, on certain days, especially Sealal and Chuseok, music accompanied the meals. Gugak, traditional court music, played softly in the background. Strings, flutes, slow drums. Sometimes, dancers would perform with colorful sleeves, flowing like banners above the food. No words, just movement, and taste, and the feeling that, for one day, the palace remembered how to smile. The queen's secret treat. It said that on Chuseok, the queen herself would send a dish to each Sangun's room. A small sweet, often steamed chestnut tiak, with a message of gratitude. Not written, just known. And some of those women, who had stirred her soup and salted her side dishes for years, would tuck the rice cake in a silk pouch, to share with their own family later. If they ever went home again, a treat becomes a story, wrapped in starch and silence. When the fires finally faded, at sunset, the trays were cleared, the candles lit. Some would sip tea, others simply lay on their floor mats. hands on their full bellies. Laughter slowed. Bells chimed. And the kitchen cooled. But that heat, that light, that life, it lingered. Until next time. To be continued. Tonight, we joined the celebration. We felt the warmth of crowded courtyards, heard music between bites, and remembered that joy, too, was part of history. Next time, we return to the quieter season. Winter, when the meals are fewer, but the flavors deeper. After the fires of festival days, the palace grew quiet again. The lanterns were dimmed. The courtyard swept clean, and the first frost crept over the stone steps. Because winter had come. Not loud, not cruel, just steady. And in the royal kitchen, the rhythm slowed. The hands still moved, but softer, slower, warmer, because feeding the court in winter meant preserving, stewing, waiting, and tasting what had been stored with care. The sound of a winter morning, no birds, only wind, and the sound of firewood cracking, rice soaking, broth simmering over low coals. The kitchen didn't rush in winter. There was no need, because winter meals took time. Root vegetables boiled longer, rice steamed more gently, and soups weren't just meals. They were medicine. The rise of soy sauce. Of all winter ingredients, none was more important than ganjang, soy sauce. Dark, salty, fermented under summer sun, but only truly appreciated in the cold. It flavored almost everything. Radish, slow braised in soy. Steamed tofu, drizzled with soy and scallion. Clear soups made deeper with a single spoonful. And when food grew scarce, soy sauce remained. Reliable. Strong. Holding flavor even when the cupboards thinned. It was called winter spine, and the older Sangam often whispered, "Soy sauce remembers what we've forgotten." The pickle room. There was one room the kitchen visited most in winter. Not the stove, not the pantry, but the jangdokti, the outdoor terrace of earthenware jars. Inside them, preserved cabbage, aged radish, fermented garlic, anchovies packed in salt, black beans soaked in soy. No snow touched them. They were covered with stone lids and layers of straw. And yet inside, flavor lived. Every bowl in winter came from these jars. Even the king's. Because in the cold months, freshness wasn't expected. Depth was. Winter breakfasts for the king. Lighter than usual. Often a hot bowl of juk, rice porridge with sesame oil and pine nuts. A few slices of pickled radish. A cup of warm tea, barley or juju. No meat. No fruit. Nothing that shocked the stomach. Because in the cold, the body moved slower. And the kitchen respected that. Sometimes the king asked for nothing more than broth. And sometimes he asked for seconds. Snow on the window, soup on the tray. There's an old note in a food log. First snowfall. His Majesty requested cabbage soy stew with aged tofu. Tray returned with old bowls empty. Tea refilled twice. Fire requested in writing. No grand banquet. No audience. Just stew, tea, and a fire to sit beside. That was a king's winter meal. And the Sangdom preparing it smiled quietly when the tray returned empty. They knew what it meant. What the kitchen ate in winter. Not much, but enough. Warm barley rice. Kimchi so sour it tingled. Scraps of fried egg or leftover broth. Steamed squash if it had kept well. Black beans sweetened with syrup, if it was a good week. And always, hot tea held in both hands. Steam rising like incense in the low light of dawn. Sometimes they shared stories while eating. Sometimes not. But no one complained. Because winter was for preserving. And not just food. The softest meal. One winter evening, when the queen fell ill, a tray was prepared just for her. Sweet rice soft enough to drink. Broth of mountain root. lotus seeds simmered in honey. She ate only a spoonful, but she said, "It tastes like quiet." And that, more than anything, was what the kitchen had hoped for. To be continued. Tonight, we sat in the hush of cold stone halls. We tasted patience in every bowl, and felt how warmth can be made from salt, steam, and time. Next time, we explore the unofficial kitchens, the side rooms where lower servants prepared their own food. Not with ceremony, but with cleverness, scraps, and community. By day, the royal kitchen was a place of service. Dishes steamed for kings, soup stirred for queens, rice bowls measured by tradition. But after dusk, after the last tray had been wiped clean, after the brass spoons had been stacked and the fire dimmed, another kitchen came alive. Not in the official records, not listed on any scroll, but very real. A corner hearth, hidden behind a wooden screen, where the women and men who fed the court finally fed themselves. Not with gold bowls, not with ceremony, but with quiet joy. Where they cooked, it wasn't part of the main kitchen. Sometimes it was just a space beside the coal shed. Sometimes a clay stove set behind the pickling jars. Sometimes a pot balanced on 3 stones, shielded by an old rice sack strung as a curtain. They called it simply the hidden fire, not because it was secret, but because it was theirs. And when the palace grew silent, this fire whispered back what they used. Not fresh fish, not rare herbs, not the delicate greens saved for royal trays. Instead, rice crusts scraped from the bottom of burnt pots, kimchi ends too soft to serve formally, onion skins and turnip peels boiled into broth, cracked tofu, bruised jujubes. They called it the second harvest. Food that had done its job once already, and still had something left to give. And somehow, these meals tasted warmer, because they were made with hands no longer being watched. A meal made of many hands. It was never one person's job. Someone started the fire. Someone brought the water. Someone stirred. Someone whispered a joke that made the soup taste better. The oldest Sangung added a pinch of anchovy powder. The youngest servant brought a radish he had hidden for days. The washer girl folded napkins while rice steamed beside her knees. There was no recipe, only rhythm. And everyone knew when the food was ready, because someone would quietly hum an old song, a lullaby from the countryside, soft as steam. The best nights. Sometimes there was an egg, a single one, split 6 ways. No one complained. Other nights, someone had pickled garlic from their mother's farm, or a dried persimmon tucked inside a sleeve for 3 days. One night, they cooked tengpyeonki, mung bean jelly salad, from scraps left after the royal meal. It wasn't much, but it was theirs. And in the quiet aftertaste, they found something that even the palace could not give. Ease. What they talked about. Not politics. Not kings. Not even food most nights. They spoke of dreams. Of home. Of old love letters folded into hairpins. Of a sibling's wedding they couldn't attend. Of what they might cook if they were free. But they never spoke long, because sleep came early, and trays waited in the morning. Still, those few bites shared under starlight meant something. A bowl of soup with 6 spoons was more sacred than any scroll. A promise between shifts. Before leaving, someone always whispered, "Tomorrow I'll bring pepper flakes. Tomorrow we'll fry the rice crust. Tomorrow let's eat before the fire goes out." It was never a plan, just the hope. A soft thread pulled through the next day. A way to remind each other, we're still here. No records remain. No scribe wrote about these meals. No paintings were made. No one bowed before them. But every person who worked in that palace kitchen remembered them more clearly than any royal banquet. Because after a day of silence and service, these bowls spoke truth. and no one ever returned them empty. To be continued. Tonight, we shared a spoon beside a hidden flame. We tasted soup made from scraps. We felt warmth passed hand to hand, without rules or rank. Next time, we visit a banquet gone wrong. When too much ambition, too many guests, and not enough firewood, nearly brought shame to the royal court. Most royal meals passed without comment. The tray arrived. The king ate. The dishes returned. The kitchen moved on. But once, not so long ago in the life of the Joseon court, a banquet was planned. Too large, too grand, too fast. And the fire meant to feed a celebration nearly undid the very people who lit it. Tonight, we walk into that memory, not to judge, but to observe. Because even in a kitchen built on tradition, ambition sometimes burns too hot. The occasion. A foreign envoy had arrived from China's imperial court. A rare visitor, high-ranking, well-dressed, well-fed, and the king wanted to impress him, not just with words, but with a banquet. The order came swiftly. 12 full-course trays, 20 side dishes, 4 types of soup, rice from the southern provinces, 2 desserts, 1 warm, 1 frozen, and it all had to be served before sundown. The pressure in the kitchen. The Sangam knew what this meant. More than a feast, this was a message. A political gift. A test of diplomacy, on porcelain. They split into teams. Some boiled, others sliced. Rice steamed in 4 kettles at once. Soup brewed in shifts. Trays polished until they shimmered like water. But there was one problem. Firewood. It had rained the day before. The logs were damp, and the wind wouldn't hold. Still, no one said anything, because when the king wants a banquet, you make it happen, even if the fire fights back. What went wrong? At first, it was small. A kettle that wouldn't boil. A tray of John that stayed pale. Then the second fire pit sputtered out entirely. One Sanggung tried using oil to ignite the coals. Another fanned too hard and scattered ash into a pot of broth. By the time the sun touched the palace walls, half the rice was undercooked. The duck had dried, and the soup had gone cloudy from panic. But the tray was already on its way, because the bells had rung, and the envoy was seated. There was no time to start again. The king's face. When the tray was uncovered, everything looked perfect. That was the tragedy of it. The surface lied. But the king saw the smoke, smelled the too long braised radish, noticed the missing garnish on the dessert. He didn't say a word, but the spoon rested in his hand longer than usual. The envoy, of course, smiled and praised the lotus root, said the rice reminded him of his childhood, asked for seconds of the pear jelly. But the king did not finish his meal. The aftermath. No punishments. No dismissals. Just silence. And that silence echoed louder than shouting. The kitchen cleaned in near darkness. No one spoke above a whisper. One girl cried quietly, while rinsing spoons. Another burned her fingers trying to save a part no one would eat from. And the head Sangam? She sat in the coldest corner, and wrote the full menu again by hand. This time, as it should have been. Not to show anyone, just to remember. The lesson they never forgot. After that night, no feast was prepared without checking the wood 3 days ahead. No soup served without double tasting. No schedule made without 2 backups. Because the fire may be ancient, but it's never guaranteed. And sometimes, too much ambition can burn more than just the rice. To be continued. Tonight, we felt the heat rise too fast. Watched a meal unravel, quietly, politely, tragically. But next time, we slow everything down again. To a midnight shift in winter. When one cook made a bowl of soup. Not for the king. Not for the queen. But for the palace gatekeeper, who hadn't eaten in 2 days. Not every story ends with a banquet. Not every tray is made for a throne. Some meals are quiet, unnoticed, unwritten, but remembered by those who needed them most. Tonight, we return to a corner of the palace, far from the kitchen, far from the queen's chambers, far from the light. A place near the eastern gate, where a man stood watch each night, in cold, in silence, in duty. And one winter evening, he found something waiting for him. A bowl of soup. The man at the gate. He had no rank, no silk robe, no history worth writing down. He opened and closed the gate. He bowed. He waited. Sometimes for hours. Sometimes for no one at all. But he never left his post. Not even during snow. Not even when the lanterns blew out and the dogs barked in the dark. He didn't speak much. Didn't eat much. Because most nights, he was forgotten. The girl who noticed. She was new to the kitchen. Not yet a sangam. Not yet anything. Just a girl with fast hands and a quiet heart. She cleaned rice bowls. Carried kindling. Scraped fish bones into the waste pot. And one night, on her way to discard scraps, she passed the gate. He was there. Not moving. Not blinking. Just still. She thought, he looks colder than the soup I'm throwing out. And that thought stayed with her. What she did, she didn't ask for permission. She didn't write a request. She simply saved a little broth the next night. Heated it when no one was looking. Carried it in an old wooden bowl. Wrapped in a cloth. She left it beside the gatepost. Didn't say a word. Just walked away. How he found it. He thought it was a mistake. Then a prank. Then a test. But when he lifted the lid, steam rose into the frozen air. The scent of anchovy and turnip. A single slice of tofu, still warm. He ate slowly, sitting on the stone step. Alone. It was the first hot thing he had tasted in 3 days. He didn't ask who made it. But the next night, he swept the snow from the path beside the kitchen. How it continued. Each night she left the bowl. Each night he returned it, rinsed, racked. She never saw him eat. He never saw her leave it. But the soup changed. A little each time. Once it had mushrooms. Once it had a quail egg. Once it was just barley water. But warm all the same. No one noticed. Because it was small. And sometimes, the smallest things are the easiest to carry. One night, the bowl was gone. One night, she came to leave the bowl. And he wasn't there. The gate was closed. The snow untouched. She waited. Nothing. She returned to the kitchen. Quiet and wondering. But in the morning, on her sleeping mat, she found the bowl. Still warm. Beside it, a paper folded 4 times. Inside, just 2 words. I remember. Why it mattered. Because in a palace of ceremonies, orders, and endless rules, this was a kindness with no name, no reason, no reward, just warmth, carried in a bowl, and shared, again and again, until both giver and receiver felt human again. Closing of chapter 2. We've wandered through kitchens, gardens, gateposts, and stories served in silence. We've tasted the meals not written in scrolls, heard footsteps that didn't echo, and seen that food, at its softest, connects, no matter the rank, no matter the role, because in the Joseon palace, sometimes the most meaningful trays weren't carried to the throne, but to the door. Coming soon, chapter 3. We return to the world beyond the walls, to find the cooks, farmers, mothers, and travelers, whose meals shape the ones inside. We begin again, not behind palace gates, but outside them, along a street where sandals slap against stone, where wind carries the smell of roasted grains, and where market calls rise like birdsong at first light. This is the world of the vendors, of women with sharp eyes and strong backs, of rice sacks taller than children, of food that was not wrapped in gold, but in cloth and kindness. And in one corner of the market, beneath a slanted roof and a creaking sign, stood a small wooden stall. Behind it, a girl, no older than 15, her name lost to scrolls, but not to memory, because without her, the palace may never have tasted the rice it depended on. The stall. It was barely wide enough for 2 people. 1 sack of barley, 1 of white rice, a smaller bag of sticky short grain, used for tiak, a jar of roasted corn kernels for tea, a string of dried peppers for luck, and a worn wooden scoop. Every morning, her father swept the stall floor. Every evening, she sorted pebbles from the grain. And all day, they waited for buyers. Palace kitchen buyers came once a week, dressed plainly, speaking softly, but everyone in the market knew who they were, and so did she. The days she was noticed. One day, the court buyer arrived late. The rice he ordered was already scooped and sealed. She bowed quietly, offered a cup of warm corn tea, without being asked. He paused, asked where she had learned to prepare rice water so sweet. She answered, "My grandmother said to boil it until it smells like the field after rain." He said nothing else. But the next week, he returned with a second man, a sangam, and the week after that, her rice was requested by name. What she did differently. She didn't grow the rice. She didn't mill it, but she listened to it. She watched for the way grains fell, the smell when the burlap sack was first opened, the way sound changed when grain was dry enough to store. She touched it with the back of her hand. She stirred it with wooden paddles worn smooth from generations. She didn't measure by volume, but by weight in her arms. And the palace kitchen noticed, because her rice never clumped, never cracked, never carried the bitterness of mildew or haste. It steamed clean, fragrant, consistent. The invitation she declined. Months later, a letter came. She was invited to train as a kitchen apprentice inside the palace. She read it twice, and then she handed it back. "My place is here," she said. "If I go, who will choose the rice?" No one argued. But from that week on, the kitchen boys who came to collect the sacks began greeting her with small bows. One even brought her honey chestnut candy in winter. She didn't speak much, but she always knew their names, what the rice meant. To the palace, it was just an ingredient, but to her, it was a conversation, with soil, with weather, with time, and every scoop she measured out was a quiet offering, to feed strangers, to support ceremony she would never see, to keep the system moving. From her little stall at the edge of a street, most nobles never walked, but still, she stood there, every day, until her hair turned gray, and the palace cooks whispered, "It tastes different now," because she was gone. To be continued. Tonight, we stepped outside the gates. We stood on one stone. We scooped rice beside a girl who knew what it meant to feed something larger than herself. Next time, we follow one of her sacks. Up the mountain. Through snow. To a royal temple where monks prepared food for no one but the wind. Not all rice made its way to royal bowls. Some was carried farther, higher, to places where kings had no throne. And no one bowed, except to the wind. Tonight, we follow a sack of rice. From the bustling market streets of Hanyang, to a mountain temple so quiet, you could hear snow land on stone. Because even in silence, even far from palaces and politics, food was sacred. And the monks who received it fed something deeper than power. The journey begins. It started with a boy, barefoot, cloaked in straw. He tied a bundle of rice across his back. Not palace rice, temple rice. donated quietly by merchants, widows, and sometimes by the palace itself on special days. He walked alone, across frozen fields, over stone bridges lined with snow. Each step was steady, not rushed, because the rice was not just weight. It was purpose, and it had to arrive whole. The temple in the pines, tucked between cedar and rock. The temple had no gates, just a path, a bell, and a garden that slept beneath frost. The monks wore grey robes, woke before light, spoke little, cooked even less. Their meals were simple, but always exact, because to them, every grain was a prayer. How they cooked. They didn't taste as they cooked. They didn't season. They didn't adjust. They trusted. The rice was washed 3 times, soaked by moonlight, boiled in heavy pots over pine fire. Each monk took turns stirring, 3 full circles clockwise. Then silence. No onion, no garlic, no meat. Only what the land offered. Mushrooms, roots, seaweed, and salt air. And when the rice was ready, they served it to each other, bowed, ate slowly, not for flavor, but for presence. Why it mattered? Because they believed. If one grain was wasted, a thought had wandered. If a bowl was left unfinished, a lesson had been ignored. The rice didn't belong to them. It had passed through the hands of many. Farmers, merchants, cooks, servants. And now, it fed not just their bodies, but their clarity. The meal for the wind. Once a week, they prepared a bowl and placed it outside, on a flat stone, facing east. No one touched it. No one claimed it. It was an offering to birds, to passing spirits, to the idea that not all meals are for humans. And sometimes, by morning, the bowl was empty. The day the palace sent a message. One winter, a servant arrived from the court. He carried a letter, sealed but unspoken, and a bag of white rice, polished, fragrant, rare. The monks accepted it with a bow. They did not open the letter. They did not ask why it was sent. They simply cooked the rice, served it that evening, ate in silence, then placed the second bowl on the stone. The next morning, the wind had scattered it. The servant returned to the palace, said only this. They received it, and shared it. What the rice taught. That food is not only for the hungry. It is also for remembering, honoring, balancing, and when prepared with stillness. Even a bowl of plain rice can clear the mind, like morning air. To be continued. Tonight, we climbed above the noise. We stepped into a kitchen with no firewood stacked. No shouting. No silver spoons. Only intention. Next time, we descend again. Back to the city. To a family that prepared meals for the dead. And passed their recipes down. To those still living. Not every meal was made to be eaten. Some were made to remember. Some to honor. Some simply to say, "You're still here." Tonight, we step into a home at the edge of the capital. Not large. Not royal. Just quiet. Where, once a year, the kitchen woke before dawn. Fire lit with care. Table scrubbed. And a meal began to take shape. Not for guests. Not for family. But for the ancestors. This was Jessa. Ancestral ritual. And the food it required was a different kind of sacred. Before the cooking begins. The night before, the family swept the house. Wiped each surface. Dusted corners the wind had forgotten. The children were told to speak softly. To not quarrel. Because on Jessa Day, the house must be at peace. The old wooden table was brought out. The brass bowls polished until they shone like quiet moons. And in the kitchen, the eldest daughter stood beside her mother. Apron tied. Hair pulled back. No laughter. Only memory. What was cooked? Not too much, but never too little. Always in our numbers. 3 soups, 5 side dishes, 7 fruits, steamed white rice, clear beef soup, strained and warm, braised tofu with sesame and soy, pickled lotus root for balance, pan-fried John, fish and egg, laid carefully, sliced apple, pear, jujube, peeled and fanned, and always a cup of rice wine poured at the very end. No garlic, no red chili, nothing too pungent. Because the spirits, they said, preferred calm. The rules they remembered. Do not taste the food. Do not blow out the candle. Let it fade on its own. Do not speak the names too loudly. And most importantly, do not rush. Every bowl was placed with care. Left to right. Soup at the top. Fruits at the bottom. Chopsticks aligned. Because this table was not decoration. It was a conversation. The moment of invitation. When the table was complete, the door was opened. Just slightly. Incense lit. Bell rung. And the head of the house bowed. 3 times. No words. Just breath. And stillness. Because in that moment, they believed the ancestors entered. Not in body, but in presence. And for a short while, the room felt full. What the children did, they watched. Sometimes confused. Sometimes fidgeting. But always still. And when it was over, when the ritual had passed, they helped clear the table. Not quickly. Gently. Because though the food was now theirs to eat, it had already fed someone else. And so they chewed slowly. Talked softly. Said thank you before the first bite. Not to each other, but to the ones who came before. Why this food was important? Because it reminded them that meals were more than flavor. They were remembrance, structure, love that asked for nothing. And even if the spirits did not arrive, the family had, together, again, around a table that would outlast all of them, to be continued. Tonight, we serve those who no longer eat. We listen to silence, and learn that the act of offering, without expectation, is one of the oldest forms of love. Next time, we follow a royal dish that changed every season. Because no ingredient ever stayed the same. Some meals arrive only once. A celebration, a birth, a final farewell. But some return again and again. Unassuming, reliable, evolving gently with the passing sky. Tonight, we sit with such a dish. A simple stew, served to the king throughout the year. Always with the same name, but never the same taste. Because in the palace, as in life, even the most familiar things were shaped by the season. The dish, it had no grand title, just Jeongal. Stew, not as rich as a royal soup, not as plain as peasant broth. Somewhere between, always brought to the table bubbling, always shared, always comforting. But what went into the pot? That changed. With wind, with rain, with time. Spring. The kitchen woke early. Opened the small garden gate. Plucked sprouts before the sun grew too bold. Into the stew went young radish leaves, wild garlic shoots, soft tofu, barely set, a pinch of soybean paste, a handful of flower petals, edible, pale yellow. The broth was light, fragrant, full of beginnings. Served to the queen on her walk through the veranda. To the prince after his first outdoor lesson. It tasted like hope. Summer. The air grew thick. Fires burned longer than they should. The kitchen worked slower. So the stew adjusted. Into the pot went zucchini, sliced thin, cold watercress, mushrooms, dried and rehydrated, a spoon of perilla oil for depth, and thin slices of grilled eel, just enough for energy. The broth shimmered, deeper, earthier, served in the evening. After the heat began to break, it tasted like endurance. Autumn. The wind changed. Leaves fell into the palace ponds, and the stew became heartier. Into the pot went chestnuts peeled by hand, dried jujubes, mountain herbs, beef brisket simmered low, a touch of ginger. The scent filled the hallways. Served to guests. Served during long meetings. Served on quiet days when the king walked alone. It tasted like reflection. Winter. The stove was never cold. The pot never empty. Into the stew went aged kimchi, thick slabs of radish, glass noodles, bone broth simmered for hours, and wild sesame seeds ground fine. It was the heaviest of the year, poured into wide bowls, shared with the scribes, with the firekeepers, with the sangun who stayed late. It tasted like home, even inside stone walls. Why the dish stayed? Because no matter how it changed, the stew always returned. A thread through the years. A reminder that change could be gentle, predictable, even comforting. And in a court ruled by rules, a dish that shifted was its own kind of freedom. One final variation. There's a quiet record from the end of a long reign. The king, older now, rarely asked for much, but one night, he requested Jeongal, and asked, "Bring me the summer version, but with autumn broth." The kitchen paused, then smiled, because that, they understood, to be continued. Tonight, we tasted change in slow spoons. We followed one dish across blooming, burning, falling, and frost, and learned that the soul of a meal isn't in its ingredients, but in its willingness to adapt. Next time, we open a scroll tucked deep in the archives. A collection of palace kitchen idioms, phrases passed from cook to cook, half instruction, half poetry. The royal kitchen was filled with noise, firewood crackling, pots bubbling, footsteps rushing between trays and towels. But beneath the noise, there were words, not orders, not recipes, but phrases. Short, strange, passed from one cook's mouth to another's ear, never written down, but never forgotten. Tonight, we listen to the language of the hearth, the idioms, superstitions, and gentle warnings that stitch the palace kitchen together, as tightly as the knots on a tray cloth. The rice listens to your thoughts, said when someone was distracted while cooking, because in the palace, it was believed that rice steamed better when the cook was calm. If your mind wandered, so did the flavor. The elders would whisper it behind you, not as scolding, but as guidance, a reminder to stir with still hands. Soup knows who you are, said when someone seasoned too boldly, a quiet nudge. Don't try to prove anything. Don't overpower. Let the broth reveal itself. Let it reflect the cook's state. If the soup was too cloudy, perhaps you were too. Don't ask the spoon what the bowl already said. Used when someone double-checked a dish that had already been judged. It meant trust. Trust the taste. Trust the first impression. Or more deeply. Sometimes, more checking doesn't make something better, only more uncertain. Pickles are patient. You should be too. Used in training, when a young cook rushed fermentation, or questioned whether something was ready. It was a lesson in time, and in respect. Because the cabbage will tell you when it's kimchi, not the other way around. If the flame bends, bow with it, said during monsoon season, when fires refused to behave. It reminded cooks not to fight nature, not to curse the wind. Just adjust. Stay close. Keep cooking. Because in the palace, adaptation was part of tradition. Even a spoon leaves a mark, said when someone felt invisible. Usually a kitchen maid, or an apprentice, or someone tired of going unnoticed. It meant every action matters. Every small roll shapes the meal. Even a spoon, lifted and set back down, changes the surface of the stew. And you are part of this place. When in doubt, add heat. When afraid, add kindness. Used sparingly. Usually by the oldest Sangam. Usually when something had gone wrong. Too salty? Add water and thyme. Too bitter? Add sweetness, gently. Too late? Serve it warm, and say nothing. Because food isn't about perfection. It's about care. And kindness always tasted better than control. Why these sayings survived? Because they held more than instruction. They held memory, humility, and a soft kind of wisdom that you could taste, even if you didn't understand it. They weren't carved in stone, but they were etched into behavior, into muscle, into the breath between stirring and serving, and they lasted longer than many of the kings they fed. To be continued. Tonight we listened to the stove speak, and heard not fire, but feeling, not command, but comfort. Next time, we visit a meal served only once. The day a foreign bride entered the palace, carrying new spices, new customs, and a single dish from her homeland. Not every royal bride was born within the walls of Joseon. Some came from distant lands, carried across rivers, mountains, and language barriers, wrapped in silk and silence, eyes lowered, heart steady. And when they entered the court, they brought more than dowries and lineage. They brought flavor, unfamiliar scents, new rituals, a different way to slice ginger. Tonight we sit beside one such bride. On her first evening in the palace, she's dressed in layers she didn't choose, surrounded by women she's never met. And on the tray before her, a meal she didn't grow up eating, but quietly, beneath her sleeve, she holds something of her own, a recipe from home. The girl from the west of the map. Her name was recorded phonetically. No one in court quite knew how to pronounce it. She came from a kingdom known to the court, but rarely visited. A place where cinnamon was boiled in milk, where rice was rolled, not steamed, where fish was grilled in banana leaf, and tea came with cardamom. She was a peace offering, a political link, a young woman turned symbol, but also a cook's granddaughter, and a girl who remembered the scent of cumin before she could walk. What the palace prepared for her. The kitchen was careful. They offered warm juk, mild broth, soft radish pickles, familiar enough to comfort, neutral enough not to offend. No garlic, no strong fermented sauces, no kimchi yet. They placed a brass spoon on her tray and stepped back. She bowed her head, took one bite, smiled gently, and said in her own tongue, "This is warm." It was the first word she spoke that day. Later that night, in private, she asked, with gestures more than words, for a small clay pot, a bit of rice, a pan, and then, beneath the paper windows, in the room where no one watched, she cooked, slowly, carefully. She peeled a dried orange, crushed coriander by hand, mixed it with broth and rice, until the smell made her eyes water, not from spice, but from memory. The next morning, she sent the pot to the kitchen. No scroll, no note, just a clay bowl, covered with a silk cloth. Inside, rice cooked in cinnamon and citrus, a touch of salt, and warmth no one can name. The Sangdong tasted it, paused, then called for the youngest kitchen girl, told her to take a spoonful to the queen's quarters. No explanation, just let her try this. How it was received. The queen opened the cloth, smelled the dish, and asked, "Is this medicine?" The Sangam said, "It is from home, just not ours." The queen ate in silence, then asked, "Did she make it herself?" "Yes." Another pause. "Send her 2 pairs. Sweet. Whole. No message. But a message all the same." Why the bowl mattered? Because it said, "I remember who I am. I do not reject your ways, but I carry my own, and I'm willing to share, in a court where silence ruled. This was bold, but it was not rebellion. It was an offering, one that asked for no change, only a seat at the table. To be continued. Tonight, we tasted a story carried across borders, a memory boiled into rice, a hand that reached out, not with words, but with food. Next time, we hear from someone else watching, the royal painter, who sketched every meal before it was served, and recorded what others forgot to see, before a tray reached the king's hands, before steam rose into quiet air, before silver spoons touched soup. Someone had already seen it, studied it, captured it, not to taste, not to judge, but to remember. Tonight, we sit beside a man with quiet eyes, ink-stained fingers, and a scroll that never left his sleeve. The royal painter, not of portraits, not of battlefields, but of meals. Because in the Joseon court, food wasn't just eaten, it was documented, one stroke at a time. Why food was painted. Official records were kept in ink and parchment. Rice tallies, salt purchases, menus approved by ministers, but words couldn't capture the color, the shape, the way steamed fish glistened beside golden teak, the way pickled plums sat in quiet clusters of 5. So the court appointed a Wawan, a painter of scenes, but also of service. He would sit near the kitchen door, not interfering, just watching, and when a tray was finished, he sketched it. Not just the food, but the tray's layout, the cloth, the arrangement of chopsticks, because that too was history. How he worked. He used thin brushes, rice paper, natural inks from charcoal, flour, and stone. He didn't paint every tray, only the important ones. A banquet, a birthday, a diplomatic visit, a final meal. He painted quickly, while the food was still warm, because after it was served, only memory remained, and his scrolls were the memory. That never spoiled. The details he noted. Was the rice shaped or loose? Did this soup include root garnish? Were the johns stacked or fanned? Was the kimchi red or white? He often wrote small notes in the margins. Lotus stem curled, well balanced, fruit placed in odd number grouping, chili omitted today, possible sign of mourning, because he didn't just draw, he read the food, and in doing so, he read the palace. What he was not allowed to paint, he was never to sketch. The queen's pride of meals, the food sent to concubines after 10 p.m., the trays served during illness, those were off limits, too private, too sacred. But sometimes, he painted them anyway, not for records, for himself. Tucked into a scroll he kept hidden, wrapped in cloth, never shown, because some meals weren't for history, just for understanding. One scroll that survived, in a museum archive, a painting remains, a single tray, 6 bowls, 1 napkin, a folded letter beside a bowl of plum broth, painted in soft ink, with a faint note in the corner. Even the food was quiet today. The year was one of loss. The queen had passed. The palace was in mourning. But that tray, with its stillness, its space, its restraint, it said more than any proclamation. Why his work mattered. Because when the meal was gone, when the guests were dismissed, when the dishes had been washed, his scrolls remained. They told future cooks how trays were once built. They showed scholars how tastes had changed. They whispered to the present how the past had eaten. He didn't speak much, but his brushes did. And the kitchen, in all its steam and smoke, became art. To be continued. Tonight we watched the moment before the meal. The pause, the gaze, the ink. We saw that even food, meant to be consumed, could also be preserved. Next time, we visit the palace clock keeper, whose day was not ruled by bells or sun, but by the rhythms of when the king ate next. In most kingdoms, time is kept with clocks, sundials, bells, hourglasses. But in the palace of Joseon, there was another kind of time. It was not struck, not shouted, not measured in seconds. It was felt, through the steam of soup, the sound of rice being stirred, the moment when a spoon was lifted, the time of meals. Tonight, we walk with the man who followed those moments. The clock keeper, yes, but not the one who adjusted dials. This one worked in the shadows of the royal kitchen and knew the rhythm of the court, by how hungry it had become, how he knew the hour. He didn't wear a watch, no water clock, no astrological chart, but he knew. When the rice began to hiss, it was the fifth watch. When the broth turned clear, the king had just ended morning council. When the third tray was returned untouched, afternoon fatigue had arrived. And when the tea leaves were steamed rather than brewed, someone was grieving. This wasn't guesswork. It was intuition, earned by years of listening to fire and footsteps. The morning rhythm. Before sunrise, he walked the perimeter of the palace. The kitchen was already lit. He smelled the sesame oil. He heard the second fire start. He noted, rice is being stirred counterclockwise today, perhaps nervousness. Then he paused by the west hall, the king's quarters. He counted how long the door stayed closed after the tray entered. 6 minutes. He ate slowly today, and with that, he made a quiet note in his head. The day would be soft. How meals marked mood. The king's spoon told more than any minister. If he asked for barley instead of white rice, he was feeling humble. If he requested radish 3 days in a row, troubled memory. If the dessert was left untouched, perhaps a dispute had occurred earlier. And if the soup was finished entirely, even when everything else remained, a longing for comfort. The clock keeper passed these messages quietly, sometimes with just a look, to the head kitchen sangam. No report, just understanding. He knew when not to knock. There were days when time stood still. A tray sat untouched for an hour. The fire was rekindled 3 times. No bell rang for the next meal. On those days, he did not deliver reminders, did not announce the next hour. He simply walked, listened, waited, because in the palace, some silences were sacred, and no meal should interrupt them. How the palace followed him, even without orders. The kitchen felt his presence. If he passed briskly, they prepared early. If he lingered, they held the spoon a moment longer. He never told them what to do. He simply moved, like a shadow that held the day together. Between bites, the day he was late, just once, he arrived behind schedule. No one shouted. No trays fell. But the soup was too thick, the rice a touch too hard, and the tea too cold. It wasn't a disaster, but it was off. And from that day forward, he never missed a moment again. Why his role mattered? Because time in the palace wasn't about hours. It was about harmony. Meals didn't just fill stomachs. They structured days, held emotion, guided rhythm. And he, without speaking, without ruling, kept it all intact, with steps soft as falling rice. To be continued. Tonight, we followed the clock, not by bell, but by bull. We saw how the palace moved in spoons and silences, and how one quiet man made sure it all flowed. Next time, we return to the royal gardens, to the flowers not picked for beauty, but for flavor, used to garnish, sweeten, and calm. In the palace, not all beauty was worn. Some of it was eaten. Tonight we walk through the garden, not to admire, but to gather, because some flowers were more than decoration, more than fragrance, More than offerings at an altar, they were ingredients, delicate, seasonal, and each with a meaning that reached beyond the tongue. Tonight we cook with petals and learn how beauty was folded into flavor. The garden before the fire, behind the kitchen. A small path led to a hidden space. Low stone walls, worn stepping stones, no bright flags, just green. And among the herbs, planted between rows of mugwort and perilla, grew the flowers the court called silent guests, because they came to the table and said everything without sound. Chrysanthemum gukwa, small, pale yellow or white, used in tea, or laid gently on tofu during autumn months. Its taste, bitter and clean, astringent, meant to clear the mind. The queen often drank chrysanthemum tea. On days she received petitions, not for flavor, but for focus. The kitchen called it flower of truth, because no lie could sit comfortably after a cup of gukwa. Peony moran, rarely eaten whole, but the petals were sometimes floated in wine during spring festivals. Soft pink, sweet and cool, they symbolize blessing, nobility, but also impermanence, because they wilted quickly. Once, during a royal wedding, peony petals were placed on the dessert tray. The next morning, none remained. It was said the bride had eaten each one, as a promise to be gentle. Plum blossom mewa, too delicate to boil, soaked instead, infused in rice wine, pressed into rice cakes. It was the first flower of the year, bloomed in frost, tasted like memory, slightly sour, slightly sweet. The king once requested a plum blossom dish, after a year of drought. When asked why, he said, because it blooms when nothing else dares to. Hibiscus magumwa, the national flower, resilient, everywhere. But in the palace, used rarely, carefully, steeped for resilience, not for pleasure, given to the crown prince in a simple soup. On the day he began his official studies, the Sangam whispered, "You'll need this strength. Rose jangmi." A petal laid on top of a pear. A drop of rose syrup in spring rice wine. Never dominant. Always quiet. Because rose in the court meant a message that could not be spoken. If a meal came with rose tea, it often meant be kind, be cautious, be careful. More than once, a tray with rose petals was returned untouched, because the recipient had understood how the kitchen chose the flowers, not by color, not by beauty, but by day, by mood, by who would eat them. Plum for clarity, chrysanthemum for honesty, rose for subtlety, peony for blessings, hibiscus for endurance. And always, they were cleaned in silence, handled with soft fingers, laid onto trays like secrets, because a flower, once picked, speaks more softly than it ever did in the wind. The dish with no name. Once a year, in spring, a bowl was made that contained nothing but petals, floating in cold broth, colored like dawn. It was not listed on the menu. It was not served to guests, only to the elders of the court kitchen. A reminder that even after decades, the palace still fed them beauty, and they in turn fed the world. To be continued. Tonight we didn't cook with salt, or oil, or spice. We cooked with color, with meaning, with the parts of plants that knew how to speak without speaking. Next time, we sit beside a young girl's first tray. The moment she is allowed to eat at the adult table, and what it teaches her about hunger, restraint, and memory. Before the soup simmered, before the rice steamed, before the tray left the kitchen, smoke rose. Not from firewood, not from the hearth, but from a slender stick of incense, lit gently in the corner of the kitchen. or placed quietly beside a tray in the queen's quarters. Tonight, we breathe with that smoke. We watch it curl above stone floors and polished bowls. And we learn why the Joseon court believed meals should begin, was sent, why incense was used. It wasn't religious. Not always. It wasn't for purification. Not entirely. It was for reminder. To slow. To center. To shift the body from movement to stillness. Because eating in the palace was never rushed. And incense was the pause before the first bite. Types of incense used. The palace used a variety, carefully chosen for time, season, and occasion. Bakdanhyang, white sandalwood calming, cool, used before evening meals. Jangmihyang, rosewood, rare, delicate, burned during ceremonial feasts. Chunhyang, green, grassy incense, used in early spring to refresh the senses. Gongjinhyang, palace blend, a secret mixture, spicy and deep, reserved for the king's meditation room. Each had its own box, its own burner, its own moment, and the Sangun who lit them knew exactly how long one stick would last. Because when the smoke ended, the tray began. The kitchen's use of incense. In the back kitchen, incense wasn't always fancy. Sometimes it was mudwood, dried and bundled, burned to calm tension, to keep illness from clinging to the cook's sleeves. They said it kept negative energy from slipping into the soup. And once a month, they burned tangerine peel and cinnamon. Not for tradition, but because it simply made the whole space feel lighter. The incense beside the queen. When the queen was ill, no one dared speak loudly. The tray arrived with rice, broth, and beside it, a small burner. Inside, sandalwood and a pinch of dried pear blossom. The scent didn't fill the room. It hovered, like memory, like breath. And when she sipped the soup, her hand trembled, but her shoulders softened. The kitchen knew. The incense had done its part. The silent message. Sometimes incense was used, not to soothe, but to speak. If the king received a tray with bitter broth, but scented with rose incense, he would pause, because rose in the court meant gentle caution, and smoke never lies. After the meal, the incense always outlasted the food, and when the meal was cleared, the burner remained, still warm, still fragrant. A closing note. A reminder that meals weren't just to fill, they were to remember. One final curl. A scroll survives, painted by the royal food artist. It shows a tray, empty bowls, and one faint line of smoke, rising from a corner dish. The only note says, the food was good, but the memory was in the scent. To be continued. Tonight, we breathed with the palace, not through recipes or spoons, but through smoke. We saw how scent prepared the soul, just as rice prepared the body. Next time, we go to the palace's edge, to the doorkeeper's tea, brewed with herbs not for taste, but for alertness, as they stood through night and fog, while the palace dined, laughed, read poems under lantern light. Someone always stood at the edge, eyes open, feet still, one hand on the wooden latch of the eastern gate. Tonight, we walk quietly beside that figure, a gatekeeper, one of many, but always present. He doesn't eat at the king's table. He doesn't sit near the fire. But he has something else, something brewed slowly, in a chipped pot, steeped over low heat. The watcher's brew. What it was. Not tea. Not medicine. But somewhere between. A dark, fragrant liquid. Sipped in silence. Before the second watch of the night. Made not to soothe, but to sharpen. Because sleep had to wait. And memory had to stretch through the dark. What went into it? Ginger root, thinly sliced, to warm the chest. Licorice, a touch, for steady breath. Dried jujube, halved, to soften the bitterness. Roasted barley, ground, for depth and clarity. A single peppercorn crushed, for the sting that kept eyelids open. Boiled low, not to rolling, just enough to hum. The scent lingered on the gatekeeper's sleeve, long after the cup was empty. When it was drunk, not at mealtimes, not in company, but at the moment, when the night grew quietest. No footsteps, no trays, no messages from the Queen's wing, only moonlight, and the sound of his own breath. He drank slowly, watching the shadows on the stone, each sip a promise, to stay present, the one who brewed it. It was not made in the royal kitchen, not listed in any scroll. It was prepared by an older god, retired from watch duty, now tending fires, but still loyal. He brewed a small pot. Each evening, left it on the stove behind the east corridor. No instructions, no labels, just the same cup. Night after night, year after year. He said it was a drink, meant for people who carry silence. What it meant, it wasn't about flavor. No one praised it. No one sought it out during the day. But every gatekeeper who drank it stood straighter afterward, not from strength, but from connection, because in that shared cup, passed between gods, without ceremony, they remembered. They were not invisible. The one night it was missed, one winter, the old god fell ill. No brew, no steam, just an empty spot where the pot once sat. The gatekeeper that night stood all the same, but the shift felt longer, the cold sharper, the quiet heavier. He wrote a note on a slip of firewood bark. Come back soon. Your tea keeps the stars from falling. Why the palace never noticed. Because some things aren't meant to be noticed, only felt. And while kings changed, and queens mourned, and scrolls were sealed, that tea kept being made, one cup at a time, at the edge of the palace, where history stood quietly, and didn't blink. To be continued. Tonight we stood in the dark, not afraid. We drank warmth meant not for taste, but for endurance. And we remembered that not all who serve do so in the light. Next time, we returned to the palace laundry, where aprons soaked in broth and robes stained with soy, were clean not just with soap, but with secrets. There is a place in the palace where no one bowed, no scrolls were read, no kings ever stepped. A place where the air always smelled faintly of steam, and fingers stayed wrinkled from hours in the basin, the laundry quarters. And while others wrote history in ink, the women here washed it away. From aprons, from robes, from sleeves stained with soup. Tonight, we stand by the wash trough, not to clean, but to listen, because the water knew everything. Who worked there? They weren't sangam, not nobles, not servants in fine rooms. They were the rinse women, the cloth keepers, the ones who boiled water from dawn to dusk. Their hands always chapped, their eyes quick, because every fabric told a story. If you knew how to read the stains, and they did, what they washed. Aprons from the royal kitchen, splattered with broth. Linen napkins, stiff with soy and sesame oil. Sleeves of scribes stained with charcoal. The king's underrobes, sometimes smelling faintly of cedar and plum wine. They sorted everything by silence. No labels, no explanations. But they knew. This belonged to a concubine. This came from a child's first meal. This one has not been worn in months, because fabric remembers. Even when people forget. The water. It was boiled in iron pots, then cooled in wide basins, mixed with rice husk ash, sometimes with bean paste or crushed soap root. No perfumes, no scents, only what cleaned, without erasing, because too much scrubbing would remove not just the stain, but the story. So they were careful. gentle, even when the fabric had seen sorrow. What they whispered, while hands moved, words passed. The king's sleeve was folded today. Someone held his arm. The soup girl cried again. Her apron was soaked at the hem. This robe smells of ginseng. He must be ill. She sent back the tray, with tea stains untouched. No one outside asked them anything, but they knew, because the cloth, washed at the end of the day, held everything that was not said aloud, the robe that was never returned. One day, a silk robe arrived, fine stitching, a subtle plum blossom crest. But no one came to collect it. They washed it anyway, folded it, wrapped it in linen. Weeks passed. Eventually, they stored it in a cedar chest, placed dried tangerine peel inside to preserve the memory. And every year after, on the same week, they took it out, airing it in silence, for someone who never returned. Why they never complained? Because their work quieted the palace. Each time a robe was cleaned, a burden was lightened, a moment was allowed to pass, and though no feast was ever served in their honor, no song sung for their labor, every meal began with a clean cloth, every memory with a washed sleeve, and that was enough. To be continued. Tonight, we rinse the edges of stories, not to erase them, but to hold them more gently. We stood beside the water that caught everything others forgot. Next time, we return to the palace's final hour, when the last king ate his last meal, and the kitchen grew quiet. For good. Everything ends. Even the fire beneath the royal pots. Even the sound of knives on cutting boards. The rustle of napkins being folded. The soft clink of a spoon on polished brass. Tonight, we stand with the kitchen, as it prepares its final tray. Not because the hour is late. Not because the rice has run out. But because the palace itself is fading. The last king of Joseon sits at the table, not to feast, not to rule, just to eat. One last time. The palace is different now. The halls echo. Fewer footsteps. Fewer robes brushing past doors. No more messengers rushing in at sunrise. No more urgent many changes. The court has changed. The world has turned. And the kitchen knows it. Still, they cook. Because that's what they do. Until the very end. What was served? The king made no request. So the Sangung chose. They didn't prepare grandeur. No abalone. No pheasant. Instead, they offered a bowl of plain white rice, a single radish soup made with seaweed broth, pickled cucumber, light and crisp, grilled tofu, seasoned only with soy, a slice of dried persimmon, slightly sweet. Nothing complicated. Nothing new. Just what was always enough. How it was placed. The tray was polished. The cloth clean. They folded the napkins slowly, as if to hold the moment. A small burner with sandalwood was lit beside the tray. Not for ceremony, but for scent. And then the tray was carried, not by the youngest, but by the eldest Sangung in the kitchen. Her steps didn't falter, but her breath caught. As she set it down, what the king did, he looked at the tray, paused, lifted the spoon, took 3 bites of rice, 1 sip of soup, a piece of tofu. Then, set the spoon down, folded the napkin himself, and whispered, "You have cooked well." It was the only thing he said all day. What the kitchen felt. They didn't weep. Not then. They cleaned the tray, boiled the spoon, wiped the bowls dry. Then, they let the fires burn out. For the first time in generations. No rice was washed that night. No menus prepared. No spices measured. Only stillness. And the faint smell of sandalwood and soup. Why this meal mattered? Because it marked the end of a dynasty. Not with war, but with a tray. Not with noise, but with taste. A final offering. Simple, sincere, complete. And the kitchen, which had fed kings and queens, heirs and monks, lovers and enemies, closed its doors, not in sorrow, but in peace. To be continued. Tonight, we witness the kitchen's final moment. Not dramatic, not desperate, just dignified. Because even endings in the palace were served warm. Next time, we gather the fragments. The old recipes tucked in sleeves. The trays left in storerooms. The taste carried into modern kitchens. By those who remembered. The fire had gone out. The king had spoken his last word. The trays had been stacked one final time. But the taste? The memory? The knowing? It didn't end. Because when the palace quieted, when the courtiers were dismissed, when the doors finally closed, something slipped through the cracks. Soft things. Important things. Recipes. Tonight, we follow those fragments. Not the royal scrolls, but the bits scribbled in the margins of worn cloths, whispered between mothers and daughters, carried in aprons, sleeves, and heights. How it began. The Sangam didn't steal. She remembered. She had served for 30 years, prepared meals for 2 queens, watched ingredients rise and fall with political winds. And when the gates finally opened, when she stepped into the city like smoke into air, she carried nothing except taste. What she took with her. She didn't need scrolls. She had her hands. She knew by feel. How much water the rice needed when the rain lasted 3 days. How to fold flower petals into soup so they'd never float. How long to boil jujube before it became comfort, not sugar. And she taught her niece. Not in writing, but by stirring. Don't rush the radish, she said. It holds more grief than you think. The dishes that survived. Some recipes vanished. But others, they escaped. Teok with plum blossom syrup, once only served on royal birthdays. Steamed tofu in lotus broth, known to calm sleepless queens. Sweet radish ribbons, flavored with pear and silence. Burnt rice tea, a peasant's drink perfected in the palace hearth. These dishes left the court and entered kitchens with dirt floors, wooden spoons, children laughing nearby. They were made with less, but tasted the same, because the memory was intact. Where they went, to the provinces, to tea houses, to women who had once folded robes in the inner court, to street vendors who had listened carefully when a quiet sangam passed by, even to foreign kitchens, where the flavor bent slightly, but never broke. Because true recipes aren't about ingredients. They're about what they hold. The daughter who never saw the palace. She never wore court robes. Never bowed to royalty. Never saw the gold leaf trays. But her mother had. And every Sunday, they boiled bone broth together. And every time, her mother whispered, "Stir counterclockwise. Unless you want to remember." She didn't ask what that meant until she was old. By then, she knew. The last notebook. In a market stall in modern Seoul. An old book was found. No cover. No title. Just thin pages. And soft writing. Inside. Kimchi early spring, less salt, more time. Plum syrup for grief. Rice must never boil when angry. If the tofu breaks, start over. Food is not taste. Food is memory. At the bottom of the last page. Gyeongbokgung 1897. Why this matters. Because while palaces fall, flavor remains. Folded into dumplings. Stirred into tea. Brushed lightly across a child's lips. On the day they taste soup for the first time, the kitchen ended. But the meal never did. To be continued. Tonight, we followed recipes that walked without feet. We tasted food no longer served, but still remembered. Next time, we visit one last tray. Not from the past, but from the present. A modern chef opens a box of her grandmother's spices and recreates the meal the palace once forgot. It's not a palace. Not even close. Just a cafe tucked between bookstores. In a Seoul alley where wind carries the smell of coffee and old paper. There are no silk curtains. No bells at the gate. Only a small sign in the window. Today's special, Jeongal, spring version. Adapted from a palace recipe, 1864. Tonight, we step inside. Not backward in time, but forward. To a kitchen that hums with memory and stainless steel. Where a woman in a linen apron reaches for a jar of spice that once sat in her grandmother's hands. And with one scoop, the past wakes up. The chef. She never cooked in a royal court. She never wore hanbok unless it was for holidays. She studied in France, learned to make consommé, and once served soy braised seaweed to a man who called it elegant bitterness. But every Sunday, she remembered her grandmother, hunched over a clay pot, muttering in half sentences. The king liked this broth light in spring. Add lotus root now. Always before it softens too quickly. They used to fold the napkins like this. Not for show, so the warmth wouldn't escape. As a child, she hadn't understood. Now she does. The tray. She doesn't use brass bowls. Just clean white ceramics. But she arranges them the old way. Rice at the top. Soup to the right. Side dishes in odd numbers. A small burner to keep the stew just hot enough. No loud music plays. Only the simmering of broth. And the hum of an espresso machine. In the distance. But in that moment, a customer looks at the tray and pauses. Not because it's beautiful, but because it feels familiar. In a way they can't explain. What's in the meal? That day she serves young radish leaf jeongal, white rice steamed in kelp water, cucumber and plum vinegar banchan, tofu topped with crushed sesame and a whisper of pine oil, one square of tiak brushed with cinnamon syrup. Each dish tells a story, not loudly, not even clearly, but with a kind of gentleness that makes you eat slower. The woman who cried. One guest, an older woman, quiet and alone, eats half the soup, sets the spoon down, and wipes her eyes. The chef doesn't ask, only refills the tea. Before leaving, the woman writes on a napkin, "My mother made this. I forgot. Thank you for helping me remember." The chef folds the note, places it in the drawer, beside a page from her grandmother's recipe journal. Why it matters? Because not all memory lives in books. Some lives in the hand that adds salt without measuring, in the way rice rests in a bowl, in the steam that fogs the window, just as the tea begins to cool. This cafe doesn't claim to be a palace, but for one moment, for one tray, it becomes one. To be continued. Tonight, we watch the past come back to life, not with trumpets, but with tofu, plum, and someone remembering what they thought was lost. Next time, we follow that memory even further, to a home kitchen, where a child eats their first royal-style meal, and decides what flavor will shape their own future. No throne, no crown, no ministers lined in waiting, just a kitchen, sunlight spilling across wooden counters, a pot quietly steaming on the stove, and a child, legs swinging from a chair too tall, waiting for lunch. Tonight, we meet the next heir, not to a kingdom, but to a taste. The soft echo of a royal kitchen, passed down not by title, but by flavor, because every lineage begins again, when someone takes a bite, and says, "What is this? It tastes like something I know." The meal. It wasn't grand. Just a weekday lunch. In a modern apartment. But it had been made slowly. Radish and tofu stew, with just a hint of dried mushroom. Purple rice, sticky and warm. julienne sweet potato, stir-fried in sesame oil, and a single plum, shelled and sliced into fans. No gold trays, no brass bowls. But the tray was arranged with care, and the child noticed. The first bite. The stew was unfamiliar. "Why does it taste like flowers?" the child asked. The mother smiled. "There's a little chrysanthemum tea in the broth. Your great-grandmother used to do that." The child blinked, chewed again, then nodded, as if to say, "I believe you." The spoon was too big. Halfway through the meal, the child dropped the spoon. It clattered. They looked up, worried. But the mother only picked it up, rinsed it, and said, "Even a spoon leaves a mark. That's part of the meal, too." The child didn't understand the words, but they understood the tone. So they held the spoon more gently after that. The dessert that wasn't sweet. The child took a bite of the plum, then frowned. "It's sour," the mother replied. "Not everything sweet comes first. Some things sweeten after you remember them." The child didn't argue, just took another bite. Slower this time. The napkin fold. After lunch, the mother showed them how to fold the cloth napkin properly. 3 folds, corners tucked. Not for neatness, but for respect. "Why do we fold it?" the child asked. "So the warmth doesn't leave the table." They nodded and tried it themselves. Clumsy, but intentional. What the child took with them. They didn't write the recipe down. They didn't ask for the names of the dishes. But years later, in a kitchen of their own, they would find themselves adding a slice of mushroom to a soup that didn't ask for it. And they'd pause, smell the steam, and remember the stew that tasted like flowers, the napkin that held warmth, the meal that changed nothing, except everything. To be continued. Tonight, we pass the tray into new hands, not to preserve history, but to let it live again, because a meal only ends when no one remembers the flavor. And tonight, a child remembered. Next time, we follow the oldest Sangun's quiet final gift. A handwritten scroll tucked in the spine of a cookbook, with one last message for those who would cook after her. The scroll was thin, its paper soft from time, folded once, then again, tucked into the spine of a forgotten cookbook, on a high shelf. No one knew it was there, until someone went looking for a recipe that wasn't in the index, and when they unfolded it, they found not a list of ingredients, but a letter from the oldest Sangam, written long after the palace quieted. Not for a king, not for record, but for the one who would cook next. What the letter said. It didn't begin with a title, just 3 words. "If you're reading, then softly. Then the kitchen has changed. And that is good. It means it has lived. As we all must." She didn't sign her name. She didn't need to. The folds of the parchment smelled faintly of dried kelp and rose tea. The instructions, they weren't about flavor. Not exactly. They were about attention. Before you salt, taste the silence. Before you boil, feel your breath. The broth listens. The rice remembers. You do not need to rush. Then, one line underlined softly in ink. "Do not be clever. Be kind." What she remembered. She wrote of the time the queen wept into her soup, and how no one spoke. But the tray the next day included lotus seed honey. Because sorrow can't always be cured, but it can be witnessed. She wrote of the boy who burned the tofu, and how she let him eat the mistake, because shame softens when it's shared. She wrote of days the palace went hungry, and how the smallest bowls often held the deepest care. What she left out. No royal names, no dates, no rules of protocol, because what mattered most was not how to cook for a king, but how to cook for someone who needed to be remembered without asking. The final words. Near the end, Her handwriting wavered, but she wrote clearly. If you feed someone with steadiness, then you are part of this kitchen, even if there is no palace, no robe, no title. You are now the keeper of warmth. And finally, when the tray returns empty, you have done enough. Why it was found? Because someone still cared. Because memory waits. Because flavors echo. And because even now, in a world of fast meals and forgotten ingredients, somewhere, someone will pause, add a little broth, fold a napkin gently, and think, this matters. To be continued. Tonight, we opened a letter sealed with quiet, and learned that every cook, past or present, carries more than recipes. They carry reminders. Next time, we return to one such reminder. A single pot, handed down for 5 generations. That still makes the same stew. Every year. On the coldest night. It's heavy. Blackened on the bottom. Smooth at the rim from 100 hands. It lives in the corner of a cupboard all year. Wrapped in a soft cloth. Untouched. Until one night. The coldest night. It is brought out. Set on the stove. Filled again. Because this is the stew pot. The one that never broke. The one that remembers. And the stew it makes? It isn't in any cookbook. It lives in bodies. In memory. In repetition. How it began. The story changes each time it's told. Some say it came from the palace kitchen, smuggled out by a retiring sangam. Others say it was bought at market, by a mother who needed to feed 5 children, with only one fire. But every winter since, it has made one dish. A thick, slow-simmered stew of rice, roots, seaweed, sometimes beans, sometimes barley. Never the same, but always familiar. The first night of cold, when breath turns to cloud in the kitchen, when the windows hum with frost. Someone always says, it's time. Out comes the pot. Down go the roots. And the house begins to smell like belonging. No one asks for permission. No one asks what's going in. The pot decides. You just stir. What goes in? The end of last season's kimchi, sour and strong. A spoon of soybean paste, aged and honest. Chunks of daikon, sweetened by storage. Dried anchovy, if someone remembered. A ladle of rice water saved from breakfast. And always, a final topping of crushed sesame and green onion. No exact measures. No precise steps. Only attention. Only care. Only warmth. Who eats it? Everyone. Together. Grandmother, folding her hands before the first bite. Children, quiet for once. Someone's cousin, visiting for the first time in years. A neighbor, knocking just as it's ladled. The stew is enough. Always enough. Even when the pot scrapes the bottom. It gives more than it should. What the pot remembers. It has cracked once. Healed with wire. It has boiled over. Been forgotten on the stove. It has listened to laughter. To sobbing. It has fed babies. And comforted the dying. And still. It waits. For the coldest night. For the hands that know how to stir. Without speaking. Why it matters. Because this stew does not change the world. It does not impress. Or sparkle. Or claim anything. But it stays. And in a world that moves too quickly, the pot asks only this. Will you sit a little longer? Will you taste what stayed behind? And when you do, you're home. To be continued. Tonight we stirred history, not from scrolls or records, but from the same pot that has fed 5 generations, with nothing more than care. Next time, we return to a forgotten shelf in a modern museum, where one brass spoon, mislabeled and dust-covered, tells the whole story of a dynasty's hunger and gentleness. It sits quietly, beneath the museum lights. No plaque of gold. No velvet ropes. Just a small square of glass. and a label that reads, brass spoon, late Joseon period, unknown origin, most visitors pass it by. Too simple, too still. But if you pause, really pause, and imagine the hand that once held it, the tray it once rested on, the bowl it once stirred, you might begin to hear what it remembers. Because sometimes, the smallest object carries the largest silence. The shape. It is slightly curved, worn smooth where lips once met it. The handle is short, not elegant, but comfortable. You can tell. This was not a ceremonial piece, not made for display. It was used, often, by someone who ate slowly, someone who did not waste. Where it came from, no record, but the expert suspect. It once belonged to a court kitchen maid, or a concubine's personal attendant, or perhaps the king himself, on quiet days when no one else was watching, because in its simplicity is a kind of truth. It was not made to impress. It was made to serve, to lift, to carry, to bring food from bowl to mouth, without sound. What it might have touched. A final spoonful of clear radish soup. Steamed barley rice, sticky and fragrant. Sesame oil pulled at the bottom of soft tofu. A jujube cut in half and placed beside a folded napkin. It did not stir power or command armies. It stirred memory. The day the spoon was left behind. Perhaps it was the last day of the kitchen. The fires had cooled. The trays were stacked. The robes folded. And one Sangam, her hands aching with age, set the spoon down. Not in a drawer. Not for washing. Just down. Maybe she meant to return. Maybe she didn't. But the spoon remained, carrying the echo of every meal it helped deliver. What the spoon tells us now. That meals mattered. Even the simple ones. Especially the simple ones. That care was measured not by wealth, but by attention. That flavor can fade, but gesture stays. The way a hand turns a spoon, the pause before the first bite, the quiet between bowl and mouth. This spoon remembers it all. Even if we don't. Why the glass matters. Because we can't touch it now. We can only see. But maybe that's enough. Because in seeing it, and imagining the meals it shared, we bring the kingdom back. Just for a moment. A kingdom of rice and broth and time. To be continued. Tonight we stood before glass and saw through it. Into kitchens no longer standing. Meals no longer served. And hands no longer known. But through one simple spoon, we remembered everything. Next time, we open a box found in the foundation of an old palace wall and discover a folded note wrapped around the spice sachet. That was never meant to be read. They weren't looking for it. A restoration team was rebuilding part of a palace wall, one stone at a time, brushing off centuries of earth and ash. And under one large slab, buried deep, hidden on purpose, they found a box. Wooden, cracked, wrapped in oil paper and twine long worn thin. Inside, no gold, no royal seal, just a folded sachet of dried spice, and a piece of paper. Tonight, we unfold that note, not to steal a secret, but to honor a goodbye. The paper, it was soft, faded to the color of tea, fragrant with pepper, ginger, and thyme. The writing was light, but legible, a mix of formal script and something warmer, as if the writer had begun with duty, but ended with memory. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but the moment you read it, you knew exactly who it was meant for. What it said: if you are reading this, the kitchen is no longer warm. That is not your fault. This sachet holds the mix for Queen's comfort tea, only brewed when she couldn't speak her grief. It is not written in any record. She asked that it stay with us, only us. Ginger jujube, dried pear, a thread of plum skin, But the key is to boil it until the room feels smaller. She once said it helped her remember her mother's arms. Then this line. When the king demands, let this be the taste that stays. Simple. Soft. And beneath it, a signature. From the hands who brewed. Not the hands who ruled. No name. Just truth. The spice sachet. It was delicate. Tied with red silk thread. Still fragrant after all those years. Someone had sewn it shut with great care. No intention of opening it again. And yet, it waited. Just in case. Someone might one day need a little warmth. What historians did. They documented it. Photographed it. Tested the fibers. But they didn't brew the tea. They said, some recipes aren't for tasting. Some are for understanding. And they placed the note back in its box. Wrapped it again. And set it in the museum's archive. Not on display. But preserved. Where the world's noise couldn't reach it. Why it matters? Because it reminds us that, even when kingdoms fall, what stays is not power, but kindness. A cup of tea. A letter never sent. A spice blend saved for someone's worst day. These are the things we leave behind that keep feeding the world. To be continued. Tonight we opened a letter written not to be read, but to be felt. We tasted a tea that healed a queen and asked nothing in return. Next time, we walk through the now quiet palace grounds, where no trays are served, but wind still carries the smell of what once was. There are no kings here now, no trays being carried, no firewood stacked for morning rice, just stone, shadow, and the sound of wind, brushing through doorways that once led to warmth. But if you pause, truly pause, you may still smell something. A whisper of sesame oil, a flicker of steamed barley, a trace of broth, and salt, and soy. Tonight we walk through the courtyard that once stood between the royal kitchen and the queen's quarters, and discover what never fully left. The courtyard at sunrise. Long ago, it was busy, steam rising from open pots, trays being wiped clean, voices low but purposeful. Now, it is silent, but the air remembers, especially in early light, when dew clings to the steps, and the sun has not yet burned the memory away. There, on the wind, a scent, soft, not strong enough to name, but real. Why scent remains? Because scent, more than sound, lingers. Long after the robe is folded, long after the bowls are cleared, long after the names are forgotten, the walls absorb it, the doors carried it, the ground still holds it. Where oil once spilled and tea once cooled, the places that hold it best. The notch in the stone where soup was once spilled every afternoon, the corner post where incense was lit before evening meals, the step outside the pantry, where radish crates once rested in the shade, the path to the garden, where flower petals were dried for tea. Walk past them slowly, and you might catch it. A scent with no source, only memory. The guide who noticed. A modern-day palace guide once stood watch during early morning tours. He said he often smelled sesame before any visitors arrived, before breakfast, before staff. No one else noticed. But every time he caught it, he bowed quietly. He didn't know why, only that it felt like gratitude. Why it matters? Because the palace no longer cooks, but the air still remembers what it meant to be fed, to be warmed, to be watched over with care. The scent doesn't ask to be noticed. It doesn't try to stay, but it does, because meals made with care leave something behind. That time cannot clean away. To be continued. Tonight we walked across stone and found fragrance where there should have been none. We learned that not all things fade, and not all memories need words. Next time, we follow a final trail, not a story, but a scent, leading back to the one place where everything began. The hearth. It didn't roar. It didn't flash. It just glowed. Soft. Steady. In the center of the palace kitchen. Beneath blackened iron pots. Behind polished trays. Beneath the clatter and care of every royal meal. There lived a small fire. Tonight we return to it. The hearth. The first spark. The final flicker. The last ember. Because before there was rice. Before there was soup. Before there was scent or spoon or scroll. There was this. The hearth's roll. It didn't move. But everything moved around it. Cooks prayed to it. Servants warmed their fingers above it. Even the queen once sent down a silk scarf to hang near the fire, to honor a meal that comforted her mother in her final days. It was the heartbeat of the palace, and though its flame was small, it lit 1,000 memories. How it was tended, always by the same hands. The firekeeper was not the most powerful, not the most praised, but she was the most trusted. She knew which logs would burn steady, which ash could be stirred to wake warmth, which corner of the stove needed coaxing. On rainy days, she never rushed the flame, because she understood. The fire must be ready, before the hands are. Rituals of the flame. At dawn, a whisper of thanks. On festival days, a pinch of dried flour. When someone died, the hearth was swept, but never extinguished. Before a royal birth, red paper burned gently, symbolizing new breath. They never let it go out. Not for 200 years. Even when the palace was empty. Even during siege. One ember was kept alive. In a covered bowl. By a firekeeper's apprentice. Because losing that ember was like losing the voice of the kitchen. The night it went cold, no one meant to forget. But the palace had grown quiet. No more trays. No more bowls. No more broth. The last Sangun lit the fire one final time, boiled barley tea, drank alone, and whispered, "May whoever eats next do so in warmth." Then she covered the ember with ash, with silence, with memory, and walked away. What was found years later, when the kitchen was restored, a hearthstone was lifted. Beneath it, a clay bowl. Inside, not flame, but charcoal, wrapped in silk, crumbly, black, still smelling faintly of burned radish and pine. Someone had saved the last ember, not to reignite it, just to remember. Why it matters? Because in the end, the fire didn't cook food. It carried time. It knew when the rice was soaked with sorrel. It heard the laughter no one else did. It stayed, even when the people left. And its warmth, though gone, still lives. In every kitchen, that begins with silence and heat. To be continued. Tonight, we sat beside the oldest member of the kitchen. The one that didn't move, didn't speak, but saw everything. Next time, we turn toward the modern hearth. A rice cooker in a quiet apartment, set by an old woman, who still folds napkins, as if someone noble were coming for dinner. There's no firewood now, no soot, no copper pot warmed at dawn, just a rice cooker, white plastic, with one glowing orange button. It sits on the counter of a quiet apartment. Clean, ordinary, but beside it is a hand that once folded napkins for Sangam, a hand that once stirred soup in heavy iron pots, a hand that still remembers the timing of steam. Tonight we stand with her, an elderly woman in modern soul, as she presses a button and prepares a meal that tastes like memory. What the kitchen looks like. It's small, a sink, a stove rarely used, a fan that hums even when there's no smoke. On the windowsill, dry jujube, a jar of sesame, a folded cloth yellowing at the edges, and in the cabinet, a few bowls, all mismatched. Except one. Brass. Polished slowly. Every weekend. She doesn't use it often. Only when the day feels heavy. Or sacred. The meal she makes. She doesn't follow a recipe. She never has. But today, as the rice cooker hums, she moves quietly. Tofu, sliced and pan-warmed. Radish soup with anchovy broth. Thin strips of stir-fried burdock. A boiled egg, halved and set on pickled greens. And plum syrup, drizzled into hot water for tea. No guests are coming. No festival. Just Tuesday. But her tray is arranged. As if someone important might knock. What she remembers. She tastes the soup. It's a little salty. But she smiles. The king liked it this way. No one else is in the room. But she folds the napkin. As she was taught. Crease first, corners under, edges soft. She places the spoon just so. And waits a moment. Before sitting. Not from habit. From reverence. The sound of the button. It clicks. Rice is ready. She lifts the lid slowly. Steam rises. It fills the kitchen. And for just a second, she's 20 again. Wearing linen robes. Carrying a tray down a long hallway. Someone saying, "Thank you. This tastes like home." She doesn't cry. But her fingers pause. Over the rice. And she presses her palm gently. To the side of the bowl. As if to say, "I remember why this meal matters. Because the palace is gone. But she is still here. Cooking rice. Laying out trays. Feeding herself. With the same care she once gave to a nation. And in the soft clink of chopsticks. In the scent of warm broth. A dynasty survives. To be continued. Tonight, we stepped into a modern room. And found history still breathing. In the steam of a rice cooker. In the way one spoon rests beside one bowl. Next time, we return to where it all began. The very first royal feast. Recorded in fading ink. Where one dish changed the way a kingdom ate. Before palaces rose. Before kitchens were built. Before spoons were polished and firewood stacked in perfect rows. There was a moment. One quiet, uncertain moment. When the very first tray was carried through the royal hall. And placed on a mat. There were no rules yet. No records. No perfect folds and napkins. Only hunger. Curiosity. And a dish that asked nothing more than to be shared. Tonight we return to that beginning. To the first royal meal ever served. Not because of what it contained. But because of what it started. The court was new. The dynasty had just begun. Power was shifting. Traditions still forming. And even the title of king felt a little too heavy for the young man now seated on the raised floor. He wore simple robes. Watched the cooks from a distance. Didn't know yet what it meant to be served by silence. And so, when the tray arrived, he was as still as the bowl it carried. What was on the tray? A bowl of barley rice. Soup made from mountain roots and spring water. Grilled river fish, wrapped in wild greens. 3 pieces of pickled radish. And a single wild pear, split in half. There was no brass yet. No ceremony. Only warmth. The meal had been prepared. By the cook who once fed the king's father. She carried it herself. Hands steady. Eyes soft. When she placed the tray down, she bowed. Not for formality. But because she believed in the food. The moment of pause. The king didn't eat right away. He looked at the tray. Then at her. Then back again. And asked quietly, "Do they eat too?" She smiled. "They will. After you. But this one is for you and them." He didn't understand. Not yet. But he lifted the spoon. What the court watched. They saw something small. A man eating soup. But they felt something larger. A meal being shared. Not in parts. But in meaning. The king took one bite of rice, then set the spoon down, then picked up a piece of radish and placed it beside the tray. A gesture, not explained, not expected, but understood. For those who cannot eat today, what came after? That meal set the rhythm, not the recipe, but the intention, to eat with care, to serve with presence, to let the tray carry more than food. Over time, the dishes would grow more elaborate, the trays heavier, the rules stricter, but at the center, always, that same warmth, that same bowl, that same breathe between bites, that reminder. This is how we care for each other. To be continued. Tonight, we witness the first spoonful, not for ceremony, not for show, but for connection. We remembered that before the kitchen became tradition. It was a gesture, a gift, a beginning. Next time, we travel to a night when the king chose to dine not in court, but in the kitchen itself, among the pots and steam, to say thank you, with presence, not words. It wasn't planned. There was no announcement, no ceremony, just footsteps, soft and unexpected, moving past the corridor that led to the throne room, down the narrow hall, toward the heat, the scent, the quiet clatter of spoons against clay. Tonight, we stand in the palace kitchen, on a night it never forgot. The night the king came in, not to inspect, not to command, but to eat. There, among the cooks, among the warmth, among the ones who had always served, without ever being seen. How it began. The king had not eaten much that week. Too many meetings, too many scrolls, too many silences between bites. The Sangong had noticed, but no one asked. Then one night, long after the final tray had been cleared, he rose, not in frustration, just quietly, and walked to the kitchen. The kitchen at that hour. Most of the cooking was done. The fires banked, the aprons folded, a pot of barley tea kept warm, just in case someone needed it. When he entered, the room froze, then bowed. But he lifted his hand gently. Please, don't stop. What they served him, nothing royal. Just what they were eating themselves. Leftover rice, turnip and garlic stem soup, grilled tofu, still hot, fermented radish slices, made 3 weeks before. The meal was offered on a plain tray. No brass, no silk, no signature. He didn't ask for anything else. How he ate. Slowly, quietly. Among them, he sat on a small cushion near the hearth. No throne, no cushion embroidered with dragons. Just the warmth of a real fire, and the closeness of people who had always been near, but never noticed. No one spoke. They just continued their meal, together. What it meant. He didn't come to be kind, or to make a gesture. He came because he was tired, and the tray that had been prepared for him in his room felt too distant. But this rice, slightly burned on the bottom, was grounding. This soup, uneven, a little too salty, was honest. And that night, honesty fed him better than perfection ever could. What he said before leaving, as he stood, he bowed, not deeply, but enough, and said simply, "Thank you. Tonight I ate like a person." Then he left, and never spoke of it again. What the kitchen did after, they didn't tell anyone, not formally. But the next time they prepared his tray, they included the same tofu, the same tea, and the soup, just a little salty. He smiled, and said nothing. To be continued. Tonight, we sat not in a throne room, but by a hearth. We shared rice that wasn't meant to impress, but to nourish. And we remembered, even kings need to be fed as people. Next time, we visit a pot that was never touched, A dish prepared for a prince who never returned. Kept warm until morning, as a quiet act of hope. Some trays are delivered. Some are eaten. Some are returned empty, carrying only the silence of satisfaction. But some trays never leave the kitchen. Tonight, we sit beside one of them. A tray prepared at dusk, perfectly arranged, kept warm long into the night, and never touched. Because the one it was made for didn't arrive. Who it was for? A prince. Yum. Not yet crowned. Not yet burdened. He had been gone for 3 days. Called away to train, or negotiate, or simply to be reminded that even heirs are not always at home. But he had written, back by the 12th bell, "Please tell them I want radish soup." So the Sangam prepared it, just as he liked. What was on the tray? White radish soup, sliced thin, simmered long. Grilled rice cake, lightly brushed with honey. Lotus root, braised with cinnamon and soy. Soft barley rice, folded with chestnut. A single teacup set at the edge. The tray was covered, the spoon polished. And then they waited. The night that followed. The bells passed. 1, 2, 3. The hearth was stoked twice, to keep the soup warm. But no steps came down the corridor. No voice called from the gate. The tray sat on the table by the kitchen window, beneath the soaked cloth, still steaming, just in case. When morning came, the prince did not return. There was no message, no explanation, only the sun rising, and the soup cooling. The Sangam uncovered the tray, tasted the soup. It was still good, but no longer his. She set the spoon down gently, then covered the tray again, and whispered, "We kept it warm, in case you were still on your way." Why they kept doing it? This wasn't the only time. Sometimes a minister fell ill. Sometimes a queen could not eat. Sometimes the king sat in silence, while the tray remained untouched. But the kitchen never skipped a dish, never stopped preparing, never assumed absence meant forgotten, because food made and left waiting is not wasted. It's a gesture, a promise, a place held, until someone can return to it. The role they never wrote down, if they asked for it. Even once, we prepare it, even if they're late. Especially if they're late. What happened to the tray? It was never thrown out. The food was shared slowly among the kitchen women that morning, each bite quiet, not joyful, but not mournful either, just respectful. They called it a memory served, to be continued. Tonight, we sat beside a full tray and learned that love does not always arrive, but it is always ready, because a meal prepared in hope is never truly uneaten. Next time we gather those moments, all the trays left waiting, the recipes written in margins, the last bites remembered, and begin the closing chapters of this long, slow feast. There was no announcement, no drums, no lanterns lit, only bowls, lined quietly, side by side, and a table, long, low, worn smooth by time, set in the heart of the now empty palace kitchen. Tonight we return not to one meal, but to all of them. The ones served, the ones forgotten, the ones made in joy, and the ones stirred through grief. Because in the quiet that followed the final rain, one Sangam, long retired, long bowed by time, decided to lay every dish down, one last time. Not for a king, not for guests, but for memory itself. Why she did it? She had cooked for decades. Trained hands, folded napkins, watched trays leave, full and hopeful, and return empty and understood. And when the kitchen grew still, when the palace became stone and echo, she felt something unspoken remain. A final meal, not to feed, but to honor what she prepared. Not everything, but something from everyone. A bowl of radish soup for the prince who never returned. A rice cake layered with peony petals for the queen who never cried in public. Burnt rice tea for the gatekeeper who stood through winter. Sweet tofu for the apprentice who always tasted with her eyes closed. A small dish of pickled plum, just one, for a monk who never asked for more. Each tray was set slowly, hands trembling, but precise. Each spoon placed as if it mattered, because it did. Who sat at the table? No one. And everyone. She didn't call anyone to join, but as she moved between bowls, she felt their presence. The steam lifted, the scent rose, and though no feet approached, no voices echoed, she whispered, "It's all ready now. You may begin," and sat, folded her hands, and listened to the silence. What she ate, just rice and soup, but it tasted like everything, because that meal was not for filling, it was for finishing. The way you close a book gently, not because the story is done, but because your heart has heard enough. What was left? The trays remained overnight, untouched, uncovered, crickets passing between dishes, and in the morning, she cleared each one, not with sadness, but with peace, because she knew now. Every tray had found its place. Every dish had been seen. Even if no one came, they had all come home, to be continued. Tonight, we feasted without eating. We saw a meal made from memory, served in gratitude, and cleared in grace. Next time, we gather those final moments. The last page of the recipe scroll. The last warm spoon. The last scent in the pot. And prepared to close the book with softness. There are no more ingredients, no more trays to arrange, no more soups to stir, just a single book, its pages thin with use, its spine gently broken, and one last page, unwritten, until now. Tonight we open that page, not to cook, but to complete, because every recipe scroll, like every meal, needs an ending, but not one that finishes. One that rests. The scroll itself. It wasn't royal. The ink bled at the edges. The cover had been mended 3 times. A corner folded long ago and never unfolded. But inside, measured by care, not precision, were lines like these. If rice sticks, smile. If broth cools too fast, add a story. Taste with the quiet part of your heart. No amounts. No times. Only gestures, reminders, why the last page was empty. Perhaps no one dared write it. Perhaps they thought it should stay open. Or maybe it was waiting for someone who understood that endings aren't made of flour or fire. They are made of stillness. What was finally written? A woman now old, once a palace cook, returned to her scroll. She turned each page, traced the recipes with her finger, and then, on the very last one, she wrote, "You do not need this page. You already know. Boil gently. Fold slowly. Forgive burnt rice. And when the meal is done, do not hurry to clean the spoon. Let it rest. Just like you." She signed it. From the hand that stirred, not the hand that rolled. Then closed the book, wrapped it in cloth, and placed it on a shelf beside a bowl that had not been used in years. Why it matters? Because recipes are not only for passing on. Sometimes they are for putting things down, letting the next cook find their own flavor, their own fire, their own rhythm of rice, and trust that the warmth will return whenever they are ready to hold it, to be continued. Tonight, we turned the final page and saw that what we seek is often already within us. The scent, the stir, the stillness. Next time, we close the scroll gently, not with a final dish, but with a final breath. The stove is cold now. The aprons are folded. The last scroll is sealed and tied with string. There are no more trays. No more footsteps. No more spoons resting beside silk napkins. But if you sit for a moment, long enough to let your breath settle, long enough to feel the quiet, you'll notice something still there. Not a dish, not a recipe, just warmth. Because the kitchen, even after we leave it, still holds something. What remains? Not the broth. That cools. Not the rice. That hardens. Not even the scent. That fades in time. But the care. The way someone wiped the edge of a bowl. The way a napkin was folded twice before it was placed. The way no one ate until all were seated. These don't disappear. They become part of the air. Part of the wood. Part of you. The kitchen without cooks. It doesn't complain. It doesn't call out. It simply waits. Not for the next tray. Not for the next king. But for someone. Anyone. To return and boil water slowly. To slice radish without rushing. To stir with their whole hand. And the moment that happens, the warmth stirs again. The last gesture. Somewhere, a child places a spoon beside a bowl. Not perfectly, but carefully. They've never seen the palace. They've never heard the Sangun's voice. But somehow, they pause before their first bite. And in that pause, in that quiet, the kitchen breathes again. Why it all mattered. Not for history. Not for glory. But because someone was hungry. Someone was tired. Someone needed comfort. And someone else, without asking for thanks, gave it. Over and over. Through soup. Through rice. Through time. The final line. If you remember nothing else, remember this. The heat may fade. The fire may sleep. But care, once given, always stays warm. The end of the story, but never of the kitchen. Because as long as someone eats slowly, as long as someone folds a napkin gently, as long as someone leaves a spoon to cool, the palace lives on. Thank you for staying with me until the very end. If this story brought you a little peace, a little warmth, or simply helped you fall asleep tonight, please consider subscribing to the channel and sharing this video with someone who needs a quiet moment too. Speechaloon, I'd love to hear from you. Is there a meal from your childhood you still remember? Has someone ever made you a dish you never forgot? Sometimes it's not grand moments, but small things, a bowl of rice, a folded napkin, a warm spoon, that stay with us the longest. Pushpin, don't forget to hit the bell icon so you won't miss the next quiet story. This journey isn't over yet, and I'll be right here, still telling stories. As long as you're still listening.